Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Awaken his sacred gear earlier and becomes the greatest Sekiryutei of all time Part 2 Season 1. Before we start, please go support Damowatling for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. Chapter 16 Sekiryutei arrives. Nightwing mission start. Issei and the gang dashed quickly when they saw the unconscious twin-tailed girl. Her clothes torn to shreds in the arms of a lady dressed in a bat costume outfit. Irina, hey Irina, wake up, what happened to you? Open your eyes, Issei said, clearly in distraught right now. Irina slowly opened her eyes halfway, most likely this was all she could afford to do. Issei-kun. Irina-san, please don't move around too much. I'll heal you right away, Asia said, leaning over and activating the warm jade light from her sacred gear. Yes, it's me, Irina. What happened to you? Where is Kiba and Zenobia? Issei said to her. They managed to escape. I was unlucky and tripped, so I held off the enemy before he could chase them. That person's strength isn't to be taken lightly. Irina said, clearly showing signs of the pain she was experiencing. I see you did well, Irina. Please rest now and leave the rest to us. Issei said, making her smile despite the pain. Please be careful, Issei-kun. Irina said shortly after losing consciousness. Irina-san, Asia said, clearly scared for her condition. It's okay, Asia, she's just resting. Issei said, being interrupted by a huge blue magic circle. Council President Saji. Issei said. So you finally came, Sona. Rias said as Sona rushed to Irina's side. I just can't sit by and watch after receiving that message. She seems to have suffered severe physical damage. Yes. Twilight healing isn't capable of recovering the exhausted strength of an individual. Asia said, speaking to Sona. There's proper equipment at my place that could heal her, so don't worry. Tsubaki, Sona said, addressing the tall and black long-haired girl who arrived with her and Saji. Tsubaki picked up Irina's unconscious body and transported through a magic circle. How are your wounds, Haidu? Saji said, referring to Issei's shock torture. I'm fine, Asia and Rias fixed me up afterwards, so I'm okay. I'm sorry that you wound up getting involved in that mess, Saji. Issei said, being sincere. Forget that, what's happening now? Saji asked, unaware of the presence hiding nearby. Is Irina going to be alright? Asia said, fully concerned for her well-being. She'll be in good hands. More importantly, we have company. You hiding behind the tree, come out now, Issei ordered, staring at the tree as if his eyes were about to burn their way through it. As soon as Issei said that, everyone felt a painful sensation when the intruder revealed himself. Why hello there, seems all of my prey has assembled at one place. A really nice day to you all. Shitty demons. The priest said, making Issei activate his sacred gear. I was right, it was you after all, Fried, Issei said, getting ready to fight. But just as Issei was about to make a move, both Rias and Sona leaped in front of him, activating their magic circles to protect their juniors. Hey, wait up, I want to give a message to the red-haired young lady there. Fried said, easing their guard. A message for me? Rias said, completely puzzled. Well, it's not a message from me, it's from my boss, Fried said, pointing up towards the sky, which suddenly switched to an ominous amethyst shade. Good day to you all, devils, the creature said, unfurling 10 powerful black wings. The fallen angel, Kaneko said, now on full alert. Judging by the amount of wings, he has to be a high-tiered fallen angel, Akeno said. Good day to you, high-ranked fallen angel. My name is Rias Gremory. What does a fallen angel like yourself want with us? Rias said, making the enemy smile. Ah, daughter of the Gremorys, you have beautiful red hair just like your brother. It makes me want to vomit. My name is Sekiryutei and I only have one objective. Sekiryutei said, making Issei leap in front of Rias. President Rias, please get back, master. Sekiryutei plans to bring you to a near-death state in order to anger Serziches to start a war between devils and fallen angels. He doesn't plan to just steal Excalibur. I've already heard all about it from Serziches. He wants to start a war between devils, fallen angels and the church, Issei said, powering up his sacred gear. Sekiryutei let out a menacing cackle. Haha, this young one is sharp. I guess the cat's out of the bag. I'm so bored of this shitty world. So I want to bring it to its knees. I took the Excalibur swords in order to provoke the church, but all they did was send those pathetic weak priests instead. We would have won that war if we kept fighting, and now I'm going to start another war by taking out the heir to the Gremory family, Sekiryutei said. Suddenly creating a huge magic circle, unleashing heaps of holy magic. Everyone get behind me, Issei said, doing a mixture of quick hand gestures, creating a huge crimson magic circle. A powerful light emerged from the circle, causing a huge wall of dragon scales to block Sekiryutei's surprise strike. Absorbing the full impact of the strike. Reset. Is everyone alright? Issei said, managing to protect them all. Where's Sekiryutei and Fried? Akeno asked, unable to locate the pair. They're heading towards Kuo Academy. Kaneko said, seeing them in the distance from the tree she perched in. Right, let's go then, Rias ordered, creating a transportation circle. Yes, President, they all shouted as they entered the circle. Outside Kuo Academy. Something is definitely going on in there. We need to approach this carefully. Sona and her peerage are keeping this barrier in place so we can go all out. But be on your guard, understood? Rias said, noticing the golden light shooting from the ground. Yes, President. By the way, Issei, what was that spell just now? Rias asked, making Issei point to his sacred gear. It's a new technique I've been working on, it's still in the beta stage, so it has a few bugs still. But it's the only defense spell I currently know. On the bright side, it guarantees absolute defense. What kind of bugs do you mean? Rias said, making Issei proceed in explaining in further detail. It requires a great amount of magic power and concentration. So as a result my balance breaker becomes inactive for 30 minutes. So until the count is over, I will only be able to fight with my sacred gear and use support techniques. Issei said as his second jewel now had 2 giant digits inside of it. 3, 0. I see, then Asia, Issei, you provide support in this battle to start with. Meanwhile, me, Akeno and Kaneko will fight when the time comes. Issei, promote yourself to queen. Rias said, making Issei nod. Understood, leave support to me guys. I'll power you all up as fast as I can. Issei said his sacred gear shining to mark its boost counter had started. Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Issei and Asia approached the school grounds, stopping dead in their tracks when they saw a ginormous throne floating in the sky. Ah, good of you to join us, Gremory household. Is Serzich on his way to fight me now? Kakabiel said, smirking menacingly at the devils. My brother has no need to fight you, fallen angel. For I, Rias Gremory, will punish you personally. Rias said, her eyes is changing to their majestic and beautiful crimson. Ah, so boring, I need something to distract you weaklings to bring out the big boss battle, is that right? Kakabiel said, throwing a huge light spear at the school's gym, reducing it to dust in seconds. Everybody stay on guard, he's up to something, Rias said, noticing the magic circulating the fallen angel's throne. You kids are way out of your league, I won't let you interfere in my plans, Kakabiel said as a huge concentration of golden light pierced the clouds above. Oh no, this isn't good. Issei said, looking worried now. What is it, Issei-senpai? Kaneko said, only just noticing it now. It's Valper, he's combining the Excaliburs he has together to make them stronger, Issei said, boosting again. Since you came all this way, I'll have you play with my pets, Kakabiel said, shooting 4 huge lighting bolts through the ground. A scorching sensation burned the school grounds as 4 powerful towering flame vortexes shot from the holes Kakabiel had just created. It's the watchdog of Hades. Cerberus. Issei said, gritting his teeth, remembering his balance breaker is currently worthless. For him to bring not just 1 but 4 of those to the human world, let's go, Akeno, Kaneko, Rias said, vaulting into the air with her wings now deployed. Yes, President, they both said as they prepared for combat. Kaneko slipped on her sparring gloves whilst Akeno changed into her holy Miku shrine dress and concentrated her magic power. Kaneko-chan, here I come, hold still a second, Issei said, running towards her now. Issei-senpai. Kaneko said, unaware Issei's power had already been charged up enough. Boosted gear gift. Transfer. Kaneko suddenly was embraced a jade light and made Kaneko slip out a minor moan. Amazing, I can feel my power has tripled. No, it's been multiplied 10 times as much, Kaneko said, bringing her foot down on the steroid-infused dog's head. It's so warm. Kaneko said, punching it in the face. It feels so good, Kaneko said, grabbing it by its head and then launched it into the air. Amazing, Issei-san, Asia said, watching Kaneko's sudden change. Asia, look out, Issei said, kicking the puppy which tried to gobble up Asia just then. Issei's kick caused the hellhound to crash into one of the 2 that Akeno and Rias were currently fighting. Issei-san, is there nothing we can do? Asia said, worried for her friends in the frightening arena with those razor-sharp fangs. Don't worry, Asia, I promise support power. So they are going to get all the power I can give them. Boost, 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 boost. Akeno used her many elements of magical power to her advantage, using her blizzard spell to freeze even the mighty watchdog's searing flames. Take this, Rias said, hitting the off-guard dog with a huge wave destruction magic. This is the final blow, Kaneko said, ready to dispatch her target. Okay, Akeno-san, President Rias, I'm ready, hold on, Issei said, charged up and ready to assist again, thanks to his vigorous training in both magical charging and stamina. As expected of my pawn, Rias said as Issei launched himself into the air. Take them down, ladies, boosted gear gift, Issei said, transmitting his power to the fair beauties. Both girls yelled out in pleasure at the very second they felt Issei's power infuse within their bodies. This is wonderful, Issei-kun's power is making me feel so happy. Akeno said, seductively switching to her sadist mode. Ah, Issei, as I thought my pawn is the greatest, Rias said with a huge blush on her face as her eyes began to change to a deeper crimson. Ah. Asia, Issei said, only just noticing the Cerberus changing its course to the poor blonde girl by the tree. All of a sudden, a huge fence of sword spiked through the ground and impaled the ferocious beast through the belly. Then a flash of light shot through the beast's head as the blade of destruction cleaved the hound in two, bursting its body into flames. Kiba-san, Asia said, happy to see the fair-haired knight. What took you so long? Prince Charming Zenobia, Issei said, now smiling, seeing Zenobia had come to aid them. I've come to pay you back for that meal, Haidu, Issei. I've come to provide backup, Zenobia said, rushing towards the next Cerberus, which now charged her. The Keno. Rias said, now releasing a huge magic circle above the two demonic creatures. Yes, President. Come forth, Thunder, Akeno said, summoning heaven's wrath from above onto the terrifying creatures, which reverted to ash after being struck by Akeno's terrific power. Haneko suddenly felt her gloves igniting in the glow of Issei's dragon flame as she drove her dynamic combo of punches into the fluffy animal. Kaneko pushed the hellhound into the air with a powerful ember-infused kick, which was then finished off by Kiba's demonic slash to its aggressive head. Zenobia ended this dog show with a quick slash from her Excalibur of Destruction, creating a crater where the puppy once lay, which was now nothing but an extinguished ember. Knight of Rias Gremory, are we still on the same side? Zenobia said, approaching Kiba's side, who was walking towards Valper's golden circle. I like to think so. Kiba replied, making Zenobia blankly nod. I see, then I will further assist you in punishing these heathens. Zenobia said, taking down her hood. Valper Galilei, I'm a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, or more accurately of those you killed. I've been able to live on by being reborn as a devil. I could not die. I need to avenge the deaths of my comrades, Kiba said, drawing his sword as he charged straight for him now. Kiba, look out, Issei said as Kakabiel fired some magic right at them. Zenobia jumped away from the blast, but Kiba was knocked down to the floor from its shockwave effect. You managed to avoid a direct attack. You're a quick little rat, freak, Kakabiel said, making the demented freak walk forwards with a huge gold sword. Yes, boss. Use the Excalibur with the power of the four swords to get rid of all these guys, Kakabiel said from atop his throne. You got it, boss, the cute Excalibur with the super wonderful specs. I did in fact receive one. Now who shall I get rid of first? Fried said with a grotesque expression. Valper began to walk towards Kiba after Fried engaged in a sword fight with Zenobia's Excalibur destruction. I'd heard that one of the subjects had gotten away from the facility. But for him to have become a lowly devil, I'm grateful to you guys. Thanks to you, I was able to complete the project. You subjects did not have enough of the gene to use the holy swords. So all I had to do was take out the gene from the subjects, for that sacrifices had to be made, and we were able to crystallize them, Valper said, showing a peculiar shaped sapphire vial in his hand. This contains the genes of all friends in their crystallized form, although this is the last one, Valper said, making Kiba clench his fists. All the guys other than me died halfway in because their bodies couldn't take all the genes. If you think about it that way, I'm super duper special, aren't I? Fried said, trying to slash Zenobia again. Zenobia booted him in the gut and then pushed him back with her own mighty sword slash. So when a holy sword user receives the blessing, something like that is put into their bodies to make up for their lack of compatibility. So that's to make up for the deficiency in genes. Zenobia said, staring at the vial only to be hit by Fried again. Those hypocrites, after excommunicating me as a pagan, they shamelessly used my research. In any case, we're talking about Michael here. Even if he took out the genes of the subjects, I'm sure he didn't kill them. Valper said with a huge grin. There was no need to kill us either. Why? Kiba said, finally getting to his feet again. You all were nothing more than the materials used in a top secret project. Once we were done, there was nothing left but to dispose of you. We believed it was for God and bore it the whole time, that was, we were project materials to be disposed of. Kiba said, shaking with rage and shock. That's terrible, Asia said, leaking tears as she tried to heal minor injuries in her team. Eudoria said as she struggled to hold herself back from killing Valper there and then. Kiba flinched when he saw the vial hit the ground at his feet. If you want it so badly here. We've already gotten to the point where we can mass produce higher quality ones. Valper said as Kiba picked it up and embraced it. Valper Galilei. How many lives did you toy with for the sake of your own desires and research? Kiba said, suddenly being joined by several spiritual forms. The powers of the battlefield and the trembling of Yudo's heart has freed the souls from the crystal, Akeno said, enlightening them all. I kept thinking that I was not worthy to be the only one who survived such a torturous and evil facility. There were kids who had more dreams than I did, more kids who wanted to live more than I did. I wondered if it was okay for me to be the only one living a peaceful life, Kiba said, suddenly jumping as he felt the ghostly arm tug at his shirt sleeve. The little girl smiled at him, and then so did the rest of the ghosts there with him. In an instant, the ghosts changed into small particles and began to circle around him. It's okay. If everyone gathers together. Take us in. It's not scary, even if there is no God. Even if God isn't watching over us. Our hearts will always be one, they all said as they absorbed themselves into Kiba's body. There was not a dry among the Gremories as they witnessed this spectacular miracle occurring. Able to feel the warmth from the reunion and the friendship it shared within. Udo, I'm so glad. Rias said, suddenly looking up when she saw Issei place a hand on her shoulder. It's going to be okay now, Rias, Kiba has reached it. You don't mean? Akeno said, realizing Issei's meaning. Yeah, I do. Kiba has joined the balance breaker gang. Issei said, wiping away the tears from his eyes as Kiba began to shine. My partner is right. When the user's thoughts and wishes go against the natural course of things in the world, their sacred treasure peaks. Drake said, also realizing Kiba's current state. My comrades didn't want me to wish for revenge. That's not what they wanted. But I felt like I had to defeat the evil that before me, so that there would not be others like us created anymore, Kiba said, materializing his demonic blade. Freed. Humming. Your opponent is me, Zenobia said, whacking him away like a fly. HMPH, you fool, you should just let yourself be disposed of. Kiba beat that bastard freed, and those Excaliburs don't waste their feelings and their souls, Issei shouted, snapping Kiba out of it. Issei-kun. Do it, Udo, you are part of my family, part of the Gremory household. No knight of mine would lose to something like an Excalibur. Ria said, making Kiba smile. Udo-kun, I believe in you, Akeno said, joining in with the encouragement. Udo-senpai, fight, Kaneko said. Everyone. Kiba replied, returning his sights to Valper. I will become a sword. Comrades whose souls have merged with mine, let's overcome this together, our thoughts and wishes can now be accomplished. I'll become a sword for the president and for my comrade sword birth, Kiba shouted as lights of both mixtures of light and darkness embedded his held up blade. Sword of Betrayer, a sword vested with both holy and devil powers. Stop it if you can, Kiba said as crimson letters appeared on the side of his blade. Holy and devil powers fused together into a sword. Ria said, fascinated by Kiba's sudden forgery. This is a Kiba's balance breaker, Issei said. That's impossible for two opposing elements to mix together like that, something like that shouldn't be possible, Valper said, cowering as Kiba walked towards him. Kiba, Udo, let's destroy that Excalibur and those heathens together. Zenobia said, now joining Kiba's side. Is that really alright with you? Kiba said, turning to the sapphire-haired swordsman. At this point, even though it's a holy sword, it isn't holy any longer. It is a strange sword. Peter, Basilius, Dionysius, and the Blessed Virgin Mary, please hear my prayers, Zenobia said, creating a hole in the dimension as a sword shot out from the hole, bound in holy chains. In the name of the saint living in this blade, I set you free, holy sword, Durandal, Zenobia said, breaking the chains as soon as her hand made contact with the handle. A sword on par with Excalibur, said to cut everything in this world. Ria said, stunned by its sudden arrival. Unlike Kiba Arena, I'm one of the few naturals. This wild guy cuts to pieces anything he touches. He doesn't always listen to me either. Besides that, he's infinitely dangerous if he's not shut up in another space. Zenobia said, deflecting Freed's mimic ability. Yours is just a broken holy sword. It's no match for my Durandal, Zenobia said, just barely missing Freed, who used Excalibur rapid specs to dodge her. That kind of character is unnecessary, Freed shouted in fear as he dodged her. That sword isn't enough to sever our hopes, Kiba said, creating shockwaves with Freed as they collided into each other with their increased speed clashes. It broke, Freed screamed as soon as Kiba crushed his Excalibur. Did you see that? Our powers overcame Excalibur, Kiba said as Freed collapsed after Kiba sliced him, making Freed faint from the shock. Just as Kiba was about to attack Valper, a huge golden spear stabbed through him and caused him to disintegrate. Valper, you really were very talented. Your aptitude must have helped you reach that conclusion. I don't even care if this guy is around or not. All I can say is that I'm tired of being bored now, so then, let's begin, Kakabiel said to all of the devils now staring at him. Issei took Rias Gremory's hand, which made her startle. Issei? I can't use balance breaker yet, so I'm going to give you my power to help you defeat him. Issei said, making her look onward seriously now. I understand, I will defeat him. Rias said as the two walked hand in hand with Issei's sacred gear glowing. Chapter 17, The Ruined Princess Strikes commence operation. Issei and Rias came to a sudden stop just steps away from Kakabiel. Here's my power. Please be careful, Rias. Boosted gear gift. Transfer. Rias let out a loud moan as soon as she felt Issei's warm power channel through her veins. You're always worrying about me, my cute pawn. But don't worry, I will show you firsthand the power of your king. Rias said, removing her hand from his cheek as her eyes changed into crimson rubies. Rias launched herself into the air, firing a blast at Kakabiel. Drag, how long until balance breaker comes back online? Issei said, noticing the second jewel was still black. Judging by your power signature, it will be at least another 10 minutes. Drag said, making Issei grit his teeth. Darn it. I guess I'm really going to have to let Rias fight alone. Please be safe for just a little longer, Rias. Issei said, watching patiently. Take this, Rias said, firing her crimson-covered black shadow creature. Sekiryutei placed out his palm and blocked the mass attack of magic. Oh? So you become this much stronger when you combine your power with the Red Dragon Emperor. Interesting, however, it's not as powerful as Sekiryutei's, Sekiryutei said, deflecting away the attack. I'm not done yet, Rias said, firing another wave of attacks. This time Sekiryutei caught Rias' attack and pushed back with his own power. I will not let you mock me in front of my servants, Rias said, making 4 huge magic circles to blast through more of her power. It's still too weak, Sekiryutei said, making Rias collapse to the ground from the drain of magic. Rias, Issei said, going to his president's side. President, be careful, come forth, thunder, Akeno said, shooting out a huge concentration of lightning. Sekiryutei closed his wings around himself to block Akeno's attack. And this power seems familiar. Don't tell me you're Barakiel's daughter. Don't speak his name in front of me, I am nothing like that man, Akeno said shortly after losing altitude when she was hit by Sekiryutei's counter-attack. Akeno-san, Issei shouted, leaping into the air and caught her just before she hit the ground. Haha, failure to choose worthy subordinates must run in the family, Miss Gremory Eru and Holy Sword Project, the Red Dragon Emperor and Barakiel's daughter, Sekiryutei said, making Issei get angry. Shut the buck up, you stupid bastard, you don't know anything about Akeno, she's a kind and caring woman, and whoever her father is, should not affect that in any way, and if you do anything to hurt her again, I will make you pay, Issei said, making Akeno blush. Mocking my brother is bad enough. But disgracing the name of my servants is punishable by the most painful death. I will kill you now, Rias said. Sekiryutei dropped down to the ground and wielded a sword infused with light. Issei-kun will buy you some time, so concentrate on powering up, Kiba said, charging Sekiryutei with Zenovia. Oh, a true holy swordsman and a holy demonic sword wielder. Interesting, Sekiryutei said after he generated another sword and blocked before Kiba and Zenovia could hit him. You're wide open, Kaneko said, trying to hit Sekiryutei with a surprise attack. No, I'm afraid you're the one who is off guard, Sekiryutei said, using his wings to hit Kaneko in the air and also pushing away the 2 swordsmen who tried to slash him moments ago. Kaneko, Issei said, running towards her with Asia. We're not done yet, Zenovia said. You want some more? Come on then, show me what you have got, Sekiryutei said, causing Kiba to charge the high-ranked winged beast. Sword birth, Kiba encircled Sekiryutei with holy demonic swords, which all tried to impale his hardened wings. Is that all you got? Sekiryutei said, annihilating each sword with the powerful strength from his wings. Kiba yelled, trying to hit Sekiryutei with his sword. Sekiryutei caught the first attack with his 2 fingers. Kiba then generated another sword for his other hand. But Sekiryutei blocked that one also. One more, Kiba said, slashing Sekiryutei across the cheek with a blade he held between his teeth, making him let go of his other swords. You bastard, that hurt, Sekiryutei said, firing a sphere of holy light at Kiba. Zenovia intercepted the attack and cut through it with clean precision. It intrigues me that you still fight so hard despite the loss of your leader. Sekiryutei said, making Zenovia snap. What do you mean by that, Sekiryutei? Answer my question now, Zenovia said, making Sekiryutei chuckle. Oops, it just slipped out. I guess the cat's out of the bag now, why not? I'm trying to start a war again after all. It wasn't only the demon lord's most prized soldiers, rulers, and the high-ranked fallen angel generals who lost their lives in the 3-way war years ago. God was killed as well. Lies, all lies, it's not true, Zenovia said, finally collapsing to her knees in despair. If God is dead, then what about his blessings? His prayers? Asia said, finally speaking up. Michael seems to be filling in for him at this point. As long as the system is still working, prayers and exorcisms will still function properly. Sekiryutei said, making Asia faint into Kaneko's arms. Asia, Issei said, aware that she must have fainted from shock. The fact that God is dead is the only logical reason that you were able to create a sword of opposing elements. Sekiryutei said, referring to Kiba's weapon. We won't let you destroy our town, let's do it, Akeno, Rias said, taking flight with Akeno. Yes, President, Akeno replied as they both attacked Sekiryutei. Rias launched what was left of Issei's boosted power straight at Sekiryutei. Unfortunately, the winged beast caught her attack and concentrated it into a small sphere. Akeno shot next, but the result were the same. Sekiryutei took her attack and changed it to a power death ball. Sekiryutei cackled as he merged the 2 blasts together and threw it at the king and queen. Akeno, look out, Rias said, deploying a defensive magic circle in front of her. The girls let out blood-curdling screams as soon as the attack made impact with them. Enough, I said, that's enough, Issei roared, catching both the fallen maidens before they hit the ground. Akeno was still conscious thanks to Rias taking the extent of the attack. Rias, on the other hand, was now in Issei's arms, her clothes torn away by the immense impact she suffered. Count over. I've had enough of you hurting all of those I care about, Sekiryutei. It ends here, Issei said, placing Rias softly on the ground. Issei removed his leather jacket and his red vest and placed them both on Rias. Akeno, I'm leaving Rias to you. Issei said as he made his way to the arch-enemy of the devils. Oh, so the dragon has come out to play now. It's futile, you can't beat me. Boost 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 boost. Bakabiel. For Asia. For Kaneko-chan. For Kiba. Zenobia and Arena. For Akeno-san and for Rias, for the pain you have caused all of them. I swear I will never forgive you, Issei shouted as a tower of flames shot out from his sacred gear. Boost 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 boost. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. I see now that red dragon armor. That menacing crimson aura. So it was you all along, you're the well-known assassin who has killed over 10 of my kind. The one they call Nightwing, Kakabiel said, suddenly finding himself being launched from the spot he was just in after a powerful fist struck him in the face. Shut up, no more talking. It's time I take you down once and for all, Issei said, delivering a blood-coughing gut punch to the surprised fallen angel. Don't buck with me, how could a devil of your status manage to hurt me? Kakabiel said, his speech interrupted once again when Issei kicked him from behind. Don't get overconfident just because you managed to beat the immortal phoenix with luck, brat, Kakabiel said, firing a huge holy spear at Issei which he effortlessly smashed through with his fist. It wasn't luck, Kakabiel. I crushed him just like I'm going to do to you, Issei said, closing in on Kakabiel again. Take this, Issei said, inhaling and then exhaling a huge amount of flames. Kakabiel grinned, placing up a magic circle maneuver to block the flames with ease. Issei used this attack as a feint and flanked Kakabiel. I'm here, Issei shouted, grabbing onto Kakabiel's face with his scaly hand. Issei shot towards the ground and then smashed Kakabiel directly into the surface of the floor. Kakabiel shot upwards from the hole, quickly chasing after Issei back into the sky. How is this then? Kakabiel said, making an even bigger golden spear above his head. Issei created a small crimson blast sphere in his palm and then closed his fist around it. Boost 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 boost. Take this, Kakabiel shouted, throwing his deadly projectile at him. Dragon shot, Issei replied, countering Kakabiel's attack with his own. Kakabiel became scared for a brief second when Issei's powerful blast tore through his spear and forced him to lower himself to avoid the blast. However, just when Kakabiel felt he had successfully evaded Issei's dragon shot, Issei clicked his fingers and then brought down judgment upon the crafty fallen angel. Break, Issei clicked his fingers and then in an instant, Issei's colossal blast exploded, immediately separating his attack into a rain shower of small concentrated rain orbs, which all showered down upon Kakabiel. Ah, Kakabiel yelled as soon as he was hit by the attack he worked so hard to dodge. Wow, did you see the Kaneko-chan? Kiba said, sincerely amazed by Issei's trick. Yes. Kakabiel without a doubt dodged Issei-senpai's attack. But then he managed to break apart his dragon magic to hit Kakabiel in a different shape. This is pointless, why do you waste time picking a fight with me when that girl there is also a fallen angel who you have proven to hate so much, Kakabiel said, making Issei sucker punch him. Don't ever compare Akeno to you bastard. Akeno is nothing like the trash that you are, and I won't let you say what you please about her. She is an important person to me and I will not let you hurt her, Issei said, hitting Kakabiel with an elbow to his jaw. You really think you can beat me? You're nothing but a waste of space, Kakabiel said, trying to hit Issei, but to no avail. Kakabiel swung punch after punch at Issei, but the Red Dragon Emperor easily either dodged the attack or he blocked the thunderous strike. Don't buck with me, this ends now, Kakabiel said, losing his temper to the full extent now. You're right, it is over now. Crimson flare, Issei said, the eyes on his helmet suddenly transforming from green to red. Kakabiel suddenly became startled when the blinding light show faded. What? How is this possible? Kakabiel shouted, seeing wherever he searched, there were now hundreds of Red Dragon Emperors surrounding him. So you've decided to hide instead then? Fine time to hunt, Kakabiel said, using his wings to try attack all of the Issei surrounding him. It's over, Kakabiel. Dragon shot, they all shouted, making Kakabiel shield himself with his wings. Little did Kakabiel know, Issei had ascended to the highest feats in the sky above him after he blinded him and made him see those illusions of him. Images of the red-haired beauty appeared in his head as he floated high above the surprised fallen angel. Rias. This is for you, Rias. Crimson Dragon Cannon, Issei said, changing his usual dragon shot to the matching shade of the hair of the one he loved so much. Issei charged 2 mega dragon shots just like he did against Razor and then combined them together to create a more grandiose and destructive cannon beam. The magical blast shot down beautifully from the heavens and consumed Kakabiel whole inside the Crimson Death Ray. And as a result obliterated the barrier that the Citri family worked so hard to reinforce. This can't be, Kakabiel said as his body impacted with the ground with magnificent force. Issei dropped down to the unconscious fallen angel and then shouted to Akeno. Akeno-san, please lend me your power to seal him, I need to freeze him for good, Issei said, making realize he was asking her to use ice magic. Boosted gear gift, Issei said, absorbing Akeno's blizzard attack into his sacred gear. In the name of Lord Surziches the Demon Lord, I as his most trusted disciple, hereby sentence you to eternal slumber, freeze down to the bone, and become immobile absolute zero, Issei shouted, causing a sapphire magic circle to float over Kakabiel. The magic spell activated and encased the arrogant traitor in solid ice. What was that light just now, chairwoman? Saji said, recovering from the sudden jolt as the barrier crumbled. I don't know. But it seems Rias' team won. Sona said, noticing the destructive spell which threatened the town was now gone. Akeno. What happened? Rias said, suddenly waking up now. Arias, it's all over now. Akeno said with tears and a smile. Do you mean my brother made it in time? Rias said, surprised by how things turned out. Not at all. Issei-kun saved us all. He really is a reliable and courageous man. Akeno said, making Rias sit up and see Issei stand next to a huge block of ice. Issei's balance breaker had now been deactivated, and so the Red Dragon Emperor's well-toned body was on display, making Kaneko and Zenobia stare. All of a sudden, a loud sound of wings flapping could be heard above them. I was wondering how long it would take you to arrive, Azazel. Issei said to the blonde-haired man who just landed in front of him. Issei. I see you managed to take care of Kakabiel already. Azazel said, tucking his wings back in. Yeah, no thanks to you, right, Azazel? I knew you were watching all along, so you could have jumped in at any time you wanted to. Issei said, making Azazel laugh. As expected of you, Issei, I didn't think I could hide my presence from you. Azazel said, approaching Issei's forged ice sculpture. Here he is, all ready for pickup. Issei said, tapping on the ice block. Good job, Issei, I'll take care of the rest. Azazel said, transporting the captured Kakabiel to the underworld. Afterwards he left himself. All of a sudden, Issei took flight suddenly to the outskirts of Kuo Academy. Where is Issei going, Akeno? Rias said, trying to get up. Don't worry, Rias, Issei will be back. Akeno said, feeling like she was beginning to understand him. Issei shot through the sky and landed near a cliff edge, looking over the academy. Nice to meet you, so you must be the vanishing dragon. Issei said, looking at a shadow behind a tree. So you knew I was here, Welsh dragon, hi to Issei. A silver-haired teen said as he emerged from the shadows. I see you've been following me for a while for you to learn my name. Vali, the White Dragon Emperor. Issei said, making Vali smile. I see you've also been doing your research, hi to Issei. As expected of my rival. Vali said, deploying his divine dividing wings. I don't think it would be best for you two to fight right now, partner. Drake said. Drake. The red one is right, Vali. You two are destined to be rivals, so you will both fight each other when the time comes. The White Dragon said, making Vali back down also. Albion. It's been a long time, Red One. Yes, it has indeed, White One. Do you think that your suitor is going to be able to defeat us? Of course, I have full faith in my partner's strength, he is a fine Red Dragon Emperor. I see, then this fight will definitely be worth taking part in. Then until we meet again, Drake. Yes, until then, Albion. Drake said. Well then, hi to Issei, we will meet again. Get stronger, because as it stands, you can't win. Vali said, deploying his wings, and took off. I look forward to it, Vali. And the same goes to you, I'm not going to hold back. Issei said, returning back to the Gremories. Issei-kun, welcome back. Akeno said, alerting everyone to his sudden arrival. Issei, Rias said, leaping straight into his arms. What's wrong, Rias? I was so worried about you, he was so powerful and I didn't know what was going to happen. But then when I saw you standing there, I was so glad that you were okay. Rias said. Issei smiled and wrapped his arms around her back. I'm so sorry to have worried you, Rias. I'm back. Issei replied, hugging her close. The next day, thanks to the student council, the school day went just as planned, thanks to their speedy reparations. After class, the occult research clubhouse had a huge surprise in store. So what's the big surprise, President Rias? Kiba said, sitting in the clubhouse just like old times. Ah, that's them now. Rias said as soon as the individual opened the doors. Good afternoon, Red Dragon Emperor. Zenobia. Issei said, noticing the blue-haired girl. Everyone, allow me to introduce you all to the Gremory House's newest knight. Zenobia will become our second knight. The wielder of Durandal will make a fine asset to our team. So please make her feel welcome. Rias said, making everyone cheer. Well, this is certainly a surprise. Kiba said, feeling shocked. Welcome to the team, Zenobia. Akeno said, smiling towards her. After I found out the Lord was dead, I was desperate, so I begged Rias to take me in. And I transferred as a second year to this school today. It looks like we'll classmates from now on, Issei-kun, Zenobia said, creeping Issei out. I'm sorry, I was just trying to be like Irina. But I guess it doesn't suit me after all. Zenobia replied. You don't have to worry about anything, Zenobia, just be yourself, we are all friends here and we want you to feel welcome. Issei said, making Zenobia smile. I understand. But becoming one of the enemy I originally sought to destroy is a very troubling act to take. But the daughter of the demon lord was so kind to me. Oh, what should I do, my lord? Zenobia said, getting an immediate headache. Asia, I owe you a huge apology. When I was a saint I called you so many horrible things and accused you of being a heretic. As soon as the higher-ups found out that I knew about God's death, they deemed me as a danger to the faith and deemed me a heretic. I am deeply sorry. The things I said to you were wrong and hurtful. For a holy sword user who should be respected be cast out for knowing the truth, it has changed the way I look at everything. I can't get their treatment of me out of my head. I must have treated you the same way. Zenobia said, bowing down to her. Zenobia, please don't feel bad. I may have become a devil, but I don't regret it for a single minute. They may be deemed as evil and the bad guys, but to be with them I feel well and truly blessed. I've met so many people who mean so much to me. I've never been this happy before in my whole life. Asia said, making Zenobia smile. I see. Ah, that reminds me, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Zenobia said. A favor? Yes, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind showing me around the school tomorrow. Zenobia said, making Asia smile. Yes, of course, Asia replied. And Kibayudo, I was wondering if you would spar with my Durandal sometime. Of course, I was thinking of the same thing. Kiba replied. Now everyone, we have a new member, so it's time to welcome her. Rias said, making everyone cheer. All of a sudden, Rias heard a crash of crockery and snuck away from the welcoming party to find Akeno in the next room picking up a broken teapot. Akeno, what's wrong? Rias said, kneeling down to help. Rias. I'm sorry, I'll pick it up right now. Akeno said, quickly stopping when Rias took her hand. Akeno, tell me what's wrong with you. You have not been acting the same since the battle. Rias said, making Akeno sigh. I'm torn. Issei is a great guy, but part of me is afraid of him. Akeno said, making Rias realize her dilemma. Akeno, Issei doesn't want to kill you. He's your friend. Rias said, but Akeno shook her head. I have a favor to ask you. I have to test him. He's a fantastic man. But the part where his parents were murdered by a fallen angel and the fact that he spent years killing them. I can't help but wanting to test him. I really want to believe him, I do. But I just feel this is important for me to move forward. Please Rias, please just let me handle this my own way. Akeno said, holding on to Rias' shoulders. I understand. I will allow you to do this. But it's not because I believe what you're doing is right. It's because I believe in the man I have chosen. Rias said, smiling as she left the room. Chapter 18, Akeno's Will. Akeno's POV. My name is Akeno Himejima. Ever since I was a little girl, many attempts have been made on my life due to one reason. I am a fallen angel. Because of this, I have suffered countless times with discrimination and isolation. Because of this cursed blood that runs through my veins, my mother is no longer with me anymore. She was taken from me because of my father's DNA. Evil fallen angels came to kill him, but both I and my mother were once again victims in this scheme. I still remember the pain coursing through my feet as I ran away from my home whilst I was being chased down by the murderers who took my mother from me. I ran for days until my legs were stained with blood until I could run no longer. It was when I thought all hope was lost that I met her, Rias Gremory, my master and savior. Rias Gremory is my king. I have served as her queen for many years and she has become my best friend who I would easily throw my life away for. Ever since I have been part of Rias' family, everything has been perfect and I finally felt I could settle down and relax within a place I belong. Well, that is until I met him. Second-year student Haidu Issei. I still remember the first thing he said to me and it still sends shivers down my spine whenever I remember it. Vice President, I know what you really are. The moment I heard those words, I felt like once again I was in someone's crosshairs just waiting for the bullet to strike my core. Since the day Issei joined the Gremory household, part of me has always feared him and what he is capable of. Issei is a very kind man and has always behaved in a manner which makes me feel foolish for ever doubting his intentions towards me. But I cannot help it, for I know of a different Haidu Issei, a terrifying one. Since Issei became a devil, he has to the present time killed 10 fallen angels. And even though Rias tells me not to worry that Issei won't do anything to hurt me, I still can't help but worry whenever I see him fight. He has demonstrated power which far surpasses my own, making me feel slightly vulnerable when I see him fight. Thinking that one day I could be the one on the receiving end instead. The most recent example would have to be his fight against Kakabiel, where he made his hatred towards fallen angels very clear. I know firsthand how it feels to hate the species that took someone from you at such a young age. Which is why I too hate what I am. Fallen angels murdered Issei's parents just like they murdered my mother, so it's understandable if he comes to hate me also. Well, with my king's permission, I am now facing my problem directly to see what lies for my future. I want to believe in Issei-kun, but I feel this is the right thing to do in order to escape this fear. It is a Sunday afternoon and I am at this moment in time, kneeling by a small table inside a special temple. This temple doesn't affect us devils because of a task us devils were assigned by the Archangel Michael. I thought I would get this situation out of the way using today as a good opportunity. Rias is fretting over the parent class viewing session happening tomorrow, and I know personally that she is going to need Issei to help get her through it, so I need to be sure he can fully focus on Rias when she needs him. I was snapped out of my train of thought when the man who was on my mind entered through the doorway. "Good afternoon, Akeno-san," Issei said, bowing as he entered the temple. "Yes. Thank you for coming, Issei-kun," I replied, feeling the nerves kicking in. "I'm amazed that I can enter a temple like this. It feels nostalgic," Issei said, looking relaxed. "That's right, this temple is a special kind which allows devils to enter on the grounds of an agreement we have with the angels," I replied, pouring some tea out for the both of us. "Oh, thank you. So what did you want to discuss with me, Akeno-san? You seemed pretty serious over the phone," Issei said, taking a sip from his tea. "Yes, I have something very important to talk to you about," I said, placing my hand towards the ceiling, causing a golden light to shine. As soon as the vision in the room became visible again, a majestic holy sword was levitating in between the two devils. "What is that? A holy sword?" Issei said, admiring the mysterious blade. "That's right, this is the holy sword known as Ascalon. It was entrusted for us to protect. It's a sword known as the Dragon Slayer, and Michael believed that it would be best to give this weapon to you, Issei-kun," I said, giving the sword to him. "Wow, this would certainly come in handy. I gratefully accept," Issei said, taking possession of the sword. "Partner, you can use the boosted gear to merge with the sword if you have enough willpower," Drake said, exciting the Red Dragon Emperor. "Seriously? Now that would be badass," Issei said, preparing to commence the fusion. "Wait, Issei-kun, before you do that, I have something I need to get off my chest," I said, beginning to unfasten my robe sash. "Akeno-san. What are you doing?" Issei said, shielding his eyes as I undressed myself. My body quivered with a combination of exposing myself to Issei and the fear of making myself vulnerable. "Don't look away, Issei-kun, I want you to look at me," I said, fully extending my black feathered wing. "Akeno-san," Issei said, complying with my wishes, and looked. "As you can see, I have a devil wing and a wing of a fallen angel. First of all, I want to say thank you to you for saving my life in our most recent battle. As a reward, I called you here to grant you a special favor. As you know, I'm not an ordinary devil, I am cursed with this power and this ghastly wing. I became a devil in hopes of getting rid of this defect," I said to Issei, who sat there listening patiently. "What do you think of such a monstrosity? Issei-kun, you hate fallen angels, don't you? They scarred you and took your family away from you. Of course you would hate them," I said, starting to worry now. "Yes, I do. Fallen angels took my parents from me. They always try to take what is important from me, and I don't regret a single assassination I did on them. But Akeno-san is different, I like Akeno-san," Issei said, making my heart skip a beat. "I always thought that fallen angels were selfish and only ever cared about their own desires or goals. But when I met you, Akeno, I realized that you're different. You care about everyone. Rias, Asia, Kiba, Kaneko-chan, Zenobia, and even me. You care about us all. And that's what I like about you," Issei replied. "But what if the reason I had been getting so close to you was so I could mislead you and then kill you myself?" I replied, lying through my teeth. "Akeno-san would never do such a thing." "Yes, I would. That's why I'm giving you the chance to run that sword through me right now. I'm a witch and I deserve to die," I said, feeling truly petrified now as I took hold of the blade. I felt a strong force tackle me to the ground and I braced myself, this being the end. However, the only thing I heard was the sound of clanking metal as the sword scattered away across the floor. Issei was on top of me now, staring right into my eyes. But his eyes did not contain disgust or hatred, they held inside sincerity and determination. "Don't you ever say you deserve to die ever again, do you understand me, Akeno? No matter what happens, I promise that Akeno will always be the caring and beautiful senpai I have come to know. It is true that I hate fallen angels, but Akeno is Akeno. No matter what you are, I will always remember you as the beautiful and strong vice president of the Occult Research Club. What I'm trying to say is, even if you are half a fallen angel, I still like you and I always will," Issei said, making my heart flutter. I lay there speechless for minutes. He called me by my name alone, and he also said every word I wanted to hear. He truly is the kind and gentle devil I believed him to be. His heartwarming words brought me to tears, and now I don't know how to respond. He doesn't hate me at all. Issei likes me. After hearing such a strong speech full of charisma and truth, I can see why Rias fell for him. But that you just dealt the final blow. After hearing all of that, how could I not get serious towards you? Akeno-san. Issei said, not suspecting me when I took the initiative and switched places with him as I now lay on top of him. I've decided. I said, unable to contain my happiness. You've decided? Issei-kun, I don't mind being third. Third? Yes, third. If you think about it, it's not a bad place to be. It feels like I'm having an affair. It's really thrilling. What are you saying, Akeno-san? Your top is coming off again, Issei said, starting to lose it. Issei-kun, ask anything of me, and I'll do it for you. If President won't spoil you enough, I will happily do things she want. I said, sitting up and pressing his head right between my breasts. Akeno-san. Hey Issei-kun, please call me just Akeno again. Please, just one more time. I said, wanting to be spoiled more now. Akeno. Issei said, making me blush and squeeze him tighter. I'm so happy, Issei, I said, refusing to let him go now. After I calmed down, Issei and I finished our tea, and then Issei succeeded in fusing Ascalon with his sacred gear. Issei-kun. Thank you for coming today. I feel like a great weight is lifted off my chest, and I feel closer to you now. I said, feeling very happy now. Likewise, Akeno, I feel that we have also gotten closer. Issei said as he began to leave. Well then, Issei, I have to go meet the president at our meeting, so I will be taking my leave now. I said, making my leave. No problem, Akeno, I have to get some shopping on the way home. Take care on your way home. Issei said, finally taking his leave. The meeting went on for a lot longer than me and President Rias had anticipated, and now the sun had set. It's finally over, Rias said, stretching her arms into the air to loosen her joints. Yes. Well, I best be taking my leave, Rias. I said, bowing and beginning to walk the other way until I felt a hand touch my shoulder. Wait, Akeno. Why don't you come home with me and stay at Issei's for the night? Rias said, making me blush at the sound of the suggestion. Issei-kun's home? I said, replying to Rias. Yes. I'm sure Issei wouldn't mind letting you stay the night. He tends to cook loads anyway. Rias said with a huge smile. Okay, then I guess I will take you up on your offer. I said, secretly jumping for joy. Speaking of Issei, how did it go today? Rias said, inquiring about my meeting with him. Yes, it went very well. Ascalon accepted him and we had a nice time drinking tea together. I said, trying to dodge the question. That's great. But I was wondering how your talk went with him. Rias said, beginning to tease me now. It's my complete loss, Rias. He completely swept me off my feet and proved me wrong. He doesn't hate me at all. He's a gentle and kind person. I can see why you fell in love with him. I said, taking Rias off guard. What? What are you saying, Akeno? I don't really, Rias said, hiding her face. Oh, you don't? Then you won't mind if I take him instead? I said, making Rias pout. No, you absolutely cannot take Issei away from me, Rias said, getting very protective of him. Geez, Rias, you're so stingy. You have to share him with me after you let me and him become closer. I said, making Rias on her guard. Issei's POV. After my meeting with Akeno, I took a detour and got the shopping done. And now I am on my way home. As soon as I approached my door, I suddenly went on alert when I felt a powerful presence in my house. Activating my sacred gear, I unlocked the door and leaped through the entrance. Ah, Issei-kun. Welcome home. The voice said, making me drop my guard. Lord Serziches, what are you doing here? I said, realizing the strong power was the demon lord himself. Surely you didn't think that I would miss out on yours and Ria's class review tomorrow? I was wondering if you could let me stay the night so I can meet my father up to school tomorrow. Serziches said. Of course, Lord Serziches, I was just about to prepare dinner, but Ria should be back any minute now. I said, going towards the kitchen to unload the shopping. As if on cue, Rias and Akeno walked through the door. Big brother. What are you doing here? Rias said, clearly surprised. Rias, good evening to you. I asked Issei-kun if I could stay the night. Serziches said, making Rias pout. But what about Grafia? Why don't you sleep in the guest room with big sister Grafia? Rias said, trying to negotiate. Grafia will be coming here tomorrow, so I came here first to meet up with father. Serziches said, making Rias frown. But then I won't be able to sleep with Issei tonight, Rias said, starting to get upset. Now, you can lend me Issei for one night. Besides, when you marry him you can sleep with him whenever you like. Serziches said, making Rias get flustered. How can you say something so embarrassing? Big brother, you idiot, Rias said as soon as I entered the room. Arias and Akeno-san. Good evening, Issei. I'm sorry, but our meeting ran late. So would it be okay if Akeno stayed the night? Rias asked me, looking as cute as ever. Sure thing, I'll make her some dinner too if you're both hungry, of course. Akeno, you're in for a treat, Issei is a very good cook. Rias said, praising me. Then I will happily accept. Akeno replied. After a lively dinner, everyone went their separate ways. I went to my room after finishing washing up, and Lord Serziches went to take a bath. Just after I finished my homework, I heard a knock on my door. Yes, come in. I said, inviting in whoever was on the other side of the door. Please excuse us, Issei. Rias said, entering the room. I'm coming in. Another said, entering after Rias. Hey? Rias? Akeno-san. What are you doing here? I said, feeling startled all of a sudden. Pardon the intrusion, Issei, but Akeno insisted on thanking you again for what you did for her today. Rias said, approaching my bed with Akeno. What did I do exactly? I said, puzzled as to what I was being merited for. I wanted to apologize to you as well, Issei-kun. I saw you as a threat, so I kept my distance from you. And I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Akeno said, bowing down after she finished speaking. Of course. I'm just glad we're both on the same page now. I said, feeling relieved Akeno was acting like her normal self again. Akeno told me what you said to her. I also want to thank you for making Akeno happy by telling her that it's okay for her to be herself. That no matter who she is, you will always like her. You really gave her confidence a boost. Rias said, suddenly taking my arm. I was so happy you said such nice things to Akeno, and I'm so proud of you. I thought to myself, that is definitely my Issei. Rias said, getting very close now. Oh my Rias, surely you know that he is going to be my Issei from now on as well. You have to share him. Hey Akeno, you're getting too close to him. We may be best friends, but still know your place, Rias said, pulling me towards her. What's the problem? I'm just showing him my appreciation. Hey Rias, can you give me Issei-kun? Akeno said, making Rias get moody. No way, Issei is the most important to me. I will never give him to you, Rias replied, showing huge signs of hostility now. Geez Rias, you really do fit your title as the Crimson Princess. You're very stingy, Akeno said, now pulling me out of Rias' grasp. Akeno, you dare try steal that is most precious to me. Rias said, starting to emit a crimson aura. If you want to keep him, then you'll have to put your pride as a woman on the line, Akeno said, pulling me into her chest. Fine, then I will, Rias said, pulling me into her chest now. Dear Issei, does that feel good? You like my breasts most after all, right? Rias said, embracing me tightly. Oh my, Issei, have a feel of my breasts too. You can touch all you want as well. Akeno said, making my nerves act up. Any more of this and I'll lose to my desires again, I thought to myself as I was stolen from the opposing side. Issei. Issei-kun. Geez, I refuse to lose to Akeno, Rias said, making me face her now. Everything inside the room suddenly went from lively and energetic to complete silence, as if time itself had stopped. Rias looked right at me with rosy cheeks as we gazed into each other's eyes, our lips just seconds apart. My heart was beating like a huge drum as I began to smell her delicious fragrance, which came from her beautiful cascading hair. Issei, she said with just barely a whisper as our lips were about to connect. Well, it seems you've finally decided to make Issei your husband then. Right, little sis? Serzicha said, making Rias almost fall off the bed. Geez, big brother, what are you saying so easily? Rias said in an embarrassed tone. Sorry to interrupt you, my dear sister, but I already told you I will be borrowing Issei tonight. Serzicha said, making Rias look like the world had just ended. No way, I can't sleep without Issei. I will just die if I can't sleep with him tonight, Rias said, suddenly hugging me. Rias? Will you be able to sleep without me tonight? I can't sleep without my Issei to hold me, Rias said, looking at me with her puppy eyes. I'll definitely be lonely, Rias, but I promise I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Anything you want to do tomorrow, we'll do it, I promise. I said, suddenly not brightening her mood, but bringing it to an understanding. Looks like our fun is over for today, Issei. Well then, see you tomorrow. Akeno said, suddenly kissing me on the cheek and running out of the room. Hey Akeno, what did you do that for? Rias said, chasing after her. After the two women left, a little golden-haired girl appeared in my doorway. Issei-san. I will also be sleeping in another room tonight. So good night. Asia said, suddenly kissing me on the cheek. Asia? I won't lose to the president or the vice president, she said as she raced out of the room. But the girl's gone, only I and Serzichas were now in the room together. I'm sorry for all the noise, Serzichas, I'm sure you're used to a much more quiet environment, I said, feeling guilty of being a bad host to the demon lord. Not at all, Issei-kun. If anything, I'm happy for you. I haven't seen you this happy in so long now. It's the first time I've seen you smiling so much since I turned you into a devil. It looks like you've finally found something to live for. Or should I say someone? Serzichas replied, making Issei laugh a bit nervously. Well, I guess you could say that. There definitely is someone who I have a lot to thank for. Issei replied, making Serzichas grin. It's not only you, I haven't seen Rias this happy in a long time, and I know you're the reason behind her smile. Serzichas replied. But I haven't done much. I'm sure it's all the other servants in her peerage who help more. I said, feeling unworthy to receive such words of praise. Issei-kun, please continue to take care of Rias. Serzichas said. Of course, Lord Serzichas, as her pawn I will do my best to make my master's wishes come true. I said, finally turning out the light as we both called it a night. Chapter 19. Are you glad you met me? Rias awoke, getting herself out of bed at a slow pace. The Crimson Princess was unable to find the motivation to start the day because of two reasons. The first reason being today was the day she has been dreading all week. Class review day. It wasn't that she didn't want to see her dad today, far from it. It was more the fact that when her dad and brother attend these class review sessions, they incredibly embarrass her by recording her and making her feel uneasy. However, despite Ria's lower expectations for the day, the second reason was more painful and made her feel empty. For the first time in ages, Rias woke alone without having the luxury of using Issei as a body pillow and seeing him as soon as she opened her eyes. Last night the house was crowded with people and she was forcibly shut out of Issei's room by her older brother. As a result, she slept alone whilst Akeno and Asia took possession of the other spare room. Rias sighed heavily, finally deciding to get dressed and prepare herself for the storm she was jumping into today. Rias suddenly perked up when she caught the scent of Issei's cooking. The crimson-haired girl smiled as she followed the remarkable scent coming from downstairs. Rias joined the others at the table, taking a seat next to Akeno and opposite her brother. "Good morning, Rias, did you sleep well?" Serzicha said, slightly irritating her. Rias ignored her older brother and suddenly smiled when Issei came into the room. "Rias. Good morning. You're just in time, here's your breakfast," Issei said, placing her plate down and a cup of coffee to help wake her up. "Thank you, Issei, it looks good," Rias said, trying her best not to salivate in reaction to the delicious fragrance. "So Lord Serzichas, you said you had an announcement to make when we were all present," Akeno said, making Serzichas put down his cup and clear his throat. "Yes. Rias, I have decided to use Kuo Academy as the venue for the upcoming meeting of the Leaders Summit," the red-haired man said, making Rias almost spit out her coffee. "What are you saying, big brother? Why at our school?" Rias replied, fully curious to her brother's intentions. "It's the perfect place for it, Rias. Anyway, eat your breakfast. I want to see you all lively whilst you take part in your studies today," Serzichas replied. "Geez, you're the demon lord, you can't just abandon your work for this open homeroom," Rias said, showing her discomfort. But this also counts as work to Rias," Serzicha said with a grin, making her pout and resume her breakfast. "Damn it, Grafia, why did you have to remind him?" Rias muttered to herself, dreading what was to come. Rias felt as if her feet were made of concrete slabs as she slowly traveled to school. Feeling even more unmotivated to go to school with every step she took. For once she was not walking alongside Issei on their journey to school, and because of this her mind began to wonder. What does Issei think of me? Does he just see me as his master? I don't know if I'll ever be able to truly stay beside him as a woman. Akeno has gotten closer to him now. Hi to Issei, just what do you think of me really? Rias thought to herself. All of a sudden, Rias snapped back to reality when she felt a muscular hand grip her own. It will be okay, Rias. Issei. I know your older brother can be embarrassing, but just try to enjoy yourself today like any other day. Don't worry, I'm here for you, President Rias. So let's go to school, okay? Issei said with a huge grin which magically brightened Rias' mood. Thank you, Issei, you really are my Issei. Come on, let's go. Rias said, taking Issei's hand and running towards Asia and Akeno. That's right, this is when I feel the most comfortable and happy. When I hold his hand. When I stand by his side. And I swear I will never let anyone take him away from me. Rias thought to herself as they neared the school gates. Yo hi do, a voice said in the distance. Hey Saji, what's up? Issei said to the blonde student council worker who was now in front of him. I was asked by the student council president to request your assistance in the martial arts club open house this morning. Saji replied. Huh? Why me? Isn't there already a captain of the martial arts group? Issei asked, still confused as to why he was being asked this. That's true, but it turns out he has come down with the flu today and loads of parents have come to view the open house for the martial arts class. But the club needs a high-ranking martial artist to spar with. Saji replied, finally making sense to Issei now. I see. Well, if you're happy with me, I will support you. Awesome, I knew I could count on you, Haidu. Saji said, now looking at the three girls as he began to take Issei away. Sorry ladies, the student council is borrowing Issei for a while, so we'll be going on ahead. Saji said, practically rushing Issei along now. And just like that, Issei had been separated from the trio of girls he was moments ago walking to school with, leaving an upset and irritated Rias behind him. Geez, it's no fair. Why did Sona have to choose Issei to do it? Rias said, making Akeno grin. Oh my, aren't you getting too possessive of Issei-kun, Rias? Akeno said, making Rias blush and snap back at her. I am Issei's master and he is my cute and powerful pawn. I have every right to want to spend as much time with him as possible. Rias replied back, feeling upset that once again Issei was taken from her. I understand how the president feels. We didn't get to sleep with Issei-sen in his bed last night, so I also feel lonely. Asia said, trying to hide her burning red face now. Elsewhere, Haidu Issei had now arrived at the gymnasium where the practical open house was being held. It didn't take Issei long to gear and be ready to take part in this sparring session. The Red Dragon Emperor emerged from the changing room and stepped into the hall ready to begin. Issei was given a special unique outfit to wear. Unlike the other members of the martial arts club, Issei's guy was a red one, much like the color of his sacred gear. The guy was sleeveless, much to the joy of the female spectators who could clearly see his muscular biceps. On the back of his top, there was a black Asian dragon embedded on it, much to Issei's liking to the design of his guy. The first thing Issei noticed when he finally reached the mats was the amount of contestants who were here to fight against him and the fact that not all of them were members of the club. In fact, the majority of willing volunteers were angered boys in his class who were jealous of his insane popularity with the girls, including the famous perverted duo Mitsuda and Motohama. Issei sighed hearing them silently curse him as he took his place as substitute captain. However, the hall was far from silent as many of Issei's groupies had gathered to cheer him on. "Hi Issei-sama. Be your best Kuo prince." "Alright everyone, settle down. Open house is about to begin. Well then, without further ado, let's get this sparring session underway. Begin," the referee said, commencing the class. "Okay, who's first?" Issei said, taking a fighting stance. "I am Takashi Satoshi. Issei-senpai, please spar with me first," the first student said, bowing in respect to his upperclassman. Issei smiled, liking the look of resolve in this man's eyes and his desire to be taught. "Of course. Now come at me with everything you have got," Issei said, preparing for the attacker. Takashi let out a battle cry and charged the talented instructor. The fight was now underway after Takashi let out the first punch. Issei evaded the punch and then countered the off-guard student with a dynamic side kick to his chest. Takashi was flabbergasted with how fast the fight was finished after he was sent flying into the air and knocked out of bounds by the talented fighter. A huge chorus of cheers sounded out in the hall after the victory was declared to the young brown-haired teen. "Issei-senpai is so strong and energetic," screamed, getting excited after seeing Issei's lightning-quick win. "Fight Issei-kun," another girl said, eager for more. Issei easily dispatched fighter after fighter, being both careful to end the fight in one strike and to monitor his strength. "How about that, folks? Haidu Issei has taken on 10 contestants and hasn't even broken a sweat yet in this exciting event," Saji said, taking on the role of the sparring session's guest announcer. Mitsuda and Motohama could not take this sitting down anymore as they did not wait for an invitation and both charged Issei at the same time. Infused with rage and hatred towards Issei, the pair's moves were sloppy and uncoordinated, making it beyond easy for Issei to dodge them. Issei sighed, realizing the two were not fighting seriously as they kept attempting to pull down his trousers in an attempt to humiliate him in front of all these people. Issei decided it would be best to end this quickly to avoid accidentally hurting the pair. The bald-headed male tried punching Issei in the face, but it came nowhere near making contact after Issei stepped to the side and entered into the student's close quarters. And with that, the student's role in this fight would be finished. Issei used this moment to drive a punch into the startled male's gut with just enough force to render him from continuing. "Issei-sama, look out. That's not fair, you damn cheater." Issei turned his head and instantly spotted Motohama coming up behind him with a wooden chair. "Haha, try defending against this Kuo prince," Motohama said with an arrogant grin. Issei reacted instantly, shocking the crowd and frightening the chair wielder when he effortlessly smashed the chair into pieces with his magnificent 360 tornado kick. "I admit defeat, I surrender," he yelled, getting down on his knees after Issei stopped his sly surprise attack. Issei returned to the middle of the mat and waited patiently for his next opponent. Suddenly, Issei looked up when he saw a student wearing a different uniform to the rest. This fighter wore a dark blue guy and made no hesitation when he walked onto the mat. "Oh, it looks like we have one more challenger for Haidu Issei," Saji said, noticing the sparring session was not over yet. "Nice to finally meet you, Haidu Issei. My name is Ryu Tatsuo. I just transferred here today, but I've already heard so much about you. Please give me a good fight," Ryu said, getting into his own stance. Ryu Tatsuo was just about the same height and age as Issei. His hair, like Kiba's, is golden blonde but spiked up. His eyes were a mysterious emerald green. "Begin," the referee shouted, commencing the match. Ryu made the first move in this battle, aiming a roundhouse kick at Issei's head. Issei blocked the kick and then countered with a punch to his chest. Unfortunately, Ryu caught the punch and then attempted to throw Issei over his shoulder. Issei was lifted off the ground but managed to kick Ryu in the chest whilst he was being lifted. The kick knocked Ryu back, forcing him to let go of Issei, who landed safely on the ground after he quickly rotated his body in midair. Issei went on the offense, this time aiming his own roundhouse kick towards this mysterious fighter. Ryu mirrored Issei's move and blocked his kick with his own reverse roundhouse kick. Issei grinned, quickly backing away and charging in again. "Point Haidu Issei," the referee announced after Issei successfully managed to land his sidekick into Ryu's chest. Do your best, Issei-senpai. Fight. Issei and Ryu broke off from each other and then charged at each other once again. The crowd watched the fight with their mouths wide open, unable to comprehend the speed the two martial artists were fighting at. Issei pressed on further, trying his best as he switched constantly from offense and defense. With every punch they threw out, their opponent either guarded or evaded against a strike. To the regular human eyes, this fight would give off the appearance that the fighters possessed more than two arms, as they struck with them so swiftly and powerfully. Unfortunately, this time Issei was struck in the gut by Ryu's dynamic punch, awarding him a point. But the score tied, the two fighters got serious. "It's time I got serious," Issei said, removing his top to the female spectators' delight as they marveled at his well-built form. The Red Dragon Emperor and this mysterious fighter fought on like true warriors, each refusing to back down against their opponent. Ryu once again tried to hit Issei with an iron fist. However, this time Issei tried a different strategy and gave off the appearance he slipped. Then when his plan worked like a charm, Issei suddenly took action and from the ground, struck Ryu with a swift kick to his gut. Issei wasn't done yet though. After his kick connected perfectly, with his foot still pressed into Ryu's gut, used his limited power to throw Ryu over his body and made him hit the mat back first. "Point Haidu Issei, the victor is Haidu Issei," the referee announced, making the crowd go wild. Issei went over to Ryu and offered a hand out to him. Ryu smiled and took it gladly. "Great fight, Ryu. You're very skilled," Issei said with a smile. "And so are you. The rumors about you being gifted in the martial arts were in fact true. But I wonder how you would do against me if we went all out with our sacred gears. Farewell, Red Dragon Emperor," Ryu said, leaving the gym and also leaving a stunned Issei in the process. "Enjoy what you have while it lasts, Haidu Issei. Because soon you will lose everything," Ryu said after he eventually got outside. Just as Issei was about to return to the locker room, he realized that his top had gone missing. Little did he know, Kiryu was behind all of this. Issei shrugged it off and proceeded towards the changing to get ready for open class in his classroom. Kiryu grinned now her stand was built and fully stocked. "Step right up, ladies, I've got Haidu Issei merchandise here. I've got pictures of him fighting and in the locker room and even his top he just wore during the tournament. And for a limited time only, I have video footage of his sparring class," Kiryu shouted, getting Ria's attention. "What is all this?" Ria said, noticing the stand she was monitoring. "Aria-senpai, I'm selling Haidu merchandise, are you interested?" Kiryu said with a smirk upon her face. "Of course not. I just wanted to see what the stand was," Ria said, trying her best to play off she wasn't interested despite the fact she really wanted it. Kiryu grinned, knowing full well that Rias was interested in Issei after she caught glimpses of Rias staring at Issei with any opportunity that passed her by. Just as Rias was on the verge of walking away, a huge crowd of girls suddenly surrounded the stand. "What? A stand of Haidu Issei merchandise?" one girl said as she reached into her bag for her purse. As expected of Kiryu, another girl said, doing the same as the previous girl. Kiryu looked over at Rias, who was starting to look uneasy, and grinned once again. "Step right up, ladies, for an offer you cannot refuse for one lucky girl. I am offering our very own Prince's previously worn martial arts guy and some snapshots of our beloved Haidu, both of him fighting, and some cheeky pictures of him whilst he is changing," Kiryu said, holding out the photographs in her hand. All the girls screamed in unison, showing off an obvious desire for this bargain sale. Rias looked on, both upset and irritated, as this previously quiet stand had transformed into an all-out bidding war for her cute pawns, snapshots and clothing. 100 yen, one girl said, starting the bidding war. 200 yen, the second said, eager to fight for this prize. 3,000 yen, a third girl said, joining in with the fun. 10,000 yen, the final girl said, finally bringing out a huge silence within the crowd. "Oh, it seems we may have a winner. Any other bidders?" "Okay then, going once. Going twice. And so?" 35,000 yen, Rias screamed with her face as red as her hair. "And sold to third year Rias Gremory," Kiryu said with a cheeky grin after teasing her senpai like that. "No fair, I really wanted that," one girl said, putting her purse back in her bag. "As expected of big sister Rias," another girl said as Rias walked past her to collect her prize. Rias wasted no time loitering around as she raced off to an isolated location, where she used her magic to store Issei's clothing she obtained into a secret space and then placed the photos inside as well, except one. Rias examined the photo closely as it was a picture of Issei caught smiling, his signature grin, which always made her heart beat faster. The Crimson Princess held the photo close to her chest and then stuffed it inside her purse, placing it back in her bag with a smile on her face, knowing that this would help make the open house a lot easier to get through today. Fortunately for Rias though, her open house wasn't the first for Serziches to visit, as he now made his way to Issei's classroom. Just before class begun, Kiryu came up to Asia and gave her a picture of Issei smiling as he claimed victory in the sparring match against Ryu, making Asia blush and smile. "Thank you Kiryu-san," Asia said, feeling over the moon after receiving such a gift. "You're welcome. Do your best, Asia," Kiryu whispered in her ear as she took her seat. Issei, Asia and Zenobia were now all sitting in the classroom with the parents at the back, waiting for their teacher to announce what they were going to be doing today. "Okay, today for this open house study, we are going to study the fine arts. You may either paint or mold clay. Anything is okay, so let your imaginations run wild." Asia and Zenobia collected some clay and began to mold what their imaginations could create. Issei, on the other hand, decided to paint, feeling he could express himself further by doing so. Issei began to paint, knowing full well what his picture would be of. A smile appeared on the Sekiryutei's face when a certain crimson-haired girl came into his mind. Issei pictured her gorgeous and gentle smile. Her long, beautiful cascading hair. Suddenly, Issei began to remember last night when Akeno and Rias came into his room and started making his head dizzy with the surprise skinship session he endured. He was then reminded of Rias in particular. Her breasts were so soft and almost drove him over the edge, to the point where if Surziches didn't come in when he did, he would have lost to his desires and taken her there and then. Rias' boobs were so soft. Issei thought to himself, snapping back into reality after 20 minutes, and when he heard murmurs around him. "Haidu-kun," Issei's teacher said, getting Issei's attention. "Yes sir, what's the ma?" Issei said, suddenly stunned by the painting he unconsciously created. Issei had painted a picture of Rias under a rushing waterfall with beautiful garden scenery of flowers around her. Issei's thoughts of Rias' naked form had come to life on his canvas, as her long majestic hair was the only form of censorship, denying access to her stunning body. "Magnificent Haidu-kun, truly a work of art," Issei's teacher said, completely stunned by such a work of art. "Is that big sister Rias? Wow, Haidu has painted her beauty perfectly," one girl said, amazed by another of Issei's hidden traits. "Hey Haidu-kun, I will give you 3,000 yen for that painting." A male with a lecherous look in his eyes said as he gazed immaturely at Issei's painting. "Forget that lame offer, I'll give you 7,000 yen for the painting of Rias-senpai's naked body," Motohama said, making the girls glare at him. "Get away from Issei-sama's work of art, you lewd beasts, who knows what you would do with it," a female student said, standing in front of Issei's painting to protect its innocence. "That's right, big sister Rias is the only person who deserves this painting, not you perverts," another girl said, making the boys angry now. Asia was molding her clay into the form of a little dragon like her familiar Rasei that she got a few months ago. And Zenobia was listening intently of the commotion occurring in the classroom. "I see now, Asia, open state classes are very lively and loud," Zenobia stated, feeling proud and amazed by her analysis. "Well, I guess you could say that," Asia said with a smile. Meanwhile, Surziches was grinning at the back of the classroom after he saw so many classmates gathering around Issei, helping him forget the dark times Issei faced before. After an extremely hectic open class session, Issei found his master sitting on her own in the shade. "Oh Issei, what brings you here?" Rias said, looking at the item Issei was holding. "I just wanted to give you this," Issei said, handing her the painting. In seconds, Rias reddened and she had a huge smile on her face. "Issei, did you paint this?" Rias said, amazed by the portrait of herself. "Yeah, I did it in class and you were on my mind," Issei said, scratching his hair to show he was slightly embarrassed. "It's done very well. How did you learn to paint like this?" Rias said, curious to Issei's hidden talent. "Well, you see, when I lost my parents and your older brother took me in, I asked him to find me a teacher who could teach me to paint so I could preserve my parents' memory. In the first few years I painted their faces in any spare moment I could take advantage of. I guess I just couldn't let them go at the time. And before I knew it, once I picked up the paintbrush just recently, you became my inspiration and project," Issei said, making Rias smile at him. "Thank you Issei, I'll treasure it always," Rias said, staring once again at the beautiful colors painted of her and the scenery around her. Well, now there is a face I haven't seen in a long time," a hidden voice said, startling both Issei and Rias. Issei's eyes shot wide open as he bowed towards the surprise guest. "It's been a long time, Lord Gremory," Issei said, bowing in respect to the current head of the Gremory clan. "Father," Rias said, looking at him now as well. Both Issei and Rias stared at a middle-aged looking man with like Surziches and Rias' crimson red hair, which was tied as a loose ponytail with a black hairband. Also, like his two children, he has bright blue eyes. But unlike Surziches, he also has a short red beard. The man wore a smart designed white long-sleeved shirt and white trousers. "Hello Ria-tan, you're doing your father proud with your studies and your role as my heir." "Thank you father, I'm doing my best," Rias said, bowing down to him as well. "And Issei-kun, you've grown up to be a fine man. I trust you've been taking care of my daughter," Lord Gremory said to the bowing Issei, making him stand up straight again. Absolutely, sir, I will never let her experience a single moment of unhappiness. I promise you as her pawn. Issei said with sincerity, making Lord Gremory smile. I see. I'm counting on you. Father, why are you still here? Classes are over now. Rias said, curious to hear why. Isn't that obvious? Me, Serziches and Grafia are coming back to Issei's house to share our information we have gathered today. So we'll be joining the party. And of course, we'll be showing our recording of Riatan in class today. Lord Gremory said, making Rias pout and suddenly get a bad feeling. Ria's suspicions were correct. She knew whilst she sat in the front room with her father, her brother, her older sister Grafia, Issei and Asia. And she felt like she herself was in the most punishing depths of hell as the video played on the screen. See, here is Riatan being asked a question. And she answers it perfectly, Lord Gremory said to his son as he drank from another beer can. Yeah, and here she is looking embarrassed when she sees us filming her. Serziches said, laughing as he too enjoyed a swig from his cold beverage. It is a father's job to pay attention to his lovely daughter. Lord Gremory said, making Rias hold her head in her hands in shame. By the way, Issei-kun, this food is quite delicious. Lord Gremory said, being a good cook himself. It's an honor to hear you say that, Lord Gremory. I went all out, so please eat to your heart's content. And let me know if there is anything else I can do to make your stay more enjoyable. Issei said, trying very hard to accommodate his guests. Issei-kun, from now on you may call me father now that Rias has fallen in love with you. Lord Gremory said, making Rias blush. Lord Gremory, there is a certain order you have to follow here. Grafia said, making Rias stand up. I can't take this anymore, stupid big brother. Rias said as she ran out the room and up the stairs. President. Issei said, chasing after her. Let's watch Issei's tape next. Serziches said, pulling out a surprise tape. Oh, you filmed Issei as well? Yes. And it's quite interesting, a must-see. Serziches said as Issei appeared on the screen in his red guy. Piquing Asia's interest as well as she did not get the chance to see Issei in the gym. Issei walked upstairs to find Rias sitting with her back up against the door of his room. President, do you want to go inside? Issei said, making Rias not open the door and collapse headfirst onto his bed. I know they may be embarrassing, but they're just trying to show how much they love you. Issei said, making Rias sigh. I know. Hey, Issei. Yes. Are you glad you met me? I'm very happy I met you. Rias said, making Issei respond immediately. It's an honor, I'm really happy that I met you too, these days I have spent with you have been the happiest times of my life. But Issei said, making Rias lift her head. But. What is it, Issei? Just what do you feel for me exactly? Rias replied, eager to hear how he would respond. Please forgive me, Rias, but I can't keep this to myself anymore. I have to get it off my chest. Issei said, making the president sit up and stare at him with her beautiful eyes. You see, I'm trying to tell you. Issei said, unable to speak the words on his mind. Ever since I laid my eyes on you I have always admired you and your kindness. And after that I have felt so honored to be your servant and part of your family. But this may make you feel angry or you may hate me for saying this. But I can't keep this to myself anymore. For a long time now. For you, Rias, I have felt a strong desire to protect you. But not just as your pawn or your servant. It's because I'm in love with you, Rias. I'm sorry, but I can't keep it to myself anymore. I used to spend my days alone. But now I can't even imagine a single day without you, Rias. And I know I'm in way over my head for saying all of this to you because I'm just your servant. But I can't keep it inside any longer. I'm really sorry, please forgive me. Issei said, suddenly stopping himself when he saw the president's tears flowing. Rias began to wipe her eyes and hide her face from Issei. Issei just sat there silently feeling guilty for what he had just done. I'm so happy, Issei, Rias said, leaping into his chest. President. Me too. Issei, I love you too. I was so scared that I was drifting further and further away from you, and that made me so sad. I thought you didn't care about me. But now I can't hold back either. I love you so much, Issei. Ever since you saved me from Razor and challenged him to protect me. Ever since you set me free from the shackles of just being Miss Gremory. With you I can truly feel like just Rias and not just the heir to the Gremory clan. Rias said, sitting up to face him. Issei placed a hand on Rias' cheek and wiped away the tear that was escaping her eye. Rias. Issei leaned in and closed his eyes. Rias, feeling the same way, mirrored his actions as her heart beat at 100 miles per hour. Their lips neared closer and closer until they finally met in the middle and combined with each other. The two devils kissed each other passionately in the reflection of the beautiful moonlight which shone from the window. Both showing each other the true meaning of their feelings. Sorry to interrupt. Serziches said, knocking on the open door. Big brother. Why? Rias said, feeling incredibly irritated right now. I wanted to chat to you about something. But it looks like you'll have no choice but to call me big brother from now on. Right, Issei-kun? Serziches said, making Issei speechless. Geez, stupid big brother, you always intrude when we want to be alone, Rias said, showing her clear rage now. Sorry. But I have something to say to you, Rias. I think you're ready now. What do you mean? Ready for what? Rias said, showing her curiosity now. Don't you think it's time you release your other bishop? Sekiryutei said, surprising Rias. Why now all of a sudden? I believe after how well you did against Sekiryutei that you are finally ready to control your bishop's power. So let's do it. Let's break the seal. Sekiryutei said, leaving Rias speechless and Issei curious to meeting another servant of the Gremory clan. Chapter 20. Let's clean the pool. The seal is broken. The sun rose over the horizon, shining its powerful rays through Issei's bedroom window, marking the sign of a brand new day. The Red Dragon Emperor awoke from the beams that hid his closed eyelids, and he was ready to start a new day. Well, he would be if he actually had a choice in the matter to get out of his bed to welcome it. For Issei was pinned down by the Crimson Princess. Her arms wrapped around his waist and constricting his arm like a boa constrictor does when they consume their prey. As soon as Sekiryutei went back home, Rias made it very obvious where she was going to sleep that night. Stripping off her clothing and tackling Issei onto the bed, declaring that she was going to sleep by his side forever. Issei smiled when he turned his head and saw Rias sleeping soundly next to him and felt a huge sense of guilt that he had to wake her from her comforting position. Issei poked Rias on the cheek and she awoke, slowly smiling as soon as her eyes opened. Good morning, my Issei, she said with both a smile and a small blush on her face. Clear signs of a girl in love. Good morning to you too, Rias. Come on, I hate to break it to you, but we have to get up. Issei said, making Rias spring on him when he tried to sit up. No way, can't we just stay like this today? It really is best when I'm by your side. Rias said with her puppy eyes pleading for him to say yes. Issei smiled again and stroked her hair. You know we have to repay the student council for their help against Sekiryutei. Remember, we have to clean the pool today. And besides, I need to get up now for my bath now if you want breakfast today. Rias, having no choice, let him go. However, just as she watched him walk out of the bedroom, a huge grin appeared on her face. The bath, huh? Rias said as she got out of bed, hearing the sound of the taps running. Issei sunk into the bath, feeling the fatigue he had just melt away. I wonder when the vanishing dragon will appear again. And when he does, will I be able to beat him? Issei thought until images of Rias and the others entered his head. No, I will win, I have to protect them all. He thought to himself, ending his doubts. Knock, knock. Issei, I'm coming in. A voice said on the other side of the door. Okay, sure. Wait, what? Issei said, suddenly realizing what was happening. Rias? What's going on? Issei said in a panic, hiding himself in the water, making Rias grin. Hey Issei. Do you remember the other night when you said you would make it up to me for letting my brother steal you for the night? Rias said, making Issei remember his promise. Yes, of course, I said I would make it up to you and I will. What about it? Issei replied, still trying to hide himself. Well, I have always wanted to take a bath with you. So that's my request that I want to cash in on, Issei. Rias said, dropping her towel to reveal her beautiful naked form. I understand. Issei said, unable to say no to her. Because secretly he too desired this to happen. Well then, excuse me. Rias said as she climbed into the bath and leaned up against Issei's chest. Well, does it feel good, Issei? Taking a bath with me? Rias said seductively in Issei's ear, making him jump a bit when her voice tickled his eardrum. Yes, it's very relaxing to have you beside me. Issei said, trying his best to not let his inner dragon take over again. I'm happy you said that because it's the same with me. Rias said as she now lay on top of him with her breasts on full display. I see, that's good then. Issei said, trying his best to hold back the inner dragon that was close to surfacing now. Rias has really started going on the attack and being even more seductive since I confessed to her. Hold back. Must hold back my primal desires. Issei thought to himself as the Crimson Princess proceeded to fire another shot at him. Hey Issei. You know it's just the two of us in here. So if you want to come at me, then I'm okay with that. Rias said in a seductive tone, now kneeling up in the bath so her full body was on display. That line was the limit breaker for Issei. It was futile, he couldn't prevent what was about to happen because he loved this woman more than anything else in existence. Rias let out a moan as Issei fondled her breasts. And continuously rubbed them carefully with soap. That's right, Issei, you may do as you please. Ah. Rias said, now moaning again when Issei pinched both of her nipples. Rias. Issei. The pair said as they initiated a passionate kiss with each other whilst Issei still played with her breasts, driving the Crimson Princess crazy. When the two broke apart from their kiss, Rias was now breathing rapidly as she felt extreme pleasure from the skilled hands of her most powerful pawn. Rias looked deep into Issei's eyes as his hand began to trail down past her belly button and she was awaiting once again a session of him, making her feel good to her very core. Issei-san, your phone is ringing, the blonde-haired girl said, stopping short as she opened the bathroom door and saw the two of them. Thank you, Asia, don't worry, I'm about to get you, Issei said, stopping as soon as he saw her strip off her clothes. Asia, what are you? Issei began to say, once again being cut off when Asia jumped into the bath and lay down on his chest, embracing him. I don't want to be left out, Asia said as she held onto him. Asia? Just what do you think you're doing? Rias said, completely shocked by Asia's sudden actions. I won't just let Issei dote on you all the time, President Rias. I also want to bathe with Issei-san. Asia said, showing a complete resolve. Let me just say this now. This man is mine. He is my servant and my lover, and I won't let anyone take him away from me, Rias said, feeling very irritated. I too want to stay by Issei's side, I don't care if I'm the second girl. Asia said, confusing both Issei and Rias. The second? What do you mean by that? Rias asked, very curious of Asia's answer. I heard from Surzich's Lucifer-sama that it's common for male devils to have harems. So they can have many women surround him and stay by his side. He also told me even your father has a harem that is monitored by your mother. Asia said, making Rias speechless. A harem? What are you talking about? That's out of the question. He is my Issei. He's my Issei too, and this way every can be made happy, Asia said, fully in favor of the harem plan Surzicha suggested. So you really think that you can do stuff like this with Issei? Rias said, placing Issei's hand on her right boob. Of course I can, for Issei-san I can do anything. I may lose in size, but I won't lose in anything else, Asia said, placing Issei's other hand on her left boob. You know Issei prefers big ones, right? Rias said, feeling superior now. My boobs are still growing, so I may be as big as you in the future, President. Asia said, refusing to back down now. Suddenly, Issei put on a serious expression when he sensed something sinister. Rias, Asia, I just sensed a dark aura outside, Issei said, leaping out of the bath along with Rias and Asia, who used magic to dry and dress themselves. Issei opened the front door to find the source of that sinister power's signature. However, there was nobody in sight. That's strange, it just vanished. Issei said, finally easing his guard. What was it, Issei-san? Asia said, who was unable to sense anything before. I don't know, but it was very powerful. Issei said as he went back inside and closed the door. Unaware of the mysterious black cat staring at his house from the fence across the street. After an eventful and active morning, Asia, Issei and Rias were now all fully charged and ready to clean the pool for the student council. Oh Zenobia, good morning to you. Rias said to the sapphire-haired girl who met them halfway towards the school. Oh President Rias, Red Dragon Emperor and Asia, good morning. Zenobia said with a bow. You don't have to be so formal, Zenobia. We're all friends after all, just call me Issei. Issei said with a smile. Very well then, I will call you Issei. Zenobia said, still acting like her serious self. Are you adjusting fine to everyday life, Zenobia-san? Asia said, being her friendly self. Yes, I am. The accommodation President Rias allowed me to live is great and is very practical for my going to and from school. Zenobia said, making Rias reply to her. This space is owned by devils, so it was no trouble at all. Well then, shall we go? That pool isn't going to clean itself. Rias said to her servants as they now journeyed to the school. Yes, President Rias. They all said in unison as they followed her there. The four devils soon arrived at Kuo Academy's swimming pool, where they met the rest of the Gremory group. Wow, Rias, when you said the pool was filthy, I didn't expect it to be like this. Issei said as he stared at the swimming pool-like cesspool. Yes, it hasn't been cleaned for a year, so it's got to this state. But once we clean it, we're allowed to swim to our heart's content. Rias said, secretly excited because of her hidden desire to show off her new swimsuit to Issei. So let's get started, everyone. Issei said as they all went to change. Whilst Issei and Kiba were getting changed, Kiba looked towards Issei and took a deep breath. Issei-kun, I just want to say that if anyone ever tries to hurt you, I'll protect you. Kiba said, staring straight at him. Thanks, Kiba. But why are you saying that so suddenly? Issei replied. Because it's not easy to say this in front of the others. The fact is you saved me and I wouldn't be worthy of being a knight of the Gremories if I didn't do the same for you. Kiba said with determination in his eyes. Then I'll be counting on you, Kiba. Issei said, putting out his fist. Sure. Kiba said as he knocked his fist into Issei's. Just when their knuckles collided, Issei suddenly screamed out in pain. Issei-kun. What's wrong? Kiba said, worried for his friend. The dragon power, it's overflowing again. Issei said in between the pain. Stay here, I'll go get the vice president, Kiba said, running off, leaving Issei alone with Drag. What's wrong, Drag? You only do this when a huge power is near us. Is it volley again? Issei said, holding onto his arm to help suppress the pain. No, partner. I'm afraid it's much worse than the vanishing dragon. One of the great dragon kings has awakened. Drag said, making Issei's eyes shoot wide open. You're kidding me? The dragon kings who rival the power of demon lords and the heavenly dragons? Issei questioned, feeling worried now. Yes. And unfortunately for us, the one who has made an appearance is one of the worst there is. Yulong the Emerald Dragon. Drake said, answering Issei's question. You're kidding. I'm afraid not, be on your guard. Drake said, going back to sleep. Just as Drake finished talking, Akeno entered the room. Hey Akeno. Thanks for coming. Issei said to the girl as she walked towards him. No problem Issei-kun, anytime you need me to suck the power out of you just ask me. It's a privilege that I won't give to anyone else. Akeno said, kneeling down and taking his arm. Please do it. Issei said as Akeno placed his finger in her mouth. Akeno's mouth began to salivate as she sucked the power out from his fingertips. Making Issei moan slightly from the sensation and made Akeno giggle. Issei, hearing you moan like that makes me want to bully you more. Akeno said, using her tongue as well on his fingers. Akeno, what are you saying? Issei said, taken off guard by Akeno's sadist side. If it feels that good, I could always suck somewhere else to extract the dragon's power, which will make you feel even better. Akeno said, still sucking on his fingers despite the fact that the power had already been extracted. Somewhere else? Issei said, feeling trapped now. Hey, you want to try cheating with me? Akeno said, making Issei even more panicked. Cheat? You and Rias are officially a couple now, so I can now start my affair with you. How wonderful, it'll be a little secret just between us. Akeno said, making Issei blush and feel very nervous about his other dragon power awakening. Hang on a second Akeno, what are you saying? Issei said to Akeno, who tackled him and now was moving in for a kiss. And just what do you think you're doing Akeno? A voice said, making Issei and Akeno look towards the entrance. Rias. I was just distracting the dragon inside so I could extract the power from Issei-kun. I wonder about that, it seems like you're trying to take advantage of my Issei. Rias said, giving off a rage-infested aura. Oh my, you've become very possessive of Issei-kun now haven't you Rias? Akeno said, unleashing her own aura. Both of you let's calm down and go clean the pool so we can swim afterwards. Okay. Issei said, managing to calm them down. Issei-kun is right Rias. We'll settle our battle later. Akeno said, flipping Rias' switch. I refuse to give Issei to anyone Akeno. Even if you're my best friend I won't lose that is most precious to me. Rias said as they both walked towards the pool. After an immense spring cleaning of the polluted pool, Akeno rose her hand into the air to make a magic circle appear. Out from the magic circle clean and pure water gushed out, making the swimming pool that previously looked like a swamp into an appearance of a beautiful forest sparkling river. Now everyone don't hold back and swim to your heart's content Rias said, making everyone cheer. By the way Issei. Rias said, getting his attention. Yes. What do you think of my swimsuit? Rias asked, showing it off. It really suits you Rias, you look very beautiful. Issei said, making Rias smile. Oh my Rias, it looks like you wanted to show Issei-kun your swimsuit really badly. Akeno said, making Rias look a bit irritated. Well of course he's my lover after all. But what about you Akeno, that's quite a revealing bikini to just swim in. Rias said, feeling suspicious. Who knows? Akeno said, leaving it a mystery for Rias. Issei-san, I also changed into a swimsuit. What do you think? Asia said, wearing a regular blue school swimsuit. It suits you Asia. You look very cute. Issei said, making Asia smile. Thank you Issei-san. That makes me very happy. She replied, appreciating the compliment. But of course, Kaneko-chan looks cute too in her swimsuit. Issei said, catching Kaneko off guard. Thank you Issei-senpai. Actually. Kaneko began to say, catching Issei's attention. What is it Kaneko-chan? Issei said with a smile, making this easier for her. I have a favor to ask of you. Okay 1, 2. 1, 2. Right, extend your legs more. Issei said while Kaneko kicked her legs and Issei held her hands. You really surprised me Kaneko-chan, I never would have guessed you didn't know how to swim. Issei said whilst she worked her hardest to kick her legs. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Kaneko said, feeling embarrassed. What are you talking about, it's no trouble at all Kaneko-chan. And besides, we're friends so of course I would come to help you when you need it. Issei said, patting her on the head, and as a result he accidentally bumped into the end of the swimming pool, knocking the silver-haired girl into his arms. It's just as I thought, Issei-senpai is very kind and gentle. Kaneko said with a blush. Issei-kun, how about a race? Kiba said, wearing his swimming goggles and hat. Sure you're on. Issei said, helping Kaneko out of the pool and who afterwards decided to be the referee. Ready go Kiba said, causing them both to dive into the pool. Issei and Kiba were both neck and neck as they mustered up all their strength and stamina to obtain victory. All of a sudden, when the pair reached the end of the pool, Kiba and Issei kicked off the wall and swam back the way they came, Kiba now out in front thanks to his stronger leg power. Issei grinned, leveling himself up to try catch Kiba. Once again the pair were both tied for the win. However, at the last stretch, Kiba showed his speed and leg power were just a bit higher than Issei's, as he narrowly won the competition. "Amazing Kiba, it's just as I thought, you really are fast," Issei said, getting out of the pool to dry himself off. "You're fast too, Issei-kun, I just barely won that race. Let's both continue to do our best as the only men in the Gremory group at the moment," Kiba said, shaking Issei's hand. Issei sat down to relax his muscles, but is certain someone was going to prevent him from resting right away. "Issei, could you rub some sun cream on me?" Rias said, making Issei jump. "Sure, I would be happy to," Issei said, secretly worried that this activity would create a dangerous situation. Issei approached the prone Rias Gremory and began to rub the cream onto her back. "That feels good, Issei. Be sure to rub it all over," Rias said, making Issei rub the liquid on the back of her thighs as well. "How's that?" Issei said as he finished up her legs. "Hey Issei, can you rub some on my breasts as well?" "Hey, why? Lying here is really relaxing for me. After all the work I have done this week, it feels rejuvenating for me. But I forgot to rub some on my chest and I'd hate for it to be burr," Rias said, being surprised when Issei started rubbing sun cream on her breasts without her saying another word. "Just leave it to me, Rias, I'll make sure your beautiful skin isn't burned," Issei said over the sounds of her moaning as he lathered her chest with the liquid. "Is this okay, Rias?" Issei said, unaware as he had never done this before. "Yes. Keep going just like that," Rias said, feeling very good right now. Unfortunately for Rias, somebody decided to interrupt her fun. Ara. It's not fair if you just keep him to yourself, Rias. Here Issei-kun, I have big boobs for you to play with as well," Akeno said, embracing Issei's arm topless. "Hey Akeno, what do you think you are doing?" Issei's not done rubbing the cream on yet, Rias said, feeling irritated that Akeno insisted on getting in her way again. "I just want Issei-kun to play with me as well. Come on Rias, just give him to me for today," Akeno said, licking Issei's neck. "No way, I'll never give Issei away to anyone," Rias said, starting to get angry at her best friend. "Hey Issei-kun, do you want to come play with me instead?" Akeno said, biting on the top of his ear. All of a sudden, a swimming racing numbered stand was blasted to smithereens in a crimson light. "Akeno, don't you think you're taking this too far?" Rias said, generating destruction flames in her hand. "Oh my, it looks like we'll be resuming our fight now then," Akeno said after dodging and throwing her own magic power at Rias. "Issei is mine. Why don't you just let me spoil him a bit? Because you'll just try and take him away from me. Geez Rias, you're so stingy." Issei evacuated the area, saying he was going to go check on Zenobia. "Ah, Issei, hello," Zenobia said, appearing out of nowhere. "So this is where you were, Zenobia. What took you so long?" Issei said, seeing Zenobia in her emerald swimsuit. "It's the first time I have worn a swimsuit, so I had difficulty putting it on," Zenobia said, looking conflicted. "I see. Well, it looks good on you, Zenobia," he said, suddenly moving backwards when Zenobia was approaching him. "What's wrong, Zenobia?" Issei said as soon as he was pushed into the changing room by Zenobia. "While I was getting changed, I got to thinking about what President Rias said to me when I couldn't decide how to live my life. You see, I spent most of my life serving God. So when I found out God was dead, I didn't know what to do. And President Rias said to me that devils should always grant other people's desires and their own. So I decided that I would have a baby. And I want you to impregnate me," Zenobia said, Issei down onto the floor now. "Why me, Zenobia? I mean, what are you saying, Zenobia? Let's just calm down for a second," Issei said, unable to stop Zenobia's advances peacefully. "You demonstrated how strong you are through your battle with Arena and Kakabiel. Plus you have a dragon residing inside you. I desire these traits for my child. Please make a baby with me," Zenobia said, taking off her top and lay on top of Issei. Suddenly, a few shadows appeared at the entrance. "And what's going on here, Zenobia?" Rias said, feeling a bit upset. "Oh my, Zenobia, that's cheating. I'm going to take Issei's virginity," Akeno said. "Issei-sen, I would have done if you asked me," Asia said. "I'm just following your advice, President, and using Issei to give me a baby." "Make a baby?" all of the girls said in unison, feeling greatly surprised by Zenobia's confession. After this commotion was sorted out, the Gremory family now stood outside the sealed door. "Rias Gremory, hereby order you to release your secrets. Unchain yourself from this door and reveal to me my servant. Release my bishop from captivity and open for me now," Rias Gremory chanted, shaking the corridor. A huge row of chains rattled throughout the area as they broke apart and fell to the floor, finally granting access to the hidden room of Kuo Academy. The Gremory group all stood outside the door behind Rias as she opened the doors. "Now, let's go and greet another member of our family," Rias said as the doors parted open. Chapter 21, Meet your new comrade. The sump begins. "Now let's say hello to our other bishop," Rias said as she went to open the no longer chained door. "Is there really another bishop like me?" Asia said, previously believing she was the only one. That's right. But my brother deemed the bishop's power too dangerous for me to control at the time. But now my brother has given me permission to release them from this room. So everyone, let's go say hello to our new comrade. Rias said, pulling the door open finally. It's so dark in here. Asia said as soon as they entered the room. Rias went over to an ominous object which Issei could just barely tell because of the darkness looked like a coffin. The seal has been broken. You can come out now. Rias said as she removed the lid. No, I want to stay in here, the devil said as they clung to the soft material inside. A girl like me? Asia said, noticing the light blonde-haired devil. He may dress like a girl, but he is most definitely a boy. Rias said, hugging the frightened devil to help ease his nerves. Rias, I can sense something other than demonic energy. Don't tell me this person is also a hybrid devil. Issei said, making Rias nod her head. That's correct. This is Gaspar Vladley, a first year at Kuo Academy. And before he became a devil, he was half human and half vampire. Rias said, making Issei and Asia stare at his now visible fangs. But if he is a boy, why is he wearing a girl's uniform? Zenobia said, clearly baffled by this custom. It's just because these clothes are cuter. Gaspar replied with tears and fear in his eyes. Ah, don't cry, Gaspar. Those clothes suit you. You look very cute. Asia said, making Gaspar calm down slightly. Laptop. Issei said, making a further observation of his surroundings with the lights now switched on. Yes. Believe it or not, Gaspar is our main breadwinner when it comes to making contracts. He's been doing them all online since he was sealed in here. Akeno said as she showed Issei the list of the contracts Gaspar had made for just the day. Come on, Gaspy, it's time to go. Kaneko said, grabbing his hand. No, I don't want to, Gaspar yelled, generating a purple light within his eyes. Suddenly, Gaspar was freed from Kaneko's strong grip and vanished from their sight. Is his sacred gear teleportation? Zenobia said, now spotting Gaspar on the other side of the room. Not quite. Gaspar's ability is called Forbidden Baylor View. He is able to stop time of anything he sees. But because he was unable to control it, he was sealed in this room until I had the power to help bring it under control. Oh, where did he go now? Rias said, noticing Gaspar had done another disappearing act. Over here, President. Kaneko said, pointing at a cardboard box which then shook when his position was discovered. Come on, Gaspy, let's go train your power now. Kaneko said, removing the cardboard box, instantly causing Gaspar to panic now. No, I won't go outside, outside is scary, Gaspar said, trying to resist, but this time Kaneko had a tougher grip on him as she tried to drag him out of the room. Kaneko, you mustn't be so rough on him, he's getting scared now, Rias said, but unfortunately it was already too late. No, Gaspar yelled, making his power activate. Everyone look out, Akeno said as a swarm of bats now appeared and proceeded to attack them. The Gremory group retreated from the room before they were consumed by Gaspar's out-of-control power. I don't want to go outside, outside is scary, I hate my power, I don't want to see my friends' frozen faces around me anymore, Gaspar said, now bursting into tears as soon as the purple light vanished. Is everyone okay? Rias said, making sure no one was hurt by that sudden outburst of vampire power. After everyone had confirmed their safety, Rias began explaining about Gaspar's past. There's a reason Gaspar turned out this way. Gaspar's father is a vampire from a distinguished family. But his mother is a human. Vampires care even more about pedigree than devils. As a result, Gaspar was discriminated against even in his immediate family. And when he came to the human world, he was treated as a monster. On top of that, he had the troublesome power of being able to stop time. A power that he couldn't control. He was feared. No, it might be more accurate to say he was loathed. You don't notice that anything's done to you when you're stopped, you know. No one wants to be near someone with that power. Rias said, making Issei look slightly sad. I see. Gaspar was treated the same way as Asia. Of course, we know that Gaspar wouldn't use that power to do bad things. But Gaspar hates his power more than anyone. How can I call myself a true king when I can't even help one of my cute servants when he needs me the most? I'm a failure. Rias said, suddenly growing sad. Rias, please don't worry. Leave this to me, Issei said, making Rias blush and smile. As expected of my Issei. Then we will leave this all to you. Come on everyone, let's head back to the club room and leave this to Issei. Rias said, planting a kiss on his cheek as she walked away leading the group. Issei-san, do your best, Asia said as she walked away. Yeah. Thank you, Asia. Issei said, putting his thumb up towards her. But the hallway now completely empty, Issei sat down with his legs crossed outside of the door. Gaspar, listen. It's just you and me now. And I'm sorry, but I'm not moving an inch from this spot until you come out. Issei said, getting nothing but silence back. After a few minutes, Issei looked down at his left arm and then it hit him. Gaspar, are you scared? Are you scared of your power? Issei said, making the vampire inside the room look up from the black rabbit teddy he has currently hugging for comfort. I'm scared of my power as well. You see, I have one of the strongest dragons inside of me, and to be honest it scares me. That can't be true, I saw it on my laptop, your fight against Razor Phoenix. How could someone so strong be scared of their sacred gear? Gasper said, clearly puzzled and reluctant to believe Issei. There is a truly dangerous and destructive power that I have to constantly fight against whenever I use this power. One false move, and the power will overpower me, and I will become a huge ferocious dragon. Which holds no purpose, only to destroy. But even though I have this fear, I'm still very grateful that I bestowed with the power of this sacred gear. After all, I have experienced loss before when my parents were murdered. I couldn't do anything to protect them at the time. That's why I will continue to use this power to protect those I care about, including you, Gasper. Issei said, making the door open slightly. But even if I'm there, I'll only be a bother to everyone. Gasper said, having no self-confidence. I don't think you're a bother at all. You're my precious junior and you're also my friend. Issei said, making Gasper come out. Issei-senpai. Gasper said as he kneeled down next to him. By the way, Gasper, I thought vampires could only come out at night. But you're just fine and the sun is still up. Issei said as he looked at him. I'm not like most vampires. I have daywalker blood inside me. Gasper said as he hugged his rabbit. That's amazing, Gasper, you can come out in the sun despite being a vampire. You really are special, Issei said, making Gasper surprised and happy. Gasper, lend me your power to help me protect everyone. If anything scares you, I promise I will protect you and blow it away with my power. Issei said, making Gasper stare at him in awe. Gasper, would you like to try drinking some of my blood? I was told by my mentor that it will help you control your power. Issei said, making Gasper look scared again. I'm scared of drinking blood from a living being. It takes everything I have to just drink transfusion blood. I'm already afraid of my power even now. If it gets worse after that, I don't know what I'll do. Gasper replied. Is it really that bad? I'm jealous of your power, really. Issei said, making Gasper surprised again. Jealous of my power? Of course, with your power to freeze time, it's the perfect way to stop anyone you care about getting hurt. With that power I could easily protect everyone, Issei said, making Gasper start to tear up. You're a kind person, Issei-senpai. This is the first time anyone has said they were jealous of me before. You even gave an amazing example. I thought that this power was just something to be hated. Your power is far from something to be hated. Listen up, Gasper, we have been given sacred gears. If this is a fate we cannot escape, we have to be positive about it. Do you seriously plan on living your life cursing and blaming your power, instead of using it to protect everyone instead? Issei said, making Gasper wake up from his anxiety. Listen up, Gasper, my goal right now is to unlock a new form to help protect everyone, even if doing so makes the dragon take over more of my body, Issei said, making Gasper stand up in admiration to his senior. That's amazing, Issei-senpai, to wield such legendary power and risk your own life to protect our friends is so awesome. It's something I could not possibly think of, Gasper said, making Issei smile. Stop it, you're making me blush here. Issei said, scratching his head to shy. He truly was embarrassed. It's true though, I think even I have a little bit more courage now too. Gasper said, making Issei place his hand on his friend's shoulder. So what do you say, Gasper? Do you think you can let me train you and help you control your power, so you fight alongside me? Issei said, making Gasper look excited. Yes, please train me well, Issei-senpai, Gasper said with fire in his eyes instead of fear. Oh, what's this? You seem to be getting along pretty well. A voice said, making Issei and Gasper face the area it came from. Oh, Zenobia, Asia, Kaneko-chan, what are you doing here together? Issei said, curious to what they were up to. Good afternoon, Issei. We came here because Asia has an idea to help Gasper with his condition. Kaneko. Zenobia said, making Kaneko throw something at the vampire's feet. Ah, garlic, no, Gasper said, running away. Zenobia now, Kaneko said, and Zenobia held something in her hand, slamming it onto his head. A paper bag. Issei said, clearly confused. How is it, Gaspy? You're outside your box in your room. Are you feeling scared? Kaneko said, making Gasper look from side to side. What is this? It's not bad. Gasper said as he felt the paper bag. What's going on? Issei asked. It was Asia's idea. Zenobia said, making Asia blush. It's not that impressive. I'm not very good at talking to people face to face either. But I'm okay on the phone. I was just telling Zenobia and Kaneko that I was fine as long as my face wasn't seen. Asia said with a blush and a smile on her face thanks to the praise. And then I remembered these that I was given to by Kiryu. And then I thought, what if we put something over his head? Zenobia said, showing a couple of condoms she had. Geez, that Kiryu again, Issei replied. How is it? Does it look good on me? This is nice, I like it. Gasper said as he walked around the room like a zombie or some kind of monster. If I wear this I might be able to gain a reputation as a vampire. I'm sure you can, Gasper. Issei said nervously as he stared at the transformed Gasper. Thank you very much everyone, with this I'm sure I can get over my fear and be useful, Gasper said, making everyone smile. So are you ready to get started with your training? Issei said, getting back to business. Yes, please train me well, Gasper replied almost immediately. After both Kaneko and Zenobia failed with their method of training of Gasper jazzing him with durandal and garlic, Issei and Asia brought out a cage box full of volleyballs. What are those for, Issei-senpai? Gasper said, curious to what Issei was planning. Before you use your power again, it's important you learn how to concentrate your ability so you can freeze what you want to and to prevent you from freezing what you don't want to. That way you won't have to fear affecting us as well, Issei said, making Gasper understand. Hey, you're going to throw those at me? Gasper said as Issei began to pelt one his way. This is the only safe way to train your power, you have to stop the ball alone if you want to avoid getting hit. Here goes, Issei said as he spiked the ball. Gasper was in a state of panic but tried to concentrate his power on the ball. Unfortunately, Gasper wasn't precise enough and froze Issei's arm instead of the ball itself, and as a result was hit in the face by the ball. I'm sorry, Issei-senpai, I'm useless after all, Gasper said, putting on his paper bag to hide his shame. Issei took the bag off his head and then spoke to the miserable devil. I'm fine, Gasper, so let's do it again. Instead of being down when you fail, keep trying and face your problems head on. I need your power to help protect everyone, Issei said, making Gasper get a new determination. Yes, Issei-senpai, I will try my best, Gasper said, resuming the training program. After a night of training, Gasper stopped freezing Issei's arm and managed to stop the ball twice out of 20 balls. But this didn't upset Gasper, for he was learning control now and gave him the motivation to keep trying. The next day, an amethyst barrier now surrounded Kuo Academy. The time had finally arrived now as the Gremory group were in the process of preparing for the leaders' summit they were about to attend. Alright then, we are off. Gasper, be a good boy while we're gone, Rias said to the vampire who popped out of his box. Okay. If something shocks you into activating your power, it will be trouble. Please understand, Rias said, making sure Gasper understood. Okay. I'll have Kaneko stay with you. Okay, Kaneko. Yes, President. Gasper, be good. I'll let you borrow this. Issei said, handing him a portable gaming device. I've also brought plenty of snacks. Kaneko said, opening a huge box full of treats. I'll also leave the paper bag here in case you get scared or lonely. Issei said, making Gasper smile. Thank you, Issei-senpai. Gasper said, now playing the game. That's a good boy. Issei said, now standing up. Well then everyone, let's go. Rias said as she exited the clubhouse, leading her peerage to the summit meeting room. Chapter 22. The leaders' summit invaded. A traitor in the room? Excuse us, Rias said as she opened the doors to the meeting room. Issei had a surprised expression on his face as soon as he saw all the powerful people who were present. There was Serzichas the Demon Lord, Saint Michael, Azazel, Vali the White Dragon Emperor, and to Issei's greatest surprise, Ajuka Beelzebub, the creator of the evil pieces. Zenobia tried to hide her sad expression when Irina, who stood behind Saint Michael, turned her head away in disgust. Allow me to introduce you. This is my sister and her family. They did very well in their recent battle with Kakabiel. In fact, thanks to the Sekiryutei, he was defeated and taken care of. Serzichas said, making Saint Michael smile. Thank you for your hard work. We appreciate the effort. Saint Michael said with a smile. Yes, sorry about that. It was one of my species that caused you all some trouble. Azazel said, making Rias a bit cross. Issei placed his hand on Rias' shoulder to calm her down a bit. You're as carefree as always, Azazel. Issei said, knowing him all too well. All the representatives are here. Let's begin the conference. Serzichas said, making the atmosphere tense all of a sudden. When the conference began, Rias was instructed to give her report on the battle with Kakabiel. These are the incidents in which I, Rias Gremory, and my family have taken part. Rias said, making Sona verify her report. I, Sona Citri, testify that she has said nothing but the truth. Sona said as the screen disappeared. Thank you, you may step back, Serzichas said, making Rias and Sona organize their papers and step back. Thank you, Rias-chan, Sona-chan. Seraphil said, making Sona blush. I'd like to hear the General of the Fallen Angel's opinion on Rias' report. Serzichas said, proceeding further with the topic. There's nothing much to say. Kakabiel acted of his own accord. Azazel said, making Michael reply. Are you saying it had nothing to do with you? Michael replied back. I was waiting to find out what he was up to. Looks like he never expected me to come to the city personally. I like this place. Azazel said, going off topic now. Please stay on topic. Serzichas said, controlling his patience. I sent the Emperor of White Dragon to take care of him. However, the Red Dragon Emperor managed to deal with him before he had a chance to step in. Sekiryutei is now locked up in an ice prison in the depths of hell for eternity. I assure you he won't be coming back. Azazel said, making Michael stare at him. Our concern here is Sekiryutei's methods. He said that he was not content with your decisions. Saint Michael said, making Azazel reply back. Yeah, he was pretty mad that I decided to pull out when we were on a roll. He was very hungry for war. But I've got no interest in war anyway. Azazel said, making Serafol chip in this time. He was an unstable individual, then. I've heard a bunch about you guys too. That has nothing to do with this conference. Today's conference is. Yeah, I get it. How about we skip the rambling and sign this peace treaty already, Lord of Devils? You guys were getting ready to do that anyway, right? Azazel said, surprising all in the room. What are you trying to say, fallen angel? Ajuka said, curious of his motives. This standoff that we're in. It's really bad for us to keep it going like this. Don't you agree? Azazel said, making everyone think for a second. The ones who started the war, God and the Satans, are gone after all. Saint Michael said, making both Asia and Irina have a sad expression, making it clear to Zenobia that Irina has in fact been told about God's death. That's why we've got two guys here who, although not part of our standoff, have the power to change the world. Sekiryutei and Sekiryutei. I'd like your input on this. Azazel said, now curious to hear their opinions. I just want strong guys to fight. Vali said, making Azazel smile. You don't need a war to find tough guys. Then what about your Red Dragon Emperor? Azazel said, making Issei answer straight away. I have no intention of using my powers for anything other than to protect Rias, my comrades, and the people I care about. So I would prefer to avoid pointless bloodshed. Issei said, making Azazel get a grin on his face as he looked over at Rias next to him. And if we're at war, then Rias won't be able to sleep with you. Azazel said, making Rias shocked. Rias began to say but was interrupted by Azazel. After all, if peace is declared, survival and propagation of the species will become the priority. So that means that you will have the perfect excuse to do what you wish with your precious Issei Rias. Anything your heart desires. Every night you and Issei could be making babies together. Azazel said, making Rias blush more. How could you say something like that? Rias said, unable to say much else as Issei immediately stepped in. Azazel, knock it off, you're upsetting the president. Issei said, making Rias smile. Oh? Are you saying you wouldn't desire that I do, Issei? Azazel said, making Issei remember events when he enjoyed being in the president's embrace and those memorable moments when he lost control and his desires surfaced, causing him to remain speechless. I respect Rias a great deal and I would do anything I could in my power to make her happy and all of her dreams come true. Issei said, placing his hand on her shoulder. Anyway, Saint Michael, I have something I wish to ask you. Is that okay with you? Issei said, trying to be as respectful as possible. You helped us a lot by dealing with Sekiryutei. So yes, ask me what you wish. Michael said, curious to his question. Then I will get straight to the point. Why did you exile Asia when she was one of your most faithful followers? Issei said, making Asia and everyone else shocked. Asia was so faithful and she still is. So why did you decide to exile her? Issei said, making Rias approach him to try stop him proceeding any further. After God died, only his system remained. You could call it a force that controls protection, mercy and miracles. I am just barely keeping it running, so I had to remove all those who could cause it to malfunction. Michael said to Issei, staring straight at his serious expression. In other words, it's because of her power to heal devils and fallen angels, right? We are maintained by the devotion from our adherents. We must remove any elements that could possibly harm our system. Now looking at Zenobia. And is that why an adherent who was accidentally told of God's passing is also at risk of doing so? Zenobia questioned, feeling an answer was approaching. I suppose it is. We had no choice but to exile you and Asia Argento. I beg your forgiveness. Michael said, bowing his head to her whilst Irina's eyes were finally opened, realizing now her ex-partner wasn't a traitor. There is no need for that, Michael-sama. Being a faithful Christian for most of my life, I had some regrets. But now as a devil, I am happy with my life. Zenobia said with a sincere smile. My apologies to the other people of God present. She added, looking away from Irina. It's the same with me. I too feel happy with my life. I've found so many great people here. Asia said, bowing to Michael. I cannot thank you enough for your forgiving hearts. Michael said, restoring a joyous atmosphere. Now that's settled, I'm curious to see which is stronger, the Red Dragon Emperor or the White Dragon Emperor. Vali said, walking towards Issei. I'm sorry, but I have no intention to fight you yet, Vali. Issei said, making Vali grin. Oh really? What about if I threaten to kill all of your precious friends? Vali said, flipping Issei's switch. What did you just say? Issei said, stepping forwards only to be held back by Rias, who grabbed his arm. All of a sudden, a huge magic circle appeared over the academy and unleashed a powerful spell, freezing all who did not possess the power to withstand its effects. Suddenly, everyone except the four, including Grafia, who used their power to remain in motion, the two heavenly dragons and Rias, who held onto Issei's arm at the time, and those who wielded holy swords, were now frozen in time. What's going on? Issei said as soon as he noticed time had stopped and his sacred gear was now activated. Has time been stopped? Rias asked, still holding onto Issei. It seems like it. We weren't affected due to our immense power. And Issei and Vali had their dragons. It also appears that those guys were protected by their holy swords. I'm alright thanks to you. As expected of my Issei. Rias said, holding his hand now. Oh, looks like we have company. It looks like mages. Azazel said, looking out the window as hundreds of cloaked beings emerged from the magic circle in the sky. Hang on a second, I'm the magical girl here, Seraphil said, referring to her cosplay costume she wore at the class open house session. Wait a second, does that mean Gasper and Kaneko-chan are in trouble? Issei said, realizing the worst. It seems they forced a half-vampire's ability into balance breaker state. It's most likely that your comrade is in the hands of the enemy. Rias? Issei said, seeing Rias was infuriated. There is nothing more insulting than having my family used by some terrorists. Rias said with her fists clenched. It seems they have also managed to disable our transport magic circles. Serziches said. Big brother, I left an unused rook in the club room. I'm going to use the castling method. Gasper is my family. I will take him back personally. Rias said, prepared to save Gasper. You mean the method in which a king can switch places with their rook? Issei said, clearly familiar with the evil pieces but not entirely aware of all the techniques. We can't possibly send you alone. If we could borrow Serzich's power, we could send someone else with you. Grafia said, making Issei step forward instantly. Please allow me to go with her. I promise I will protect Rias. Issei said, looking at her older brother. Then I'll leave it to you, Issei-kun. Keep my sister safe. Serziches said, making Issei nod. Of course you can count on me. Why make all this fuss when all we have to do is kill the half-vampire? Want me to do it? Vali said, making Issei angry. Why you? Issei said, only to be silenced when Azazel interrupted. Have you not been paying attention, Vali? We're trying to make peace here, Azazel said, making Vali back down. I just can't stand doing nothing. Vali said, clearly bored. Then, why not go screw up our friends outside? They ought to panic a little when they see the White Dragon Emperor. Alright. Vali said as he vaulted out of the window with his wings deployed. As soon as Vali reached the outside, he deployed his balance breaker and began to reduce the enemy's numbers immediately. Rias, let's bring Gasper back in one piece, Issei said, holding Rias' hand as they both stood in the magic circle. Hold on a second, you two. Red Dragon Emperor, face me a second. Ajuka Beelzebub said, making Issei comply. Eh? What was that just now? Issei said, feeling a sudden warmth in his chest. I have just modified one of your evil pieces for you. This should help you, good luck. Ajuka said as they resumed transporting. The blinding crimson light shone throughout the room, and then when the light dimmed down, only a red rook remained where the two once stood. All of a sudden, Rias and Issei, as soon as they reached the old clubroom, turned around to face the window as soon as they heard the huge explosion which caused the meeting room they previously left to implode. Big brother. Rias said, showing true concern for the demon lord. Azazel and someone else are fighting. Issei said, making Rias Gremory's eyes shoot wide open. Why is she here? Rias said, making Issei have eyes on her. What's wrong, Rias? Issei replied, noticing Rias' worrisome gaze. Eteria Leviathan. You've heard that when the old Satans passed on in the Great War the new ones took their place, haven't you? Yes, Serziches and the student council president's sister told me. The devils were in disarray after the long fighting. To the point where continuing the war may have put them at the risk of extinction. However, since the descendants of the old Satans wanted to battle until their last breath, they were sent to the edges of the underworld. Kateria is one of them, a descendant of the old Leviathan. Rias said, looking serious now as she stared at the old Satan. It will be okay, Rias. Come on, let's go save Kaneko-chan and Gasper. Issei said, holding her hand. Rias smiled and nodded, following after Issei as they ran towards the clubroom. Rias did not wait for an invitation, blasting the door open with her magical power. Giving Issei the opportunity to take them by surprise, taking down 3 mages. The devil. But how we sealed off their transportation circles. I'm sorry, President, I was completely off guard. Kaneko said as she hung upside down on the magical table. It's okay. I'm just glad the two of you are safe. I don't know what kind of tricks you used to get here. But make one move and I'll slice this devil's throat, the mage said with a knife in her hand. President. Please kill me, you're all better off with me being dead. I'm a coward and I'm useless. And my power is just causing you more trouble. The half-vampire said with tears in his eyes as he failed to control his own power. Don't be silly, I told you when I met you to live for me and to find a life that will make you happy. You are my servant and my family. I will never abandon you. President Rias Gasper said still in tears. Don't make such stupid speeches, you should have brainwashed this monster long ago and used it as your tool, the mage said, firing a magical blast at Rias. To the mage's surprise, Issei blocked it effortlessly, allowing his master to speak again. I'm sorry, but I care about my servants. Don't go planning innocent, you vile devil, she said, firing 3 more blasts which Issei once again blocked. Gasper, cause me all the trouble you want. Time after time I will scold you and console you. I'll never let you go. Rias said, making Gasper cry more. You heard her, Gasper, stop running away, don't be afraid, don't cry me, President, Akeno-san, Asia, Kiba, Kaneko-chan, Zenobia, we're all your friends, we're never going to abandon you. Boost. Ascalon. Blade. Issei, what are you doing? Rias said as Issei cut his own hand, letting loose drops of his own blood. But first, Gasper, you have to take the first step, Issei said, thrusting Ascalon right towards Gasper's face, splattering drops of his own blood onto Gasper's cheek. You're a member of the Gremory, show us that you're a man, Gasper, Issei said, causing Gasper to lick the blood and to release himself and Kaneko from captivity. He stopped time, but how? We had his sacred gear sealed, the mage said as a swarm of bats attacked her and her comrades. Suddenly, all of the mages found themselves being restrained and strangled by purple shadow-like hands. It's sucking our blood. It's sucking out our power too. One of the mages, who was not yet captured, tried to escape Gasper's fearsome power. However, Kaneko dealt with her quickly with a kick to the mage's chin. It's a part of Gasper's hidden power. It must have been unleashed thanks to your blood. But where did you learn to do something so reckless? When I was growing up with your brother, he made me study all about dragons and also other species including vampires. I went to Azazel asking about this, and he told me about a dragon's blood and the power it contains. Suddenly, a magical blast almost hit Issei when it was immediately frozen in time by Gasper. It's useless, I can see your every move. Gasper said in an echoed tone as he now froze all of the mages. Issei senpai, finish them, Gasper said with his eyes glowing red. Leave it to me, Issei said as he knocked each mage out so they could no longer fight. After the mages were defeated, Gasper transformed back to his original form. Here, this should keep your power under control. Issei said, placing a special armband on him that Azazel gave to him just before they departed. Thank you. Alright, Issei, Gasper, Kaneko. Let's go back to the others, Rias said as she walked through the open doorway. Yes, President, they all shouted as they followed their leader once again. Chapter 23, Clash of the Heavenly Dragons, fight to prove the strongest. After Azazel put Kateria down for good with the use of his sacred gear's balance breaker and the help of the dragon contained inside Fafnir, Issei, Rias, Kaneko and Gasper returned to the battlefield. And now the only job left was to hold off the intruders until the gate they were entering from expired and closed off. Big brother, please take care of Gasper for me. Rias said as she led her servant into the fortified force field with the rest of her servants who were still frozen within time. I understand. Be careful, Rias. Serzicha said whilst he continued to maintain the high-tiered barrier. President Rias Gasper shouted as soon as Rias left the barrier and forged a huge magic circle when the mages fired their magic power at her. Only Rias could create a defensive barrier that powerful, Serzicha said as she pushed back the mages' attacks. Rias' barrier had reached its limit, shattering to pieces and caused Rias to fall to the ground. Rias, look out, Issei said when he stabbed the mage which tried to harm her. It's all my fault. Gasper said, looking at his friends who were being severely outnumbered. I, President Rias, Issei senpai, I want to be a man, like you senpai, I want to live up to your expectations, President, so I'm going to fight for my friends, Gasper said as he removed the armband sealing his powers. Stop that, Gasper, please stop him, big brother. I am a man, Gasper said, enveloping him and everyone else in the area in an enormous amethyst light. As soon as the light faded away, it was apparent what had just happened. Did Gasper regain control of his powers and dispel his magic? Rias said as those who were frozen suddenly became mobile again. The enemy's gate has been disabled too. Serzicha said, observing the gate disintegrating. That's one less thing to worry about then. Serafal said, now going towards Sona now she was awake. What's going on here? Sona-chan, welcome back. Big sis. You did it, way to go, Gasper, Issei said looking straight at him. Gasper collapsed after exhausting all of his power. Luckily for him though, Asia was right behind him and caught him. What's going on? Asia said, clearly confused of the situation. There is no time to explain. Everyone fight for your king and lend me your power, Rias, as she took flight. Yes, President Akeno said as she transformed into her white robe outfit and concentrated her lightning magic. After a colossal and hard-fought battle, the Issei and the Gremories managed to defeat all of the invaders. However, little did they know, the real battle was about to begin. All of a sudden, a huge crater was created by an unknown force which pummeled him into the ground. "What the?" Issei said when he saw the fallen angel crash through the ground. "Ow. I must be getting old. So care to tell me what's going on, Vali?" Azazel said, staring up at the White Dragon Emperor. "My apologies, Azazel, this side seemed more interesting," Vali said as he floated above. "Hey Vali, I want to ask you something. Shamhaza, my governor, noticed that rebels from the three great factions were banding together. The Cows Brigade, was it?" Azazel said as he took flight. "Cows Brigade?" Serzicha said, surprised by the name Azazel just said. "The group of rebels. There aren't many guys who can control a bunch of guys like that," Serafel said, also surprised. "And their leader is the Ouroboros dragon, Office. It can't be the legendary dragon god of infinity, the strongest dragon. Why would she be leading a group of rebels?" Issei said in response to the name. "Indeed, I am working with Office, but neither of us want to rule the world. Some idiots came after us for our power. That explains a thing or two. So that's why you got so friendly with Kateria, because you both couldn't become Satans. Neither of you? Explain yourself, White Dragon Emperor." Rias said, clearly baffled by that statement. "My name is Vali Lucifer. I am a descendant of a previous Satan. Sired by the grandson of a pure-blooded Satan and birthed by a human woman. I'm a half-devil." "Impossible," Rias said, now confused to how he could exist without being heard of. "More importantly, Haidu Issei. Fate is truly cruel for you. Through my veins contains the blood of a Satan and a dragon. However, I have observed your battles since you became a devil. You are strong and have defeated many powerful opponents. Like the immortal Phoenix Razor and Kakabiel. You truly deserve the title of a heavenly dragon. Which is why I'm curious to see which of us is stronger. So come fight me, Sekiryutei," Vali said, concentrating his power. "I refuse. I see no point in fighting you now, all of my friends are safe," Issei said, making Vali irritated. "If that's the case, then how about I kill the woman you cherished the most?" Rias Gremory, Vali said, generating a powerful blast and sending it straight for the devil. "Dragon shot," Issei shouted, blasting away his attack. "Are you ready to fight me now, Haidu Issei?" Vali said, suddenly feeling a huge rise in magic power come from below him as the flames began to rise. "Vali, I will never forgive you, you bastard." "Balance break," Issei said with his resolve clear and found. "Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker." "Look, Albion, Haidu Issei's power is beginning to increase. The SacredGear's power comes from its wielder's will. He's consumed with blind rage towards you. Rage, of all feelings, is the most effective in powering a dragon," Albion said, making Vali smirk. "If that's the case, then he's a more suitable host for a dragon than I am," Vali said, still treating this like a game. "Shut your damn mouth already," Issei said, suddenly smashing his fist into Vali's helmet, making his human eye visible again. "Such speed now, this is more like it, Haidu Issei," Vali said, distancing himself and then charging straight towards Issei. "Vali," Issei shouted as he charged towards the dragon who dashed in his direction. The two met in the middle of the sky where their mighty fists collided with each other, causing a huge explosion of power, destroying the terrain and the ground beneath them. Issei, Rias said as she ran towards the battlefield until she felt a hand grab her arm. "No, Rias, stay here," Serzicha said, holding her back. "Big brother, let me go, I have to help him," Rias said as she tried to wriggle free. "Their auras have exceeded their limits. You'll burn to death if you go near them now," Serzicha said, refusing to let her go. "But I can't just watch them," Rias said as she stared at the incredibly fast white and red light smashing into each other. "Your power is amazing. I wonder if I kill one of your friends if your power will get greater," Vali said, only to feel the wrath of the Red Dragon Emperor. "Boost, boost, 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 boost." "That's enough," Issei said as he drove his fist into the gem on Vali's chest, breaking his armor and forcing him to the ground. Vali and Issei touched their feet on the ground and now stood in silence. "Impressive, you managed to break my sacred gear. However, this battle is far from over," Vali said as he rematerialized his armor. "Stop talking and fight," Issei said, charging Vali this time. "It's time to show you a bit of my power, Haidu Issei," Vali said as he drove his fist into Issei's gut. "Divide, divide." "What is this? I feel weak all of a sudden," Issei said as Vali hit him again, this time causing him to cough up blood. "This is my power, divine dividing," Vali said, this time his fist being caught by Issei. "Then I'll show you a bit more of my own power, Ascalon. Blade. Face the power of the Dragon Slayer," Issei said, now chasing after the retreating Vali. Issei tried to slash at Vali's head, but to no avail. His attack was dodged and then heavily countered. Vali ducked and then delivered a painful uppercut to Issei's chin. Divide. Issei's Ascalon disappeared back into his sacred gear, leaving him no choice but to use his fists alone to fight the vanishing dragon. Issei sent a roundhouse kick towards Volley. However, once again Volley blocked his attack and countered, this time punching Issei in the gut. And then with an axe kick, sent him hurtling towards the ground. Divide. Issei. You mustn't, Rias, it's too dangerous, Sekiryutei said, still insistent on keeping her out of this. I'm okay, Rias, just wait a while. I'll finish him now. Issei said as he got to his feet. Issei let out a mighty roar as he concentrated both his demonic and dragon's power to form a magical blast in his fist. Boost. Dragon shot, Issei yelled as he unleashed his signature move. The Crimson Death Beam approached Volley at a quick pace and was moments from making impact. That won't work, Volley said as his sacred gear began to counter Issei's attack. Divide. To Issei's disappointment, by time the blast made contact with Volley, the once deadly blast was now the mere size of a pebble which the vanishing dragon easily crushed. Issei collapsed to his knees and began to cough up blood. What's going on? I feel so weak right now. I can't use my magic power. Damn it, Issei said as he smashed his fist into the ground. It seems that the White One has been using Albion's power to drain you of your power and to absorb it for his own use. This is bad, partner. Your power to maintain the balance breaker is draining fast. Damn it, isn't there anything I can do? Issei said as he felt helpless on the ground. Is that all you have, Red Dragon Emperor? Pathetic, Volley said to Issei as he kneeled on the ground. Damn it, Volley, this fight isn't over yet. Wait a minute. That's it. What is it, partner? I have a plan. Are you with me, partner? Issei said as he picked up the cracked orb of the vanishing dragon. Interesting as always, you never fail to surprise me, Haidu, Issei. But are you prepared to die? Die? What are you talking about? I'm not going to die when I have such an amazing life to return to now. I'm going to use all of my strength to do this. I am fully prepared for this. Are you with me, Drake? Of course, partner, I will match your resolve and lend you all of my power. Are you ready, Haidu, Issei? What are you mumbling about over there? It's over, accepted Sekiryutei. This is far from over, Volley. If you have taken away my own power, then I will just steal some of yours to defeat you, Issei said as he lifted the orb and smashed it into the ground. Ah, it hurts, Buck, this really hurts, but this is nothing compared to the pain and sadness on my president's face. If I were to let it all end here, Issei said as he held onto the hand containing Volley's power. It's impossible. We heavenly dragons are polar opposites. Once again the Red Dragon Emperor's host will be destroyed by his greed for power. Albion said as Issei struggled to endure the pain. White One, if there is anything I have learned from my host, it is that no matter how impossible something may seem to him, he will use all of his power to defy the impossible, Drake said as Issei began to minimize the pain. I refuse to die here, Issei said as his hand was consumed in a white light. Vanishing dragon power is taken. Impossible, how did he steal my power? Interesting, so interesting, I have never enjoyed fighting someone so much before. Now come and show me your true power, Haidu, Issei, Volley said as a huge crimson aura surrounded the now re-energized Red Dragon Emperor. I will use the power I regained from your sacred gear to finish you, Issei said as his fists both shone crimson red. Partner, congratulations, you achieved the impossible. However, as a result some of your lifespan has been reduced. I don't care, I would have died anyway if I didn't. I don't plan to live too long anyway. Just long enough to make all of her dreams come true for all her kindness she has given me. Drake, help me by lending me all of your power so we can finish this quickly, Issei said as the crimson aura grew larger. Issei used his dragon jet boosters to crash straight into Volley and then unleashed a combination of ferocious punches. Each time using Volley's own power against him. Divide. Issei kicked Volley away and then resumed his power charging. Boost. Here I come, vanishing dragon volley, crimson dragon cannon. Issei fired two separate dragon cannons and then at the middle combined them together to unleash a mighty blast which consumed Volley Hall. Issei crashed down to one knee after his attack used up most of his energy, bringing him back to the ground. Volley fell next and created a crater where he fell. Is it over now? Akeno said, unable to see if Volley was defeated or not. I'm afraid not. Azazel said as the White Dragon Emperor stood up again. Interesting, you're so interesting, Haidu. Issei, I can't stand this anymore, you have certainly earned it. I will now show you my full power, my juggernaut drive, Volley said, a silver aura suddenly surrounding him. No, don't do it, Volley, Issei said, fearing this power. Volley grinned and held his fist into the air as he began to chant. I who shall awaken am the heavenly dragon who lost all to the principle of domination. I envy the infinite and yearn for the dream. I shall be the white dragon that masters the path of domination. I shall lead you to the farthest limits of innocence. Juggernaut drive. No, not the juggernaut drive, Issei said, breaking out in a sweat as he held onto his left arm. Vali's eyes had increased exponentially, giving him the appearance of a true and powerful dragon. Now allow me to show you true power. Vali said as he partly closed his hand like he was trying to grab something. Half dimension. Suddenly space and time began to distort like it was being bended out of place. So you're now frozen in fear by my superior power. Fear not, it will be over soon. Vali said as Issei stayed in his own world. Voices in his head tormented his mind. It's time, use it, you must kill him. The only way to defeat the White One is to walk the path of the ruin. You must use Juggernaut Drive, say the sacred chant. Never, I won't use that power, Issei yelled out loud, expressing his pain. If you're not going to fight me, then I will kill everyone you care about, Vali said as he unleashed a deadly blast at Rias and her peerage. Issei's body moved without thinking and blocked the blast. Ah, Issei yelled as half of his armor was demolished. Issei, hang in there, Issei, Rias said as she tried to embrace his blood-dripping body. Use your Juggernaut Drive, Issei, or I will kill every last one of them. Vali said, making sure Issei got back to his level. This time Vali blasted Issei with 2 magical orbs combined together, increasing the pain even more. How boring. I may as well finish this then, Vali said as he this time generated magical power through his throat. Issei suddenly collapsed, beginning to fall to the ground. Rias caught Issei and hugged his blood-stained face into her chest. Issei was currently unconscious. However, he was awakened when he felt a cold liquid on his face. When he opened his eyes, Issei realized it was Rias' tears hitting his cheek. Rias, Issei said as he put his hand on her cheek. It's okay, Issei. If it is the end, then I will disappear with you. I won't let you be alone anymore. Rias said, hugging Issei tight. Issei smiled and wiped away her tears. Don't worry, Rias, I'm not giving up just yet. I will protect you all. Issei said, rematerializing his armor as an orange aura surrounded him. A huge portion of magical power began to flow inside Issei, making a warm sensation originate within his chest. Rias. I promise to defeat him. There is so much I want to do with you. I want to go out just the two of us to somewhere special. I want to make all of your dreams come true. I want to keep everyone safe so we can all live happily together. And most importantly, I want to live with you forever by my side, Rias. Which is why, I promise I will make you proud as your mightiest pawn, Issei said, creating giant cannons on his shoulder. Boost 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 boost. Issei's giant red armored cannons began to generate a powerful emerald light as the power of the Sekiryutei was transferred inside them. I'm the winner, hide you, Issei vanishing impact volley unleashed an incredibly powerful breath blast from his mouth, confident with his finisher. I don't think so, volley. I will continue to live after today. And I will continue to get stronger. Welsh Dragon Bishop Blaster. After Drake announced the new move Issei had unlocked, both of the cannons fired an immense blast which collided with Volley's own attack. However, to Volley's surprise, Issei's new power easily overpowered him and consumed him whole. Volley fell to the ground with his Juggernaut Drive completely annihilated. Just as Issei was about to collapse, Rias and Kiba quickly grabbed hold of him before he had a chance to touch the ground. Great job, Issei-kun, Kiba said. As expected of my Issei. Geez, you're so reckless, you idiot. Rias said, hugging him tightly. After a few minutes, Volley struggled to his feet and showed his bloody exterior. So you can still stand, Volley? Issei said, knowing full well that if it were not for his friends, he would be collapsing right now. Ha 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 ha, amazing, so amazing, your power is incredible, Haidu, Issei. As expected of my rival. You've depleted all of my power this time, but I promise next time you won't win. Volley said as he used what was left of his power to deploy his wings and escape the barrier that was long ago destroyed. With the traitor now gone, Saint Michael, Lord Serziches and Seraphol approached the Sekiryutei. The job well done, Issei-kun. As expected of one of Ria's servants. Seraphol said, using her magic power to heal him along with Asia. Thank you for the hard work, Red Dragon Emperor. Thanks to you, Chaos Brigade was unable to start another war. Saint Michael said, walking towards the damaged hero. Saint Michael, I have a favor to ask of you. Issei barely said, trying to speak clearly. What is it, Issei-kun? Michael replied. Will you please allow Asia and Zenobia to pray again? Despite becoming devils, they still pray even if they get painful headaches. Issei said, making Zenobia and Asia smile. Zenobia, Asia, would you still like to pray even if the Lord no longer exists? Michael said to the believers. Yes. Even with the Lord gone, I would still like to pray. Asia said, making Zenobia speak as well. As would I would like to pray so I can thank you and the Lord. Zenobia said, feeling grateful. I too would also like to ask this of you, Michael-sama. Irina said, making Zenobia look at her. Irina. I blindly believed that you were a traitor. And I didn't even ask your side. I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. Zenobia replied with a smile. Asia-san, I spoke harshly to you too. I'm really sorry. Irina said with a blush. It's okay, don't worry. Asia said, cutting herself short when Issei collapsed to the ground. Issei? Issei-kun? Issei-san? Everyone said as they went to the fallen devil. Surziches approached Issei and checked his condition. Don't worry everyone, he's just exhausted. It would be best if you take him home, Rias, so he can rest. Surziches said, making Rias create a magic circle. Of course, big brother. Then we'll be taking over leave. Rias said as they all disappeared in the Gremory symbol magic circle. The next day, Asia and Rias decided to let Issei sleep in so he could get some well-earned rest. So they headed off to school alone, intending to tell the teacher he was sick. Issei-san really is amazing, isn't he, President Rias? Asia said with a blush on her face. Of course he is my Issei after all. Rias said with a blush, not realizing who was coming towards them now as they ventured towards the clubroom. Good day to you, Rias Gremory and Asia Argento. It is nice to meet you. A stranger said, making Rias on guard. Who are you? And how do you know our names? Rias said, feeling threatened now. I see that Haidu Issei isn't with you today then. That makes things easier. The man said again, making Rias irritated. I asked who you are, Rias said, feeling infuriated now, sensing this wasn't just a normal human. My name is Ryu Tatsuo, and I am planning on taking everything away from Haidu Issei that he loves. Starting with you too, Ryu said, a purple light piercing Asia and Ria's brains, causing them to collapse. It now begins, Haidu Issei. I am going to steal from you everything you love. Ryu said, walking away from the two girls who were collapsed on the pathway outside of the clubroom. Chapter 24. Who are you? Issei sat himself up as he awoke from his well-earned rest. Stretching his arms out as his body began to start up. Issei felt re-energized when he first woke up. Well, the reason being when he realized what time it was. What? It's already 3:15 p.m. Damn, I've missed school. Well, I may as well go to the clubroom to let everyone know I'm okay. Issei said as he got up from his bed. After Issei finished getting dressed into his uniform and made himself look presentable, the brown-haired teen left the house and departed for Kuo Academy. Thanks to Issei's body being back to full health, it took the Red Dragon Emperor no time at all to reach the occult research clubroom. Issei opened the door with a smile on his face. Excited and happy to see his friends. However, Issei's facial expression soon changed when the door was opened. Issei's teeth gritted together when he saw that man with his arms around the crimson-haired woman he loves. What the hell are you doing to her, you bastard? Issei said as he charged the guy who had his hands now groping her breasts. Issei charged the man in a blinding fury. Remembering this was Ryu Tatsuo, the man he faced at the open class session. However, Issei's expression of rage changed to one of despair and confusion when he saw a blinding crimson-red light blocking his path. How dare you barge in here unannounced and attack one of my precious servants, Rias said as she projected a high-powered defense Gremory magic circle. You're joking, right? I'm your pawn. Rias, it's me, Issei. The Red Dragon Emperor said as he stared into her crimson eyes. What are you talking about? My pawn is the one you just tried to attack. Who are you? Rias said, beginning to lose her temper. What's going on here? Rias, it's me, Haidu Issei. Have you seriously forgotten who I am? Issei said, startling Asia. Haidu Issei? Rias screamed after reciting the name again. As several flashbacks of a shadowed figure stood next to her. Rias crouched down on the floor holding her head as if it was being split open. President Rias Kiba, I'm scared, Asia said as she hid behind the Gremory Knight. Damn you intruder, first you tried to attack Ryu-kun and now you're attacking our master. Unforgivable, prepare yourself, assassin, Kiba said as he materialized his holy demonic sword. Kiba, not you too. Issei said as Kiba began to charge him. Kiba began his attack on the unknown enemy and tried to slice off his head. Issei managed to with his quick reflexes dodge him. The blade narrowly missing his neck. Kiba, please, I don't want to fight you, it's me, Issei, the Red Dragon Emperor said after he backed away from the severe killing intent. Doesn't ring a bell, Kiba said after he tried to attack him again, this time using his full speed to land a hit. Damn, I don't have a choice, Ascalon, Issei shouted, unleashing his sacred gear. Blade. Issei began to fight at long last. Parrying Kiba's sword slashes, managing to keep up with his speed, surprising and angering the skilled knight. Not bad, assassin, but I'm not through yet, Kiba said, making another sword appear in his other hand. Issei managed to block the other sword by making his divine dividing gear appear on his right arm. Biba duck now, Zenobia said as she unleashed the power of Durandal. Issei dared not to try block the terrifying strength of Zenobia's all-powerful holy sword and dodged the slash at the very last moment. They're quite skilled, being able to dodge that fast. But I will not let anyone who hurts my friends leave unharmed, Zenobia said as she tried to attack him again. Issei jumped out of the way and as a result, the wall of the clubroom was demolished. You can't escape sword birth, Kiba shouted as he stabbed his blade into the ground and created a whole bunch of swords around Issei. Damn, I'm surrounded, Issei said as the sword circled him. Skewer him now, sword birth, Kiba said, causing the blades to point directly at the trap devil. I have no choice, balance break, Issei said, his body exerting a powerful ruby-red aura as his armor began to appear. Kiba and Zenobia were sent flying by nothing but Issei's intense power, which managed to shatter every sword that was aimed at him. Issei decided his only option now was to escape and get his thoughts together. The Red Dragon Emperor let loose his powerful wings and shot directly through the ceiling, leaving remains of the roof on the ground as he took flight and escaped. Issei was gone in seconds, soaring through the air as he fell into deep despair, unable to comprehend what was happening right now. President Rias, are you okay? Asia said as she crouched down to help her. Don't worry, Asia, I will help her now. Ryu said, helping Rias to her feet. Thank you, Ryu-san. Are you injured? Asia said, curious to see if he was hurt by that mad devil. I'm fine, thank you, Asia. So let's focus on Rias now. Ryu said as he placed his hands around the ruined princess's waist. I do, Issei. Pawn. Sekiryutei. It hurts so much, what's happening to me? Rias said in a panic, quickly losing consciousness when Ryu whispered into her ear. President Rias, Kiba said as Rias stopped talking. It's alright, Kiba, she just passed out from trauma. And who could blame her after such a thing just happened? Ryu said, making Kiba understand. Oh my, what happened here while I was away? What happened to the ceiling? A voice said as they entered the room. Oh, Vice President, I'm glad to see you're alright. You see, a madman just burst in here and tried to attack Ryu-kun. He also caused the president great pain to the extent she passed out. Kiba said, alarming Akeno. Ryu-san, who was that just now? It looks like you know him. Asia said innocently as she tried to stay calm. Unfortunately, I do. You see, his name is Haidu Issei, the Red Dragon Emperor. And he is also a lead member of the powerful rebels known as Chaos Brigade, Ryu said, making everyone shocked and alert. What? Why is Chaos Brigade targeting you and the president? Zenobia said, alarmed by this revelation. Most likely, it's because Rias is the sister of the Demon Lord and I am seen as the one closest to her to protect her. Ryu said, making Zenobia and Kiba angry at the unknown intruder. Don't worry everyone, I will get revenge for Rias and pursue him myself. Ryu said as he placed Rias on the sofa and walked out the hole in the room which was once a wall. A huge hole in the ground appeared when the Red Dragon Emperor lost his focus and crash landed. Issei's balance breaker deactivated on collision, showing his face as it leaked with tears. Issei began to shake as he felt a nostalgic feeling. It's just the same as before. This loneliness I feel. It's just like when my parents died and I had no one. And now everyone has forgotten who I am once again alone. Issei said, remembering Ria's face when he tried to fight off the pervert who embraced her. At this point, Issei cried out in pain and despair to the extent he could no longer hear Drake's voice. His voice being drowned out by his cries of pain and the falling rain that suddenly appeared. Issei-kun, are you alright? What happened to you? A voice said, making Issei look up. Akeno-san. Issei said, feeling a glimmer of hope shine. Of course it's me, what happened to you? Akeno said, making Issei break down. They've all forgotten me, Akeno, even Rias. I don't know what to do anymore, I'm so confused. Issei said, welcoming her hug as she wrapped her arms around him. Watch out, partner, Drake shouted, but his voice was once again not heard. Issei fell to his hands and knees as he felt the cold steel pierce his body. The blade caused him to cough up blood. Akeno-san. Issei said in between coughing up blood. Not exactly, the woman said as her body began to glow. Issei's breath was taken away in an instant. The moment the light vanished and showed to him this person's true form. You are, but that's impossible, Issei said as he stared in fear at the new arrival. Aha, that was hilarious watching you drop your guard like that for a woman. Well, was my disguise deceiving? I do take pride in this particular skill of me, Red Dragon Emperor, the voice said, making Issei worried now. It can't be one of the great dragon kings you long. Why are you here? What's going on? Issei said in a panic, not noticing the next guest who just arrived. Are you surprised, Haidu, Issei? Well, let me answer your questions. You long as you could say my partner and now you're going to die, Ryu said, making Issei cough up more blood. What did you do to me? Issei said as he stared at his normally red sacred gear which had now turned black and the gem's light was not responding or lighting up. Ryu yanked the blade from Issei's abdomen and lifted it up to show it to him. This is a rare treasure known as the Denjin Sutapa. This sword has the ability to seal your sacred gear and your magic power for 24 hours. So you have no way to fight back, Ryu said, making Issei angry. You bastard, just what did you do to Rias? To my friends. Issei roared, feeling a strong desire to rip this guy's head off. It's perfect, isn't it? I met up with all of your friends. Those you care about the most. And erased you from their memories, everything you did for them. Every heroic battle you fought. They will see me in your place. You no longer exist in this world. Haidu Issei, that is the power of my sacred gear, Kyokusachi, Ryu said, making Issei fall further into despair. You bastard, how could you do this to my friends, the people who took me in when I had no one? So it's true after all. They have truly forgotten me. Issei said as he looked at the ground, unable to hold back his tears no longer. Issei stopped crying for a second to observe the object that was just tossed in front of him. The blade that moments ago pierced him and still was tainted by his blood lay right in front of him. I'll give you the chance to end it yourself. Think of it as mercy. You no longer have a place in this world. And you had no desire to keep on living before. Didn't you want to meet with your parents again? Why waste your time here in despair when you can take that blade and end your suffering? Face it, this is the end, Haidu Issei. Whether I do it or the dragon or yourself, your life is going to end. So why not make it less painful and end it yourself? Ryu said, making Issei pick up the sword. That's it. Just let it all go. Ryu said as Issei lifted up the blade nearer his head. All of a sudden, Issei took the sword and threw it like a javelin pole directly at Ryu, stabbing him in the arm. You fool, the power of sealing is no longer active in this blade. I tried to give you the easy way out, Ryu said, making Issei retaliate. Don't buck with me. You think I'm just going to give up? On my friends. On the woman I love. I don't care if I have no power left in me. I don't care if I have to beat you with my bare hands. Either way, I'm going to defeat you and return everyone back to normal. I swear it, you bastard, until I take my last breath. I will never give up on those who changed my life, Issei said as he got to his feet. Issei charged towards Ryu and aimed to punch his way. However, Issei was sent flying by Yulong's mighty spiked tail, smashing him into the ground. I tried to grant you mercy. Now you will be torn to shreds by the mighty dragon. It's ironic, really, Ryu said, making Yulong pierce through Issei's flesh with his mighty claws. The battle was a nightmare to see. The ground covered in puddles of blood. As time and time again, Issei was pummeled into the ground and stabbed by the fearsome dragon. Ryu stood over Issei as he lay on the ground, unable to move. Goodbye, Issei. Don't worry, I will take great care of the Gremories, Ryu said as he aimed the sword at Issei's heart. You bastard, Issei said as Ryu was moments away from piercing his heart. Come forth, lightning, a voice echoed in the darkness, a lightning bolt shooting from the darkness. What is the meaning of this? Well, Akeno-san. Kaneko-chan. Ryu said to the two devils who stood in front of the severely injured Issei. Have you forgotten all we have been through, Akeno? Remember, it was I who saved you in our fight with Kakabiel. It was me who accepted you for who you are and restored your confidence. And Kaneko-chan, it was me who has always protected you. Ryu said to the two devils who glared at him menacingly. Shut up, you pervert, Kaneko-chan said, feeling angry at this man for what he did to Issei. There is only one person who I truly treasure. He has always been there for me and saved me. I deeply care about this man and I will do anything to protect him. That's right, this time I will save Issei-kun, Akeno said with determination in her eyes. Oh? I see that my sacred gear has had no effect on you. You shouldn't be able to remember this man. No matter, Yulong kill them all, Ryu said, making the dragon charge. Now Gaspy, Kaneko said, making the mighty dragon, an arrogant memory manipulator, turn purple. Akeno and Kaneko grabbed Issei by the arms and took flight with their wings. Their objective to get Issei as far away from danger as possible. His life was in danger and they had to save him. Issei blacked out whilst in their arms. When Issei opened his eyes again, he felt a warm heat source next to him. Issei-kun, Akeno said as soon as she saw him open his eyes. Issei-senpai, Kaneko and Gasper said together. Issei looked around the room and rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing an illusion. Issei sat upright and felt a huge pain in his abdomen. Issei touched his torso and realized he was covered in bandages. Try not to move, Issei-kun. I managed to stop the bleeding, but I'm not as good as Asia at healing. So please don't push yourself too far. Akeno said, trying to support him. This is real, isn't it? How? How do you all remember me? Issei said, well aware of Ryu's power. Luckily for us, that guy's sacred gear has one flaw. Akeno said as Kaneko and Gasper gathered next to her. The sacred gear does not work on hybrids, Akeno, Kaneko and Gasper said in unison. I'm half fallen angel and devil. So I'm not a full-fledged devil. Gasper is half vampire and Kaneko is a Nekomata. So we were all unaffected by his power. Akeno said to clarify the reason they weren't victim to Ryu's power. Kaneko, you're a Nekomata. Wow, that's amazing. Issei said, making Kaneko face away to hide her sad and frightened expression. Issei senpai. What are we going to do? Gasper said, clearly worried for his friends. There is only thing we can do, Gasper. We are going to defeat that bastard and return everyone back to normal, Issei said, making them all smile. That's Issei-kun for you. But first you need to rest up. We can formulate a plan once you're healed. Akeno said, helping Issei rest onto his bed. Yeah, I guess you're right. Issei said, complying with her. Issei closed his eyes, thinking one thing in his mind. Wait for me, Rias, I will come save you as soon as I am healed. Chapter 25. The face that pains her heart. Rias, I'm coming to save you. Rias awoke from her slumber in a wild panic. The events of her day yesterday mostly clouded, only remembering her brother coming to visit the occult research room, which for some reason was a mess. Ryu told her that a tree had fell and smashed through the roof, and that is why she became unconscious after a branch hit her in the head. But the conversation she had with her older brother still haunted her mind. Flashback. Big brother. What brings you here? Rias said as her brother emerged through his magic circle with his queen Graphia. Good day to you, Rias, Zenobia, Kiba, Asia, and oh, who's this? Surzicha said with a puzzled expression when he pointed towards Ryu. What are you talking about, big brother? Don't be silly, you know Ryu. He is my precious pawn after all. Rias said, smiling whilst she showed off her favorite piece. Oh, I see now. So you and Issei had your first fight, so now you're threatening to replace him. My goodness, you really are still a normal teenage girl, little sister. Surzicha said with a joyous expression. What are you talking about, big brother? Ryu is my only pawn, he used all 8 of my pieces. Rias said, which made Surzicha look serious now as he looked at Ryu. So you don't know anybody by the name of Haidu, Issei? Surzicha said, making Rias have a severe headache. 10 times as worse than if she accidentally read a Bible. Rias? What's the matter, talk to me, Surzicha said, quickly rushing to her side only to be stopped by Ryu. Calm down, Lord Surzicha, I will take care of her. Ryu said after whispering in her ear to make her lose consciousness. And then everything went black. End of flashback. Rias hugged her naked and sweaty body as she reminisced on such a horrifying memory. Her head began to hurt every time she attempted to remember anything before her brother arrived. It was as if she was being denied access to her own mind. Rias suddenly felt lonely when she felt the covers next to her, feeling that something wasn't right. The crimson-haired teen felt scared all of a sudden and approached Ryu's room, which was just opposite her own. The ruined princess approached Ryu, who was sound asleep in his bed with his back turned away from her. Rias approached his bed and climbed into the bed behind him. Suddenly, after Rias wrapped her arms around his waist, she immediately retracted them and felt a huge sense of fear. For as soon as she touched him, a green dragon appeared in her head and his back felt cold as ice. Rias felt something was definitely wrong now. After all, this is the man she loved, so why was she so afraid of him? When Rias went to leave his room, she felt a hand grab onto her wrist. What's wrong, Rias, you look troubled. Ryu said in a gentle voice, making Rias calm down. I'm sorry, Ryu, I just had a bad dream and I wanted to see you. Rias said with a blush, feeling embarrassed to tell him the truth. Don't worry, Rias, you're safe with me. Ryu said as he placed his hand on her cheek and leaned in for a kiss. Rias didn't expect what happened next when she found herself pushing him away as he tried to kiss her. I'm sorry for waking you, good night, Rias said as she retreated from the room. Rias entered her room again and ended up tumbling over a chair which had her school bag on it, causing the bag to fall onto the ground as well. I need to calm down and get some sleep. Rias said as she began to pack her belongings back inside the bag. Rias' fatigue was evident when she dropped her purse again, scattering her special cards and a photograph upside down. The demon lord's little sister used what was left of her energy to pick up the cards. However, she stopped to focus on the small photo after she collected her cards up. Did I have a photo in my purse all this time without knowing what it was of? Rias said as she picked it up and slowly turned it over. Suddenly, Rias' eyes shot wide open as she saw a brown-haired teen's face as he smiled with his thumb up. Rias touched her cheeks when she felt something wet running down them. Hey? Why am I crying? I don't even know this boy's name, but this photo makes my heart and my head hurt so much. Rias said as she placed it back in her purse. The upset devil climbed back into bed and hugged her pillow, feeling that her tears would never stop as she tightly clung to her pillows. Meanwhile, at the Haidu household, Issei was still resting in bed on account of his injuries and his lost magic power. I thought I would find you here. A voice said, making Issei open his eyes immediately. Surzich's? Graphia. Issei said as he stared at the demon lord and his queen. You've certainly seen better days, Nightwing. Surzicha said, making Issei a bit annoyed. How many times have I told you not to call me that? Wait a minute, then that means you remember me, Lord Surzich's. Issei said, the excitement obvious in his tone. Yes. But it seems that many others have seemed to forget you. What's going on? Surzicha said as Issei sat himself up. That bastard Ryu, he has erased me from the rest of the peerage's memories. His sacred gear is memory manipulation. Issei said, making Surzicha's frustrated all of a sudden. Then that means. The one who promised me he would take care of my sister was responsible for her pain. Surzicha said as her eyes is transforming now. Calm down, Lord Surzicha, Issei will definitely save Rias. Isn't that right? Grafia said, now looking at Issei. Of course I will, I'm not going to give up on her. I swear to you, Lord Surzicha, I will bring her back to her senses and make that scumbag pay for attacking the Gremories. Issei said, making Surzicha smile. Well, you won't be able to do anything in your condition. It's a good thing that I brought Grafia along with me then. Grafia, please tend to Issei's wounds and start restoring his magic power. Surzicha said, causing Grafia to open a magic circle and pull out a strange device. This won't be as fast as Asia's twilight healing, but it will help restore your wounds and your magic power. You should be good to go by tomorrow evening. And when you're ready to go, we will take action and save Rias. Grafia said, pressing the button and encasing Issei in a healing oval-shaped bubble which shined a majestic purple. Akeno, Kaneko and Gasper re-entered Issei's room and began to discuss a plan of action. So what's the plan, Sekiryutei? Grafia said, expecting Issei to have one already. Okay, in order to save Rias, we have to work together. First, I would like Surzicha and Grafia to seal off Kiba, Zenobia and Asia so they don't get hurt in the crossfire. Meanwhile me, Akeno, Kaneko and Gasper will take on Ryu and Rias. Issei said, making Akeno speak up. Issei-kun, I think it would be best if you left Rias to me. I don't think you would be able to fight her seriously. And besides, while I keep Rias busy, you, Kaneko and Gasper can focus on Ryu and his dragon. Akeno said, making Issei worry. But isn't Rias your best friend? I couldn't force you to fight her either. Issei said, feeling concerned. She is my best friend. That is why I will personally remind her of the great things about Issei-kun. I believe it is my duty as her best friend to see to it she doesn't lose an important person in her life and to replace them with a jerk like Ryu. I feel I can do it. Akeno said, brimming with confidence. I see. Then I will leave Rias to you. Thank you, Akeno. Issei said, feeling happy. There is no need to thank me, I owe a lot to you for saving me. And I also owe it to Rias to make sure she stays happy. Akeno said with a blush and a smile. The next day flew by in a flash and now scale mail equipped, Issei, Akeno, Gasper and Kaneko transported to the battlefield at Kuo Academy. The four devils arrived on the scene and as expected, Rias, Ryu and his dragon were there waiting. Akeno, Kaneko, Gasper. What's going on here? Why are you helping the Sekiryutei? Has he brainwashed you? Rias said, starting to get emotional. Akeno concentrated her magic power and transformed into her Maiko outfit. The only one here who has been brainwashed, Rias, is you. That man has messed with your mind and taken away from you the most precious thing to you, Akeno said, making Rias look shocked as she placed her hand over heart. What are you saying, Akeno? Ryu is the one I love. Rias said in a hesitant tone. Don't worry, President Rias, I will remind you of the man you truly love. Here I come, Akeno said as she opened up both her devil wing and her fallen angel wing as she soared into the air, generating lighting within her palms as she stared down at Rias. Chapter 26, The Priestess of Lightning vs the Ruined Princess. Rias shot into the air with her devil wings now deployed. Following after Akeno, who was now preparing to attack. Snap out of it, Akeno, you're being lied to by the Sekiryutei, Rias said, feeling hesitant to fight her queen. However, this had the opposite effect and instead angered Akeno. The one who needs to wake up Rias is you, Akeno shouted as she fired lightning at her master. Rias took evasive action and managed to avoid Akeno's attack just in time. Akeno, why are you doing this? Aren't we best friends? Rias said, still refusing to fight back. Yes, that's right, Rias. You're my best friend. But that is why I will not let you be led astray by that man, Akeno said, firing another attack at Rias. Once again Rias managed to dodge the magic attack. But Akeno was now concentrating her power ready for another attack. Rias was unable to dodge the next strike as the lightning shot down from the skies above. Instead, Rias had no choice but to deploy a defensive magic circle. Akeno yelled as she tried to break through Rias' shield. What are you doing, Akeno? Stop this now. If the Sekiryutei is that powerful, we will beat him together. Rias said, suddenly feeling Akeno's attack getting stronger. Let me ask you something, Rias. Who was it who crashed your engagement party and stopped you marrying Razor Phoenix? Akeno said, making Rias shocked, the answer being obvious to her. Well, that's obvious, it was Rias said, suddenly getting cut off by Akeno. Wrong, it was Issei-kun, Akeno said, this time breaking through Rias' magic circle. Rias began to fall, but Akeno was on her again. Who was it that saved us all and defeated Kakabiel? Akeno said, striking Rias again with her lightning. Once again Rias was cut off by the irritated Akeno. Wrong, it was Issei-kun, Akeno said, chasing after Rias, who pulled up away from the magic attack. I don't even know who that is, Rias said, showing clear signs that Ryu's sacred gear had warped more of her mind. Who confessed his feelings to you and promised to protect you? Who also treats you just as Rias and not as the heir to the Gremories? I will answer it for you, it was Issei-kun. He is always trying to protect you, and even now, he is still trying to save you. Even though you don't remember him, Akeno said with tears streaming down her cheeks. Like I said, I don't know anybody by that name, Rias said, finally firing some magic back Akeno's way. Akeno easily dodged it and deployed another magic circle. You need to cool down and think, Akeno said, unleashing a water attack, this time on the Crimson Princess. Rias was hit directly by the water blast and now began to get irritated. Whilst Akeno and Rias continued to fight, Issei commenced his plan. Leaving Yulong to Gasper and Kaneko, who were continuously stopping time for the dragon and striking him whilst he held still. Aspi? Yes, leave it to me, Gasper said, making the dragon turn purple again. Kaneko delivered powerful punches to the dragon's head and stomach. However, every time the dragon's perspective of time was restored, it showed no signs of injury. Meanwhile, Issei and Ryu were at a standoff. So it's time to settle things, Red Dragon Emperor. Ryu said, activating his magic power. It won't go anywhere near as well for you this time than it did last time. Last time you caught me off guard. But now my resolve is clear. So I will take you down and save Rias, Issei said, charging straight towards Ryu now. Issei landed a perfect blow on the foe he was determined to defeat. However, his punch seemed to show no signs of damage. What's this? Issei said, clearly confused. It's a skill I created myself. I surround myself in magic power and as a result, it works as a shield to guard my body while I fight. Ryu said, his body now being surrounded in a jade aura. Well then, if that's the case, I will just have to hit you harder, Issei said, charging again. Boost 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 boost. Here I come, Issei yelled, resuming the fight. Meanwhile, in the skies above, the battle between king and queen was still underway. You dare to defy your master after all of this time, Akeno? You turn your back on the Gremories for the Cows Brigade. Rias said, now surrounding herself in an ominous red aura. Says the one who forgot one of her most precious servants. Rias, you idiot, Akeno screamed, trying to catch her again. Rias and Akeno both fired their magic power at each other continuously, to the point where they came to a standstill. Rias, listen to me. Ryu is lying to you. He has altered your memories to make you think he is who he says he is. The Sekiryutei is not the enemy, Akeno said as she tried to catch her breath. What are you saying, Akeno? Ryu has been with us since the beginning. He's the most important person to me, Rias said as she also tried to regain her composure. Oh really? So are you saying you would die for him? Of course. Would you stand by him even if everyone turned against him? Absolutely. Would you trust him completely, both body and heart? Would you give him everything you possess? Akeno said, making Rias hesitate this time. After Akeno said what she said, Rias began to reminisce when she tried to snuggle up to him but felt he was cold as ice. And when he tried to kiss her. When part of her mind said get away and her heart pained her deeply. Well, why yes. Rias said, showing clearly to Akeno the voice of her heart. See, even you are having doubts, admit it, you don't trust Ryu completely. And that's not all, you know that you have forgotten something very important to you, Akeno said, making Rias' eyes shoot wide open. Shut up, I will protect Ryu with my life, Rias said, not aware of the demonic blast coming her way. Rias, look out, Akeno shouted to the devil, who only had time to see the blast. Rias panicked as she knew that it was too late to defend herself. So she braced for the impact. However, Rias wasn't hurt in the slightest by the attack. As a tall armored red figure just deflected the attack and now stood in front of her like a shield. Damn you, Ryu, how dare you do that to Rias, I'll kill you, Issei shouted as he shot back down to the ground and finally landed a perfect punch thanks to his rage increasing his strength. Rias was frozen for a second, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Why did the enemy protect her? You see, Ryu just tried to kill you just now, Akeno said, now making Rias' eyes turn red. That's enough, even if you are my best friend. Akeno, I won't let you speak badly of Ryu anymore, Rias said, firing a powerful destructive force at Akeno. Akeno managed to dodge the attack just in time. But now she was infuriated. You're so stupid, Rias, how dare you protect the man who just tried to kill you, does your life mean that little to you? Akeno said, being surrounded in lightning now. Rias was stunned for a second as she rarely saw Akeno get this angry. This wasn't her usual sadistic side, this was true burning rage in her eyes. But Rias was also very angry. infuriated that Akeno was so stubborn and would not listen to reason. Suddenly, Rias heard a gentle voice inside her head. "Rias, can you hear me? Ryu? That's right, it's me. I'm sorry but it's too late to save Akeno." "That's not true, I can save her," Rias said, making Ryu angry. "Obey me and kill Akeno," Himejima, Ryu said, making Rias cry out as she held her head in agony. "So it's not just memory manipulation now. You've gotten inside of Rias' head now," Akeno said, feeling very angry. But her anger subsided in an instant when Rias stopped screaming and now seemed both calm and almost robotic. "Hey Akeno. Remember when you asked me before if I would stand by Ryu even if everyone was against him? Well, I'm going to prove it to you through actions since your mind won't listen to me," Rias said, firing a massive destructive force at Akeno, causing her to fall like a raindrop in the clouds. "Akeno-san," Issei shouted as he launched himself from the ground and caught her. "Issei-kun? Are you okay, Akeno? Are you hurt?" Issei asked, trying not to move her too much. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "But Rias, she's being completely brainwashed now, he's got inside her head." "Issei-kun, please save the president," Akeno said in tears as she clutched onto Issei's armored arm. "I've got it, Akeno," Issei said, placing her gently down on the floor so she could rest. Suddenly, Issei's conversation was interrupted when Kaneko and Gasper were sent flying by Yulong's mighty tail. "Kaneko-chan, Gasper," Issei said as they now lay on the floor in front of him. "What have you done to them?" Issei shouted, his eyes filled with fury. "I made them take a nap, they were annoying me so I finished them," Yulong said in an evil cackle. "Damn you." Kaneko and Gasper suddenly showed signs of life as they picked themselves off the ground. "Kaneko-chan," Issei said, trying to help her up. "Issei-senpai, don't worry, we'll be alright. Just take him down and save the president." "Let's go, Gaspy," Kaneko said as Gasper too stood up. "You can count on me, Issei-senpai, I'm a man too," Gasper said as he and Kaneko raced off to fight the dragon again. Issei got to his feet, also accepting the resolve of his comrades, and aimed to fulfill his promise to them. "Damn you, Ryu, I will make you pay for what you have done to my comrades," Rias, Issei said as he once again powered himself up. Boost 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 boost. Here goes dragon, shot Issei roared as an immense crimson light shot from his gauntlet. The blast caused a massive explosion and created a smoke screen. When the smoke eventually blew away, Issei wasn't surprised with what he saw. "Rias," he simply said to the girl who protected Ryu with a heavy-duty magic circle. "I won't let you hurt my precious servant, he means everything to me," Rias said with tears leaking from her eyes. Those words stung Issei pretty badly. However, he did not let them get to him as he slowly walked towards the ruined princess. Showing no signs of hostility with his armor equipped. He had only thing going through his mind that he was about to say. "Rias," Issei said, making Rias look at the Sekiryutei with his face hidden. "I promised you before and I intend to keep that promise again and again, I will come to save you." Chapter 27, The Heart of a Dragon. "Please stay back, Ryu. I'll handle the Sekiryutei," Rias said with her eyes changing to a ruby shade. "I should have known you would do this, Rias. After all, you care about your servants more than anything else in the world," Issei said as he began to walk towards her. "Are you mocking me?" Rias said, summoning her destructive power and directed it straight at Issei. "Of course not, Rias. That's what I love about you," Issei said, making Rias angry. "Shut up," Rias screamed as she launched her attack. The crimson blast was a direct hit, causing Issei's scale mail to slightly crack. Rias was both stunned and confused after the Sekiryutei, who proved to have significant speed, refused to dodge her and attack her head-on. No, he just proceeded along the path towards her. "I won't let you hurt Ryu, you monster," Rias said, making Issei hurt a bit. "I know you won't, Rias. But don't worry, I'm going to save you now," Issei said, being hit by another proportions of Rias' power. "Stay back, Sekiryutei, take another step further and I will destroy you," Rias said, her power beginning to increase in response to her building rage. "I promise to not turn away from you when you are suffering so much, President. After all, I'm your pawn," Issei said, moments away from her now as her feet stayed planted on the spot. "I told you to stay back," Rias screamed, this time unleashing a more powerful blast at the Red Dragon Emperor. Once the smoke cleared, Rias could see that the Red Dragon Emperor's armor was almost destroyed, the helmet being the exception. But despite this, he still continued to approach her. Issei was a few steps away from Rias now, and this caused the crimson-haired girl to greatly panic. "Get away from me," she screamed, aiming a half-powered blast at his head. The attack was successful in destroying Issei's last piece of armor. However, Rias now froze as the fragments of the Red Dragon Emperor's helmet fell to the floor. Rias POV. My body froze. No, to be more accurate, it was as if my whole body was forcing me to not make another move when I destroyed the helmet. Next my chest began to heat up and before I knew it, tears started streaming down my cheeks when his face was revealed. His scruffy brown hair. His hazel eyes which stared directly at me. But not with resentment or disgust, no, it was more like a look of kindness and warmth. He smiled at me and stopped walking when he finally reached me. My heart began to beat rapidly remembering the previous night when I saw that photo I held in my purse. It was then I realized that this individual was the same as the boy in the picture I possess. My feelings of fear and hatred suddenly disappeared and were replaced with new emotions. Happiness and desperation. I was happy to see this man, but I was desperate to find out who he was to me and why by looking at his face alone, does my heart begin to beat faster and bring out a warmth inside of me. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around me and pulled me towards his chest holding the back of my head gently as he embraced me. My heart was going crazy as he hugged me close to him. I didn't know why, but when he wrapped his arms around me, I felt as if all the loneliness I experienced was because of this man being gone. But I love Ryu, don't I? So how could this be true? That's right, he is Ryu's enemy, he is going to try kill my precious servant, I have to break away. As my mind failed to comprehend what my heart was feeling, he broke my confusion when he gently spoke those words to me. I'm sorry to let you suffer alone for so long, Rias. But don't worry, everything is going to be okay now. The boy said, making my face redden and more tears leak out from my eyes. My body was operating as if it had a mind of its own. My arms began to put themselves around him, wanting to hold him as gently as he held me. And as he held me, I felt such happiness but at the same time sadness that I couldn't remember such a gentle person's name. Normal POV. Suddenly, Issei pushed Rias away from his arms and then tilted his head back as he cried out in pain. Rias was shocked when she saw what appeared to be a dragon's claw piercing through the boy's chest. A puddle of blood was formed on the ground as it rapidly spilled from Issei's torso when the dragon extracted the one sharp nail that was impaling him from his abdomen. Aha, again that idiot let his guard down around a woman, what a fool, Yulong said, whilst he cackled. Rias rushed to Issei's side with a sudden urge to see if he was okay, despite her mind not knowing why. Whilst Kaneko and Gasper chased off Yulong. Hey, are you okay? Rias asked in a panic. Thank goodness. Huh? Thank goodness you're not hurt, Rias. Issei said as he caressed her cheek with his hand. Why did you do that? Why did you protect me when I tried to kill you? Rias said, crying as she stared at him. Issei didn't say another word, smiling as his hand that was on her cheek suddenly fell to the floor. Hey? Are you okay? Hang in there, Rias said when suddenly something caught her attention. The photograph was sticking out of the brown-haired boy's shirt pocket when the wind began to increase. When Rias removed the photograph and examined it, her expression went from sadness to despair at the first sight of the picture. It was a picture of her and Issei in the clubroom. Her arms were gently wrapped around the back of Issei's neck and she was kissing him on the cheek from behind the sofa whilst he sat there smiling. All of a sudden, memories began to rush into Ria's mind and the pain was unbearable. The shadowed figure that transformed to Ryu after he manipulated her mind further now changed to the brown-haired teen who lay on the ground in critical condition. Memories with Issei's fight with Razor when he crashed her engagement party began to pierce her brain. The pain increased with every memory that began to become clear. And then, she began to hear one name. That one name that she always called out with love and care for when she saw him. At this very moment, that one name was all that came to Ria's mind as the boy closed his eyes and began to show his life was in danger. Issei, I remember now, how could I forget such an important person to me? Ria screamed, holding his head in her chest now. This is bad, his breathing is very faint, I have to call Asia here immediately, Ria said, suddenly freezing in place when she saw that what is most precious to her be sent flying from her grasp. Good job holding him still, Rias. Don't worry, I will now rid this nuisance from your life. Ryu said as he walked past her and towards the defenseless devil. All Rias could do was watch as her boyfriend was trampled on. Her legs showing no signs of movement. I've been waiting a long time for this, Haidu, Issei, Ryu said, stepping directly on Issei's battle wound. Issei cried out, being woken up through intense pain. All is going just as I planned. First I will kill the disciple of Lord Serzich's. And then I will kill his little sister right in front of him, whilst she willingly lets me. You bastard, what do you want with Rias? Issei said, suddenly coughing out blood when Ryu stepped on him again. It's useless, Sekiryutei, you can't stop me now, but as you're about to die, I will tell you what I want. It's quite simple really. I want Serzich's head. The demon lord's head. Just what is your objective? Issei said through painful breaths. You really haven't figured it out yet. Man, you're stupid, I'm not just some pathetic lower-class devil like you. I'm from the old Satan faction and I am going to take yours and Ria's heads in order to draw out the demon lord himself so we can overthrow him and bring the underworld back to its former glory, Ryu said, revealing his true origin. You bastard, I won't let you, Issei began to say, but was once again pushed to the ground by Ryu's foot. You're an idiot, you really think you can stop us in that condition? I used Rias to distract you long enough so you long could strike a fatal blow on you. I knew you would be too pathetic and protect that worthless girl. You would have been better off if you would have taken my offer to end your life. Before Ryu said this, digging his finger inside of Issei's open wound. Issei cried out in immense pain, and Rias finally found her strength to stand up. Once I kill you, I'm going to kill her next, and then the old Satan faction will kill all of your friends, and there is nothing you can do about it. Sekiryutei Ryu said this, plunging his fist into the wound. Suddenly, Rias shoved Ryu away from Issei and shielded him with her body. Stop hurting Issei, you bastard, or I'll kill you, Rias said, generating an ominous aura. So you've decided to betray me, Rias? Well, it's already too late. No matter what you do now, he's going to die, Ryu said with an evil cackle. If Issei is going to die, then I will disappear with him, Rias screamed at the villain as he laughed at her. Very well then, Ryu said as he reached out to grab her. Ah. Deep in the subconscious of Issei's sacred gear. Issei found himself in a blank void and realized immediately where he was. It was a place he visited before when he was achieving balance breaker. The Red Dragon Emperor looked ahead and saw a long table with red, glowing what appeared to be the ancestors of his sacred gear. What are you doing, kid? It's time to use Juggernaut Overdrive. If you don't, you're definitely going to die. The first spirit said. He's right, it's time to unleash the true power of the Welsh dragon, another said, making Issei realize that they were right, until another voice spoke up. Pathetic. As expected of my ancestors' rivals. All greedy for power and destruction. Always walking down the path of ruin, but you're different, Haidu Issei. Wait a second, you're the spirit of Albion? Yes. When you absorbed my power, I merged with your sacred gear, so now I can communicate with you and make sure you don't make the same mistake these idiots did. But they're right, aren't they? My body is dying fast, and Asia isn't there to help me either. The Juggernaut drive will transform me into a dragon. But at least I can save Rias and the others. And do you think she is going to be satisfied with you leaving her? Do you seriously plan to crush her heart and throw away your life? No, What are you talking about? You have something that can save you. Didn't you say that you would never use that power because you were afraid of the consequences? Yes, of course I'm afraid to use this power, but what else can I do? Bragg said it before, remember? You are a man who has proven to be able to defy the impossible, so if you don't want to use that power, reject it, make your own power to get rid of that power. Stand up, Haidu Issei. You have to get stronger so Volley can continue to grow. The spirit said, making the white void vanish and become nothing but darkness. As Issei was standing alone in the darkness, he saw a bright crimson light appear before him. Issei, hang in there, a voice called out, making Issei focus on it. Rias. She's calling to me. She's in trouble. Get up, move body, I swear, Rias. I will protect you. Suddenly, Ryu was experiencing tremendous pain when he touched Rias Gremory's shoulder. Let go of her. A voice said, making Rias turn around. Didn't you hear me, Ryu? I said let go of her, you bastard, Issei shouted, almost breaking Ryu's arm with his intense force. Impossible, how are you still alive? Ryu said, feeling very confused right now until Issei held up an object. Phoenix tears. That's right, a little present from Rias the day after my battle with Kakabiel. I just remembered them. She left them in my pocket before she went to school. And now I'm going to protect her until my last breath. Issei. Rias said with tears in her eyes. It sounds like you've come to your senses, Rias. Just hold on a second, I will finish this quickly. Issei said, smiling at her. Suddenly, Issei's body was surrounded in a crimson aura when he activated his balance breaker again. Oh? So you plan to use the Juggernaut drive after all? No, I refuse to use that form. Instead, I will create my own form. To protect the girl I love. Issei said, generating an even more powerful aura. What's going on? Ryu shouted as Issei's power began to rise. I, who is about to awaken, am the Red Dragon Emperor who has discarded the principles of domination. I shall walk the road of righteousness by having infinite hopes and dreams. I shall become the king of Crimson Dragon. And I promise you all, I shall show you the future which shines in true crimson light, Issei chanted, causing a huge beam of crimson light to shoot out of all the gems on his scale mail. What the hell is that form? It's completely different from Juggernaut drive, Ryu said, feeling both confused and intimidated of Issei's awakened power. My armor has now changed from red to crimson. It's the color of the girl I love's hair. I call it Cardinal Crimson Promotion. Also known as the true Crimson Dragon Emperor form, Issei said as the crimson light dimmed down. Suddenly, Ryu was sent hurtling through the air when Issei vanished in an instant and punched him. breaking his so-called shield into pieces. That was so fast, how did you do that? Ryu said, clearly spooked now. Ryu Tatsuo, the real fight starts now, Issei said, ready to show his new powers capabilities. Chapter 28. This ends now. I won't let anyone take you away from me. Ryu backed away after the startling blow he just suffered from Issei. You won't escape, Issei shouted, charging straight for him. You're too slow, Ryu shouted as he arrogantly closed his eyes whilst he evaded the attack. A second later, Ryu experienced agonizing pain when a powerful elbow hit the back of his neck, followed by a gut-wrenching kick. Ryu coughed out blood, unaware the attack before was going to be a feint. You'd be wise not to take your eyes off your opponent, Issei said, following his kick with a deadly uppercut. Ryu was sent flying, but he quickly recovered and landed on his feet. The Chaos Brigade member wiped the blood from his cheek and suddenly became enraged. How dare you, you bastard, how dare you do this to an old Satan, you low-class son of a bitch, Ryu said, clenching his blood-stained fist. That's nothing compared to the pain you put the girl I love through, Issei said, emitting a fierce crimson aura. Don't get cocky, Haidu, Issei. You have no idea of the power I possess. Yulong, we're doing it, Ryu said, alerting Yulong from his fight with Kaneko and Gasper. Ah, what a pain in the ass, but I want to put this damn drag in his place, Yulong said, taking flight and moving towards Ryu. Yulong transformed himself into an emerald light ball and collided straight into the devil. Issei had to dig his feet deep into the ground to prevent himself from being blown away by the magnificent force that originated from the colossal tower of power that swallowed up Ryu Tatsuo whole. Once the blinding light vanished, a completely transformed Ryu emerged from the jade-colored light. Issei stared intently at Ryu's new form, preparing for whatever surprise he had in store for him. The fearsome foe, after combining his strength and power with the Great Dragon King, now wore a shining green dragon-shaped suit of armor. This attire was completely different to Issei's kind of armor. For instance, Ryu's armor was covered in the spikes of Yulong's back, covering his arms, his legs and his new tail. His helmet gave off the impression that he was inside a dragon's mouth, as the headgear looked like a dragon with its mouth wide open. It wasn't just the armor, Ryu now was armed with a long maleficent sword and a shield embedded with dragon scales. So, this is your true power then? Issei said, preparing to fight. Yes, Haidu, Issei, tremble in fear of the power of a true dragon user, Ryu said, now submerged in a powerful aura. Issei was beginning to grow tired of this guy's attitude and as a result, did not hesitate. Firing a dragon shot at the arrogant being in an attempt to shut him up once and for all. The great explosion occurred when the attack made contact with Ryu, and it looked as if the blast was successful. Or so it seemed. Once the smoke cleared, Issei's confidence took a turn for the worse when Ryu Tatsuo emerged from it without a scratch on him. His shield being the obvious reason his attack was rendered useless. It's useless, my shield is encased with the formidable scales of a great dragon king, you will have to do much better than that to even scratch its mighty exterior, Ryu said as he raised his sword to the sky. Then I guess I'll just have to hit you harder, Issei shouted whilst his opponent's sword began to glow a shining jade. Oh, by the way, did I forget to tell you? Whilst you and I have been fighting, all of Ria's magic power has been absorbed by me, and I will use it now to destroy her once and for all, Ryu said as he behaved like a maniac. Don't you dare, Issei shouted as his power began to soar. Haha, sayonara, Demon Lord Sister Emerald Blaster, Ryu shouted as he slashed down with his sword, unleashing a slash which developed into a deadly blast. Rias, Issei shouted as he dashed to intercept. Issei, what are you doing? Rias said as she knelt down on the floor after collapsing from losing so much magic power. Don't worry, Rias, I swear I will protect you, Issei said with his arms outstretched ready for impact. But if that hits you, who knows what will happen. Believe in me, Rias. I have a plan. Drake, I'm counting on you, Issei said with Drake immediately responding. Sure, I'm ready when you are, partner, Drake responded. Drake, transfer all of my speed and add it to my defense, Issei shouted, amusing the dragon that dwelled within him. Interesting, you never fail to surprise me, partner, Drake said as he responded to his partner's will. Sekiryutei, Ryu shouted when the blast was moments from making impact. Change complete, transfer over, Drake said when the blast hit them, directly immersing them in a green light. It's over, Ryu shouted as he slashed down on Issei under the cover of the smoke. Ryu's look of arrogance and confidence quickly faded. After the luminous cover lifted and he saw his attack was completely worthless. What the hell did you just do? How did you block my attack? Ryu questioned as he gazed upon Issei's new form. Change complete, Welsh Dragona Crook, solid impact, Drake said, Issei's armor completely transformed. His armor was now more fortified and his scaled hand was gripping onto Ryu's sword. Solid impact, Issei shouted, smashing his newly strengthened and powered dynamic fist through Ryu's previously believed indestructible shield into pieces. Impossible, Ryu said as he maneuvered out of Issei's grip and backed away several steps. Drag, now I need you to transfer all of my defense and switch it to my speed instead, Issei said, with Drag automatically complying. I got it, leave it to me, Drag said as Issei's chest began to glow in a crimson aura again. Connecting to evil pieces. Armor release. Which caused all but the absolute minimum armor to be shed in order to reduce weight. The armor then morphed into a more aerodynamic form, after which Drag announced. Welsh Dragon Mode Change Sonic Boost Night Change Star Sonic Drag, shouted Issei's next transformation now complete. What an idiot, you abandoned your defense for just a little more speed. Ryu said, startled by what he saw next. Ascalon. Blade. Issei darted towards Ryu like a bolt of lightning and collided with his sword. What the hell? Just how much faster did you get? Well, no matter, you are no match for my sword. That blade is nothing compared to my Ascalon, Issei said, suddenly disappearing. Ryu found himself being attacked from every direction as Issei darted through his defenses, demolishing fragments of his armor whilst he attacked him. This is the end, Star Sonic Booster, Issei shouted, increasing his speed even further. Ryu was completely taken by surprise when his sword was completely smashed, leaving only the handle left. How the hell did you get even faster? This is what I like to call God speed, and now this is the end for you, Issei said, transforming his armor back to Cardinal Crimson form. Ryu's look of anger and irritation suddenly shifted to one of a smirk, as if he was scheming something. You're right, that is certainly an impressive power. I think I will take it for a spin myself. You long do it now, Ryu shouted, making the eyes on his dragon helmet glow yellow. I really despise the thought of copying that piece of shit Drag's power, but I really want to put this punk in his place, Yu Long said, suddenly summoning forth a tower of emerald flames. You really have no idea when to quit. Let's end this now, Issei said as the flames began to die down. Cardinal Emerald Overdrive, Yu Long said. Now Ryu was wearing armor completely identical to Issei's. This is amazing, I can feel the power coursing through my veins. I will finally extinguish your weak flame now, Ryu said as emerald flames danced around him. You think just because you copied my power you now have a chance to win? Well, you're wrong, you may have my armor now, but your pathetic replica is nothing compared to my crimson power, which was brought out by the love I hold inside me. For Rias Gremory, Issei shouted, crimson flames increasing further in size. Talk all you want, your pathetic bond with the Demon Lord's little sister is nothing compared to true power. Then I will show you how strong my bond really is, Issei said, increasing his power even further. Boost 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 boost. Boost 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 boost. Boost 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 boost. You're missing a very obvious difference in our power here. You have to power up all the time, whilst my power always stays at maximum. You're the one thinking wrong here. Your power, unlike mine, has a limit, Issei said as the two began to fight again. I'll show you who has a limit, I've always wanted to try this. Dragon shot, Ryu said, shooting a blast similar to Issei's own attack. You are no match for the original dragon shot, Issei shouted, firing a crimson dragon shot to collide with Ryu's emerald one. The blasts collided and exploded on collision with one another. The dragon warriors then charged each other, fighting to the death savagely. Issei and Ryu both coughed up blood as they both dealt mighty blows to one another. You really think you can save her? Ryu said, making Issei angry. Of course I can, Issei said, making Ryu laugh. That reminds me, I have never seen her naked form. So let's change that. I have touched her several times today. And now I'm going to take advantage of that. Dress break, Ryu said, snapping his fingers and making the poor girl shriek. You bastard, Issei shouted, punching him so hard that he was sent flying off into the distance. Rias, are you okay? Issei said, noticing she was hunched over. Issei? I'm so embarrassed right now. Rias said, suddenly changing her mood when Issei hugged her and emitted his crimson aura. Rias became surprised but flattered at the same time when she looked down below and realized that she was no longer exposed. Because thanks to Issei's unusual but practical talent, Rias was now being hugged by well-crafted dragon-scale underwear. Thank you, Issei. Rias said with a blush, unable to say anything else. It's okay, just sit tight. I'll end this quickly. Ryu, how dare you, you bastard, you have disgraced both my master and the woman I love for the last time. I will kill you now, Issei said, now being enveloped again in a bright crimson light. Mode change, Welsh Dragon Cardinal Crimson Queen Drake said as Issei's power continued to increase. Here I come, Issei shouted, darting straight towards the airborne enemy. President, are you okay? A voice said, making Rias turn her head. Udo. What are you doing here? Rias said, very confused. Isn't that obvious? I'm here to cheer on Issei-kun in his fight. Kiba said, making Rias relieved. Your memories have returned. Rias said, starting to feel better. Yes. I'm ashamed that after all Issei-kun has done for me, that I turned my back on him. If it wasn't for your brother, me, Asia and Zenobia would still be under Ryu Tatsuo's spell. Kiba said looking down at the ground. Asia is here as well. Ria said glad to hear that Asia was back to normal as well. Yes, she is back there helping out the vice president. Let me help you up. Kiba said placing out his hand. Thank you. Ria said as she and Kiba stared up at the sky. He's incredible, isn't he? Kiba said as they watched two lights colliding into each other as they exploded in the sky like fireworks. Yes, he sure is. He never fails to surprise me. It's amazing when you think just how strong he is going to become. Ria said staring in awe at Issei as he smashed Ryu again and again. Well, you won't have to worry about him leaving you president. After all, you're the source of his power. Kiba said making Ria smile. You're right. Now let's watch him and be ready to welcome him back to the Gremories. Ria said as she and the rest of the peerage watched the fight. Yes, President Kiba said ready to fight if it came to it. Issei and Ryu continued to battle in the sky, exchanging blow for blow. Punches met punches, neither succeeding in the battle. All of a sudden, Issei's power increased. Playtime is over, Issei said sending another punch towards Ryu. Do you think that's going to hit me? Ryu said trying to deflect his punch. Suddenly, Issei's punch became a blur to Ryu as it smashed into his helmet. Before he could process what just happened, Ryu was hit with a combination of furious punches to his abdomen. Issei then smashed him into the ground with a reinforced blast. Dragon shot, Issei shouted sending Ryu hurtling towards the ground. Ryu managed to get to his feet just as Issei touched the ground himself. Damn you, Haidu, Issei, I will kill you, Ryu said, frustrated that he couldn't unlock his copied power's full potential. The only one who is going to die here is you after all you have done to my friends, to Rias I will never forgive you, Issei said, his power increasing further. Damn you, there has to be a way I can kill you, Ryu said, suddenly interrupted by a voice. Hey partner, there is a way you can crush this punk. Oh really, I'm listening. Ryu said in response to the dragon. There is a power hidden within Haidu, Issei, that he refuses to touch because of its incredible destructive power. Yulong said making Ryu grin. Then how about I unearth this power? Ryu said making Issei panic and get angry. Don't you dare, Ryu Tatsuo, if you use that power, all of the city will be in danger. Just because you're too much of a coward to use it doesn't mean that I won't. Ryu said suddenly taking flight. Everyone get down, Welsh Dragon Bishop Mode, Issei said making his giant cannons appear on his shoulders. Ryu began to glow in a green and black flame, and his chest plate began to open up. Long Ina Smasher, Ryu shouted as he blasted his enormous power through his chest plate. Welsh Dragon Bishop Blaster, Issei shouted, launching the magical power from his ginormous cannons. Both of the Emerald Mega Blasts collided with one another and stopped dead in their paths. You're not going to win, Sekiryutei, my power is far superior, and with it I will destroy you, Miss Gremory, and everyone else in this pathetic ant's nest, Ryu said, feeling very irritated with Issei's persistence. I won't allow that, I will fight to my very last breath, Issei said with all of his gems glowing at once. Boost 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 boost. Your power is still no match for my own, Ryu said, concentrating intensely on the blast battle, which could mean life or death to either of the two. I will use my power to defend the ones I love, so I cannot afford to lose here, Issei shouted, fragments of his armor breaking due to the force the two blasts were creating. Suddenly, Ryu summoned forth even more power, which forced Issei's companions to be sent away in the wind. Aha, now you're all alone, Ryu said, trying his hardest to surpass Issei's power. You hurt them. You hurt them, Issei shouted. The sacred gear responding to his will, firing another burst of power into Issei's Bishop Blaster. No, you're not going to win, Issei, Ryu shouted as he tried to exert more power. All of a sudden, Ryu found himself doing the opposite as power began to drain from him. What the hell is going on? The power you are trying to generate is rejecting you. At this rate, you will continue to grow weaker. Yulong said, making Ryu furious. That's bullshit, I'm the greatest devil alive, I will crush this bastard and his friends with ease, Ryu said, despite the pain he felt as his power began to leak outside of him and his magic began to malfunction. Meanwhile, Issei's power continued to increase. Boost 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 boost. Boost 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 boost. Boost 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 boost. Boost 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 boost. I'm ending this now, Issei shouted, unleashing even more of his power to push Ryu's blast even further back. Shit, this can't be happening, Ryu shouted as he felt himself slipping. Well, it is, partner, you're going to die here. What the hell are you talking about? Ryu questioned, feeling even more power drift away. I'm sorry buddy, but I don't plan on dying just yet, Yu Long said as he extracted himself out of Ryu's body. What do you think you're doing, you traitorous bastard? Ryu said as his armor began to break apart. I told you, I don't plan on dying just yet. So I'll be on my way, Yu Long said, making Ryu yell out in pain as he finally left his temporary vessel. Ria's attention was diverted when she felt a tug on her sleeve. Hey Auntie Rias, who was that just now? Milikas asked innocently. At Milikas is your soon-to-be uncle Haidu Issei. But he goes by another name as well. Recently he has been going by the name of the Crimson Dragon. Rias said, brightening up all of the children's eyes who were listening so intently. Wow, he's like a superhero then. One of the children said, now staring at the man in the dragon armor. That's awesome Milikas, your uncle is a hero, I'm so jealous, another child said, also amazed by Issei's heroic attire. Oh Crimson Dragon, don't lose to those losers, the last child said as he and all the rest watched him so closely. Meanwhile, Issei had finally reached his destination as he now stood on the ground directly below the group of vandals. Tell me, are you responsible for all this destruction that has been caused to the children's school? Issei inquired, giving off an intimidating aura. It's the Sekiryutei, this is bad Master Shalba, we should retreat, one of the vandals said, referring to the obvious ringleader. Don't be ridiculous, don't you even think about falling back, I will not let one inferior pest get in the way of our mission, take their heir to the Gremory's head and bring it to me, kill Rias Gremory, Shalba Beelzebub ordered, mobilizing his troops into battle. Like hell, I will let you hurt my fiancée, just touch one hair on her head and I will crush you all. Issei summoned forth a powerful crimson light as he began to chant. I who is about to awaken am the Red Dragon Emperor who has discarded the principles of domination. I shall walk the road of righteousness by having infinite hopes and dreams. I shall become the king of Crimson Dragon. And I promise you all I shall show the future which shines in true crimson light. Cardinal Crimson Promotion, Crimson Overdrive, Issei chanted, causing all of his gems to light up and his transformation to begin. You really think you stand a chance against us, the elite Sekiryutei? We are true Satans and you are a mere lower class charge. Kill the Sekiryutei, Shalba said, making his previously hesitant troops charge the new challenger. Connecting to evil pieces. Armor release. Welsh Dragon Mode change, Sonic Boost, Night change, Star Sonic. Star Sonic Booster, Issei shouted with his armor reduced to the minimum amount, increasing his speed. Issei shot straight through the wall of old Satan members, reducing their numbers instantly with his godlike speed. Impossible, this power wasn't in our files on him. Shalba said, clearly surprised by 5 of his troops being taken out in seconds of the battle starting. It's useless Shalba, you can't beat me now. Issei declared confidently, knowing full well how powerful this form was. Don't screw with me, you're just an inferior being, I am the true demon lord, surround him, don't let him live, Shalba Beelzebub ordered, showing obvious signs of intimidation with the tone he was using. Issei returned his armor back to its previous form, giving him back the armor he recently discarded, and then began to reduce even more of the enemy's forces. The Red Dragon Emperor didn't give his opponents any time to make a move. Within seconds he was right in front of them. I'm sorry guys, but I don't play nicely with terrorists, Issei said, taking 2 out in seconds. Issei took out the first intruder with a powerful punch to his stomach. The second shortly fell victim to Issei's deadly roundhouse kick, which took him by complete surprise. Damn you, the hooded figure said, drawing his sword, and attempted to strike Issei in his blind spot. Issei spun around, instantly parrying the swordsman blade with his own. Do you think your sinister sword is any match for my Ascalon? Issei shouted, using all of his force to smash his attacker's sword into pieces. Impossible was all the character could say before he was knocked unconscious by Issei's powerful axe kick. Take out the children and draw the heir out of hiding, a sub-commander ordered, greatly angering Issei. The cloaked rogue devils blasted all of their magic power towards the kids and the crimson-haired protector. Dragon Shell, Issei shouted, making an extra dragon-scaled skin to protect them all. The terrorists were baffled when they found out their combined powerful attack was being reflected right back at them. The small group were directly hit by their rebounded attack, which had been doubled in strength as a result of hitting Issei's dragon shield. But how? I was informed after you used this technique to shield your friends from Kakabiel's attack that once you use this technique that your balance breaker is disabled for 30 minutes. Shalba said, demanding to know Issei's secret. Looks like your information on me is really outdated. That was when my defensive technique was in a prototype state. Now I can use this technique up to 3 times a day without so much as breaking a sweat, Issei shouted back, which as a result began to frighten Shalba's reinforcements. He's a monster, one of them said, attempting to escape from Issei's terrifying speed. You're not going anywhere. Issei simply stated as he grabbed the coward's shoulder and then launched him at full force in the direction of his comrades. Using this sudden throw as a decoy, Issei's charging attack was not seen by those who were preparing to dodge their incoming teammate. Boost 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 boost. Dragon shot, Issei yelled, firing not one but two dragon shots from both of his fists at the two parties who avoided Issei's throw, which turned out to be a feint. The decoy was a success as the remainder of Shalba's forces now were being consumed by Issei's powerful Crimson Blast attacks. Shalba Beelzebub was beginning to panic and decided to chance it all on this next attack. If I can't take out the Sekiryutei, then I will just have to kill Rias Gremory instead, Shalba said as he descended towards Rias like a missile. Rias Gremory, Shalba shouted as his hand was now being reinforced with magic power, turning it into a deadly weapon to try cut of her head. Shalba began to sweat and feel intense pain when Issei suddenly appeared and grabbed hold of his arm. You just had to do it, didn't you? You just had to piss me off even further. By daring to try take away the woman who is the most important and precious to me, Issei shouted, using all of his power to punch the arrogant old Satan leader into the sky again. How dare you lay a hand on me, you insect. I am the true ruler of the underworld. Yes, I am a true Satan. Now face the power of a true demon lord, Shalba Beelzebub said, increasing his power in a furious rage. This is the power of office, the infinite dragon, Shalba stated as an amethyst infinity symbol fashioned like two snakes appeared on his palm. All of a sudden, a huge jade-colored magic circle surrounded Issei and began to summon forth an incredible amount of magic power. A power capable of harming even a devil with the power of a demon lord. This is the end now, perish Haidu, Issei, Shalba shouted as the light began to close in on the Red Dragon Emperor. Divide, 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 divide. Impossible, divine dividing. The power of the white dragon. Shalba said, very shocked of this new discovery. Issei used the power of Albion to reduce the grand magic circle into nothingness. You want to see true power? Then I will show you the power I have obtained by protecting those important to me, Issei said, now once again being enveloped in a bright and powerful crimson light. Mode change, Welsh Dragon Cardinal Crimson Queen Drake said as Issei's power continued to rise. Red dragon or white dragon, it doesn't matter, I will not allow you to get in the way of a true Satan. Die Haidu, Issei, the old Satan leader said, now using his innate powers to unleash his greatest attack. Issei unleashed his two mighty cannons onto shoulders, fusing both the power of the bishop and queen together. Boost 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 boost. Take this, Shalba yelled, firing a huge blast at Issei. Welsh Dragon Bishop Blaster, Issei yelled back, firing his powerful Jade Blast attack right towards Shalba's own attack. You're nothing but a low-class devil, you can't defeat a true Satan, Shalba arrogantly declared during the blast battle. I may not be a demon lord or a high-class devil. But I will never let anyone, gods, fallen angels or even devils, hurt my Rias or anyone I care about, Issei strongly shouted back, increasing his power even more. Damn it, I can't stop it. This is the end, Shalba Beelzebub, Issei yelled, increasing the strength in his blast even more. Boost 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 boost. Damn you, red dragon, white dragon, were Shalba's last words before he vanished inside Issei's superior ultimate attack. The children cheered for the Crimson Dragon when he emerged from the deadly blast battle unharmed. Way to go, Crimson Dragon, the Crimson Dragon is the greatest, all the children chanted as their hero came closer. Rias was the first to interact with Issei, rushing towards his welcoming embrace. Once she entered into his arms, Issei removed his helmet and took her by surprise with a passionate kiss. Rias welcomed Issei's feelings and kissed him back, putting one hand on his cheeks, whilst Issei placed one around her waist. Meanwhile, Sekiryutei was watching the whole thing behind the rubble. This gives me an idea. Sekiryutei said with a massive grin. 7. After an eventful time in the underworld, Issei and Rias returned back to the Haidu household. The Keno was the first to greet them as they walked through the door. Ah, hello Rias, Issei-kun. How was your day? Keno asked, given the fact that both of these two were gone for the whole day. Welcome home, Issei-san, Asia said, suddenly hugging Issei. Hey Asia. You hungry? Issei said to the blonde-haired girl who seemed extra giddy now Issei was home. A little bit. But don't worry, Kiba is making something now. Asia said, making Issei smile. Oh, I see. I'll go see if he needs a hand. Issei said, stroking Asia's hair, and then walked towards the kitchen. So Rias, did your marriage interview go okay? Keno said, making Rias have a huge smile on her face and reddened cheeks. You knew, didn't you? Rias said to Keno, who was also smiling. Who knows? Akeno said with a grin. Issei walked through the living room and finally reached the kitchen. Kiba was in fact making dinner and preparing some side dishes as well. Hey Kiba. Issei said, getting the knight's attention. Oh Issei-kun, welcome back. Kiba replied, barely turning his head. That looks like a lot of food. Let me help you out, buddy. Issei said, reaching out towards the ingredients and the spatula. Suddenly, Kiba grabbed hold of the spatula just as Issei did. Kiba. Issei said to his friends, who was shaking as he held onto the utensil. Please, just let me do it myself. Kiba replied, looking down at the spatula, refusing to make eye contact. What are you saying, Kiba? We're friends, so let me help you. Issei said, still being insistent on helping him out. Issei-kun, I'm begging you, please just let me do this. This is the least I can do for you after the horrible things I did to you. As a knight I have no one else to blame but myself. Kiba said with a tear escaping his eye. Kiba. Issei said, clearly concerned for his friend. Now go relax, dinner will be ready soon. Kiba said, quickly wiping away a tear and putting on a fake smile to try make Issei leave. Issei tapped Kiba on the shoulder and put on his own smile. Then I'm counting on you, Kiba. Issei said as he left, feeling this was the best thing to do for now. Knowing it would be pointless and painful for Kiba if he pried. Kiba resumed his cooking after Issei left the room. What am I going to do? I'm so ashamed of myself, Kiba said, grabbing hold of his left arm. That kept shaking. You come back here right now, you coward, Ryu shouted as the emerald spiked dragon made his getaway and flew off into the sky. Before Ryu knew what was happening, he found himself being fully consumed by the amazing power of Issei's magical power. Damn you Rias Gremory, damn you Surziches, and damn you Haidu Issei, I will destroy you all, I swear it, Ryu said, them being his last words as he vanished completely from this world. And with those final words, the fight was over. It's over now. Issei said as he fell to the ground. His armor breaks into pieces as his body made contact. Suddenly, Rias, Kiba and Asia all began to hold their heads and scream out in pain. This carried on until they finally passed out. What happened to them? Akeno said, very concerned. Right now, of course. Don't worry, Rias queen, the effects of Ryu's sacred gear has just been reversed thanks to Issei destroying him and his weapon. They should wake up as soon as their memories are fixed properly. I simply reminded them of Issei. And now their memories, which replaced Issei with Ryu, are now being corrected. Surziches said, clearing up the misunderstanding. So they're not in danger? Of course not. Thanks to Issei's bravery, they should all be just fine. Surziches said as he began to create a magic circle to transport them all to Issei's home for safety. Rias sat bolt upright, suddenly waking from yet another nightmare. Looks like you're finally awake. Issei said, making Rias suddenly hug him. Issei, Rias said, wrapping her arms around him. I'm glad to see you back. Issei said, wrapping his arms around her as well. I'm just happy to be with you again. I was so scared and alone. Rias said, making Issei suddenly clench his fists. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Issei said, making Rias look back. No, you saved me before anything happened. I'm still pure. Rias said, making Issei remember the stuff Ryu did to her. I won't let anyone, Issei said, quietly, making Rias listen carefully. What was that, Issei? Rias replied, trying to hear what he was saying. Suddenly Issei placed his hands on Rias' shoulders and looked her straight in the eyes. I won't let anyone else steal it, Issei said, slipping his tongue into her mouth and pushed her down onto the bed. Issei kissed Rias passionately and only stopped to let her take a breather. Issei suddenly took Rias by surprise when he ripped Rias' white striped school top open, scattering the buttons onto the floor. He then tore off her crimson red bra, releasing her captive breasts. Issei, what if somebody comes in? Rias said, suddenly replacing her words with sounds of pleasure when Issei began to fondle her boobs. I won't let anyone interrupt us this time, Rias. Issei said, casting his dragon shell enchantment on the bedroom door. Lemon skipped, please read it on website. Issei pushed her down once more and finished her off. Rias' face showing great pleasure and happiness when Issei and her climaxed together. So does this mean I'm officially your girl now? Rias said, resting her head on Issei's chest after a long and heavy workout. Of course, Rias, it has always been you. Always. Issei said, kissing her whilst they lay in bed together. Chapter 29, Rias returns to the underworld. It's only been a week since Haidu Issei defeated the dark and twisted Ryu Tatsuo. The man who gained enjoyment putting the Red Dragon Emperor through torment and despair. Haidu Issei was put through agonizing pain both mentally and physically when he was forced to fight against both his friends and the woman he treasured the most. Ryu Tatsuo was a member of the old Satan faction and he was gifted with a truly horrifying ability. Memory manipulation. Issei was brought to his knees through the twisted and terrifying psychological warfare he was forced to fight through, which also brought him close to death's door. However, thanks to the combined efforts of Kaneko, Akeno, Gasper and even the Demon Lord himself, Issei was able to face his fears and as a result, unlock a new ability whilst he protected the one he loves the most. Upon first inspection, it would have seemed that with Ryu Tatsuo destroyed and gone for good, the battle was finally over. Unfortunately, this was not the case. With the guilt of turning their own weapons on Issei overflowing inside them, Kiba, Asia, Zenobia and Rias were still feeling awful for their betrayal against him. Noticing this issue brewing in the peerage, the Demon Lord Surzich's Lucifer took action and decided to make renovations on Issei's humble little home, increasing its living capacity. Shortly after the changes were completed, the Demon Lord issued a direct order to the Gremories who were still suffering. He ordered everyone in the Gremory peerage to live under the same roof as Haidu Issei as a form of atonement. Where they would be able to help with the housework and just in general be close to Issei to make up for the isolation they put him through, in which they were unable to forgive themselves. Of course Rias had already made no exceptions to her living arrangements and solely declared occupancy in Issei's bedroom and would not allow any objections whatsoever. After all, despite Issei's kind words, Rias was the one who felt the most responsible for Issei's sadness. The fact remained that she is the king of her peerage, and the noble girl could not help but feel completely responsible for such a huge division in her servants. She felt cold and numb whenever memories of Ryu Tatsuo invaded her sleep. How he used to carelessly touch her and in front of Issei to make it worse. She hated herself for letting another man take control of her mind, and she could not forgive herself for not listening to reason from both her best friend Akeno and her most treasured pawn. No, she just let Ryu string her along like a puppet and as a result bring Issei to the deepest levels of despair. Which she promised to him on that night by the church in the rain to lead him away from. Rias wasn't optimistic that things wouldn't get better, and after the news she receives later today, she will soon believe this to be true. Rias POV. Cold and numb. Once again this feeling assaults me and makes me remember such an awful memory. I can't feel any of my limbs and my heart rate is beginning to drop. I try to cry out for help, but my voice doesn't come out. Suddenly a sound pounds against my eardrum causing me to panic. I try to turn my head but it won't budge. Suddenly arms begin to wrap around me and my first instinct is to hide. But wait, this isn't a constrictive hold. No, it's gentle and warm. I'm calming down, my heart rate is beginning to settle again. My body is beginning to feel warm. No, it's hot, confirming to me who it is. I suddenly collapse into his embrace when I hear his voice tickle my ear. Don't worry, you're my girl now, Miss Gremory. Issei said, making me smile. Geez, don't sneak up on me like that. I said before I was forced to be quiet. Issei took me by surprise and pressed his lips against mine. I felt alive again. As if I had never been separated from him and we have been together all of this time. Good morning, Rias. Issei said to me with a beaming smile. I lay down onto his chest and snuggled up to his toned chest. Good morning, Issei. I said, feeling this was the place I felt most safe and comfortable. Issei climbed out of the bed and I tried to grab him before he could escape from the bed. But nonetheless I was too late. Hey Issei, I was thinking that seeing as it's the holidays, we could just stay in bed all day, just you and me. What do you say? I asked, wanting nothing more than to be close to him and keep him to myself. I would love to, Rias. But I have a very important appointment today that I can't possibly miss. He replied back to me as he began to dress himself. My worries increased when I saw what he was wearing for this appointment. While looking hexy, my handsome Issei. Are you sure you can't miss this arrangement for me? I asked, still trying to get him to come back to bed. I'm sorry, Rias, this is something I can't afford to miss. He said to me, but something about his facial expression began to bother me. When he dismissed my invitation, he had such a huge smile on his face. What could be making him so happy to miss spending time with me, I thought whilst he finished getting dressed. As paranoid as I was about where he was going, I really couldn't take my eyes off him right now. Issei was wearing a smart ironed white shirt under a stylish black blaze, black trousers and a dazzling black tie to put on the finishing touch. Just as I was dwelling in my thoughts, Issei came over to me and placed his arm around my naked waist. And before I knew it, Issei was kissing me again. But this time the kiss held more passion and heat. He stroked my cheek and gazed into my eyes, and I looked into his. I'll see you later, Rias. Don't miss me too much. Issei said after he kissed me on the forehead. There you go again, asking the impossible. Hurry home, okay? My words were honest because I would miss him so much that until he returns, I will feel incomplete. As you command, President. Issei said in a teasing fashion and with a sincere bow. I could only wave goodbye to him as he disappeared in a magic circle. However, the minute Issei vanished, the feelings of worry and loneliness plagued my mind yet again. After getting dressed and meeting everyone downstairs for breakfast, I decided to try distract my mood with some food that had been kindly prepared by Kiba today in Issei's absence. So you don't have any idea where Issei-kun has gone, President Rias? Kiba asked me, making my mind wander off again. No, he just said that he had to make it because it was very important. I simply replied after taking a sip of my morning coffee. He must be very popular now, his reputation has been spread by Surziches. Akeno said, making me worried again. Where was he going dressed so smart? Was it a date with another girl? A marriage interview? Or is it an interview to join another peerage? Those thoughts crushed my heart and made my chest experience extreme agony. It just hit me. After all, how could he forgive me so easily after I betrayed him and almost killed him for that bastard who used his power on me? Of course he deserves better than me. After all, my resolve was so weak and I hurt him so badly. My thoughts were once again disturbed when a magic circle appeared at my ear. Hello? I responded, curious to who the caller may be. Rias? It's your father. Father, what's the matter? I replied, surprised of the sudden phone call. But for some reason, I was beginning to get a bad feeling. You have another marriage interview today. It starts in 2 hours, so get yourself ready. My father said, making me immediately stand up, both shaking the table and startling the others. What's the meaning of this, father? I already told you I love Issei, and I want to marry the man I have chosen. I said, beginning to get emotional. Rias, I think you're forgetting your status. You are the heir of the Gremories, and you must attend a marriage interview for the future of the devils. You are to return to the castle immediately for preparations. But father, I pleaded, only to have my opinion completely cast aside. No, but Rias, you will come here now and do your duty as a lady of the Gremory household. My father shouted, that being the end of our conversation. Sweat poured down from my forehead and my anger began to soar. Why after Razor would my father do this again? It's not fair, I thought as I climbed back up the staircase to Issei's room. I crashed onto his bed and hugged the pillow which only 1 hour ago had his head planted against. My tears dropped onto his pillow. I was a complete mess. I decided to have a shower to help calm myself down and buy myself some time to think. After 20 minutes in the shower, my anger and sadness fell to the ground just like the water that dripped from my skin. I just realized after regaining my composure. I don't have to marry this man. I can just turn him down and then come home. With myself now calm, I decided to get the circus act over with and dressed in a crimson red dress. My hair was pinned up with a ruby dragon pin that Issei bought me on our last shopping trip. I no longer hesitated, feeling confident and brave. I created a magic circle and returned to the home I was born and raised in. As I walked towards the dining room to meet my mother, I couldn't help but wonder what Issei was doing right now, and also, how would he react if he knew I was doing this right now? I shook my head to dismiss my negative thoughts, feeling it would be best I addressed this problem with a clear head. Finally, at my destination, I opened the door and entered my grand dining room. Rias, welcome home. Please join me. My mother said as I entered the room. I took a seat and was given a drink from one of the Gremory house's servants. So Rias, are you ready to meet your next husband candidate? My mother said, in which I replied with an irritated expression. I have already decided the man I want to marry. Nobody else will be able to shine in comparison, no matter how perfect you think they are. To my surprise, my mother smiled after I so coldly answered her question. And before I knew it, we were on the move again. My mother didn't say another word to me when we reached the room I was to wait in to meet my so-called fiancé. Wait in here, Rias. He will be arriving shortly. My mother said, leaving me in the room with only my brother for company. What's the meaning of this, big brother? Surely you know my feelings towards Issei. So why are mother and father trying to take him away from me? I questioned, which once again led me to being puzzled when my brother smiled. Why do you all keep smiling when I protest to marry no one except Issei? I demanded to know because I was beginning to get angry. Trust me, Rias, we have all been talking and we have found the perfect candidate for you. Surziches said as I began to drink some of my coffee again. All of a sudden, there was a knock at the door which broke the silence and tension in the room. Oh, and here he is now. You may come in. My brother said, making me tense up again. Don't panic, just stick to your guns and say no. You don't have to marry anyone except Issei. I thought to myself, trying to calm my nerves. The moment of truth finally arrived when the door began to open. I lost my grip on my cup and as a result it smashed into the ground. No way, it can't be, I said, unable to believe my eyes. I said I would be seeing you later, Rias. I couldn't believe my eyes right now. There he was once again standing in front of me. His shining smile and his sincere hazel eyes. I just wanted to hug my mother, father and my brother right now when I finally connected the dots together. He was standing there in the same clothes I last saw him in. I couldn't remain still any longer. I didn't care that I was wearing an attire that was difficult to run in. I just ran into his welcoming embrace and began to cry tears of joy. I told you this was a meeting I couldn't afford to miss, Rias. he said to me, making me forget I had any previous pessimistic thoughts in my brain. So I take it you are satisfied with our choice of your potential husband, Rias? Serziches asked me whilst I snuggled in Issei's muscular arms. I couldn't say anything else during this emotional moment except, yes. I let my worries drift away as my faith in my father's judgment was once again restored. It's just like my dream I had so long ago now. Except this time, it was true. This was really happening. Chapter 30 The Crimson Savior. Rias embraced Issei tightly, showing no signs of releasing him. I just can't believe it, I'm so happy, Rias said as she clung to Issei, as if her life force depended solely on his warmth. I promised you that I would save you from an engagement you did not want, Rias. At long last, I have been able to fulfill my promise to you. I'm sorry I kept this a secret from you. Issei replied, pulling her closer to his chest and stroking her hair. It's fine. I'm just so relieved it was you who came through that door, Issei. I love you so much. Rias said, still refusing to separate from him. Geez, you dummy. Of course it was going to be me. You think after that bastard razor that I would let anyone else steal you away from me again? Issei said, making Rias smile, her face showing true happiness and joy. It seems that you are getting along just fine with your new fiancé. Ariatan. Lord Gremory said, making Rias look over towards her mother and father. Father really? Then Rias said, her voice being interrupted by an even larger sound. What was that explosion just now? Rias said as the room began to shake and the voices of children screamed. This is bad, Rias, it came from the Citri school, Issei said, quickly grabbing Rias' hand and ran with her to the nearest exit. Rias and Issei leaped into the sky and deployed their wings. Where did that explosion come from? Rias said as she searched her surroundings. President over there, Issei shouted, indicating to the falling debris that was falling at a rapid pace. This is terrible, Issei, Milikas and other children are down there, Rias shouted, seeing the students of the school in extreme danger. Leave it to me, Rias. Drag, are you ready? Issei asked, waiting for his partner to respond. Ready when you are, partner. Alright, let's go. Balance break. Welsh dragon balance breaker. Issei rushed towards the scared children who still lacked the magic knowledge to defend themselves and picked up the pace when he saw that the wall was falling at an even quicker pace. It's no good, I'm going to have to go full throttle, Issei said as his jets began to ignite. The children shielded their eyes in fear as the debris was seconds away from crushing them. When all of a sudden, they felt the wind hit their faces at an extreme pace. Issei had been successful and managed to get them out of there in the nick of time. Balancing two on his wings whilst he carried the other two in his arms. The Red Dragon Emperor carried the children to safety, returning to his master's side. As soon as the children finally touched the ground again, a particular red-haired boy ran straight towards Rias with tears in his eyes. Auntie Rias, Milikas yelled, rushing into Rias' arms. It's okay, Milikas, you're safe now. Rias said as she comforted her nephew. Rias, keep the children safe. It looks like we have got company. Issei said, now looking into the sky at a group of individuals. I understand. Please be careful, Issei. Rias said as Issei prepared to take off. Of course. Well then, President, I'm off. Issei said, now taking off towards the intruders. Rias' attention was diverted when she felt a tug on her sleeve. Hey Auntie Rias, who was that just now? Milikas asked innocently. That Milikas is your soon-to-be Uncle Haidu, Issei. But he goes by another name as well. Recently he has been going by the name of the Crimson Dragon. Rias said, brightening up all of the children's eyes who were listening so intently. Wow, he's like a superhero then. One of the children said, now staring at the man in the dragon armor. That's awesome, Milikas, your uncle is a hero, I'm so jealous, another child said, also amazed by Issei's heroic attire. Oh Crimson Dragon, don't lose to those losers, the last child said as he and all the rest watched him so closely. Meanwhile, Issei had finally reached his destination as he now stood on the ground directly below the group of vandals. Tell me, are you responsible for all this destruction that has been caused to the children's school? Issei inquired, giving off an intimidating aura. It's the Sekiryutei, this is bad, Master Shalba, we should retreat, one of the vandals said, referring to the obvious ringleader. Don't be ridiculous, don't you even think about falling back, I will not let one inferior pest get in the way of our mission, take their heir to the Gremory's head and bring it to me, kill Rias Gremory. Shalba Beelzebub ordered, mobilizing his troops into battle. Like hell, I will let you hurt my fiancé, just touch one hair on her head and I will crush you all. Issei summoned forth a powerful crimson light as he began to chant. I who is about to awaken am the Red Dragon Emperor who has discarded the principles of domination. I shall walk the road of righteousness by having infinite hopes and dreams. I shall become the king of Crimson Dragon. And I promise you all I shall show the future which shines in true crimson light. Cardinal Crimson Promotion, Crimson Overdrive, Issei chanted, causing all of his gems to light up and his transformation to begin. You really think you stand a chance against us, the elite Sekiryutei? We are true Satans and you are a mere lower-class charge. Kill the Sekiryutei, Shalba said, making his previously hesitant troops charge the new challenger. Connecting to evil pieces. Armor release. Welsh Dragon Mode Change Sonic Boost Night Change Star Sonic. Star Sonic Booster Issei shouted with his armor reduced to the minimum amount, increasing his speed. Issei shot straight through the wall of old Satan members, reducing their numbers instantly with his godlike speed. Impossible, this power wasn't in our files on him. Shalba said, clearly surprised by 5 of his troops being taken out in seconds of the battle starting. It's useless, Shalba, you can't beat me now. Issei declared confidently, knowing full well how powerful this form was. Don't screw with me, you're just an inferior being. I am the true demon lord. Surround him, don't let him live, Shalba Beelzebub ordered, showing obvious signs of intimidation with the tone he was using. Issei returned his armor back to its previous form, giving him back the armor he recently discarded, and then began to reduce even more of the enemy's forces. The Red Dragon Emperor didn't give his opponents any time to make a move. Within seconds he was right in front of them. I'm sorry guys, but I don't play nicely with terrorists, Issei said, taking 2 out in seconds. Issei took out the first intruder with a powerful punch to his stomach. The second shortly fell victim to Issei's deadly roundhouse kick, which took him by complete surprise. Damn you, the hooded figure said, drawing his sword, and attempted to strike Issei in his blind spot. Issei spun around, instantly parrying the swordsman blade with his own. You think your sinister sword is any match for my Ascalon? Issei shouted, using all of his force to smash his attacker's sword into pieces. Impossible was all the character could say before he was knocked unconscious by Issei's powerful axe kick. Take out the children and draw the air out of hiding, a sub-commander ordered, greatly angering Issei. The cloaked rogue devils blasted all of their magic power towards the kids and the crimson-haired protector. Dragon Shell, Issei shouted, making an extra dragon-scaled skin to protect them all. The terrorists were baffled when they found out their combined powerful attack was being reflected right back at them. The small group were directly hit by their rebounded attack, which had been doubled in strength as a result of hitting Issei's dragon shield. But how? I was informed after you used this technique to shield your friends from Kakabiel's attack that once you use this technique that your balance breaker is disabled for 30 minutes. Shalba said, demanding to know Issei's secret. Looks like your information on me is really outdated. That was when my defensive technique was in a prototype state. Now I can use this technique up to 3 times a day without so much as breaking a sweat, Issei shouted back, which as a result began to frighten Shalba's reinforcements. He's a monster, one of them said, attempting to escape from Issei's terrifying speed. You're not going anywhere. Issei simply stated as he grabbed the coward's shoulder and then launched him at full force in the direction of his comrades. Using this sudden throw as a decoy, Issei's charging attack was not seen by those who were preparing to dodge their incoming teammate. Boost 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 boost. Dragon shot, Issei yelled, firing not 1 but 2 dragon shots from both of his fists at the 2 parties who avoided Issei's throw, which turned out to be a feint. The decoy was a success as the remainder of Shalba's forces now were being consumed by Issei's powerful Crimson Blast attacks. Shalba Beelzebub was beginning to panic and decided to chance it all on this next attack. If I can't take out the Sekiryutei, then I will just have to kill Rias Gremory instead, Shalba said as he descended towards Rias like a missile. Rias Gremory, Shalba shouted as his hand was now being reinforced with magic power, turning it into a deadly weapon to try cut of her head. Shalba began to sweat and feel intense pain when Issei suddenly appeared and grabbed hold of his arm. You just had to do it, didn't you? You just had to piss me off even further. By daring to try take away the woman who is the most important and precious to me, Issei shouted, using all of his power to punch the arrogant old Satan leader into the sky again. How dare you lay a hand on me, you insect? I am the true ruler of the underworld. Yes, I am a true Satan. Now face the power of a true demon lord, Shalba Beelzebub said, increasing his power in a furious rage. This is the power of office, the infinite dragon, Shalba stated as an amethyst infinity symbol fashioned like 2 snakes appeared on his palm. All of a sudden, a huge jade-colored magic circle surrounded Issei and began to summon forth an incredible amount of magic power. A power capable of harming even a devil with the power of a demon lord. This is the end now, perish hide you, Issei, Shalba shouted as the light began to close in on the Red Dragon Emperor. Divide 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 divide. Impossible, divine dividing. The power of the White Dragon. Shalba said, very shocked of this new discovery. Issei used the power of Albion to reduce the grand magic circle into nothingness. You want to see true power? Then I will show you the power I have obtained by protecting those important to me, Issei said, now once again being enveloped in a bright and powerful crimson light. Mode change. Welsh Dragon Cardinal Crimson Queen Drake said as Issei's power continued to rise. Red dragon or white dragon, it doesn't matter, I will not allow you to get in the way of a true Satan. Dai Haidu Issei, the old Satan leader, said, now using his innate powers to unleash his greatest attack. Issei unleashed his two mighty cannons onto shoulders, fusing both the power of the bishop and queen together. Boost 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 boost. Take this, Shalba yelled, firing a huge blast at Issei. Welsh Dragon Bishop Blaster Issei yelled back, firing his powerful Jade Blast attack right towards Shalba's own attack. You're nothing but a low-class devil, you can't defeat a true Satan, Shalba arrogantly declared during the blast battle. I may not be a demon lord or a high-class devil, but I will never let anyone, gods, fallen angels or even devils, hurt my Rias or anyone I care about, Issei strongly shouted back, increasing his power even more. Damn it, I can't stop it. This is the end, Shalba Beelzebub Issei yelled, increasing the strength in his blast even more. Boost 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 boost. Damn you, red dragon white dragon, were Shalba's last words before he vanished inside Issei's superior ultimate attack. The children cheered for the Crimson Dragon when he emerged from the deadly blast battle unharmed. Way to go, Crimson Dragon, the Crimson Dragon is the greatest, all the children chanted as their hero came closer. Rias was the first to interact with Issei, rushing towards his welcoming embrace. Once she entered into his arms, Issei removed his helmet and took her by surprise with a passionate kiss. Rias welcomed Issei's feelings and kissed him back, putting one hand on his cheeks, whilst Issei placed one around her waist. Meanwhile, Serziches was watching the whole thing behind the rubble. This gives me an idea, Serziches said with a massive grin. After an eventful time in the underworld, Issei and Rias returned back to the Haidu household. Akeno was the first to greet them as they walked through the door. Ah, hello Rias, Issei-kun. How was your day? Akeno asked, given the fact that both of these two were gone for the whole day. Welcome home, Issei-san, Asia said, suddenly hugging Issei. Hey Asia. You hungry? Issei said to the blonde-haired girl who seemed extra giddy now Issei was home. A little bit. But don't worry, Kiba is making something now, Asia said, making Issei smile. Oh, I see. I'll go see if he needs a hand, Issei said, stroking Asia's hair, and then walked towards the kitchen. So Rias, did your marriage interview go okay? Akeno said, making Rias have a huge smile on her face and reddened cheeks. You knew, didn't you? Rias said to Akeno, who was also smiling. Who knows? Akeno said with a grin. Issei walked through the living room and finally reached the kitchen. Kiba was in fact making dinner and preparing some side dishes as well. Hey Kiba, Issei said, getting the knight's attention. Oh, Issei-kun, welcome back, Kiba replied, barely turning his head. That looks like a lot of food. Let me help you out, buddy, Issei said, reaching out towards the ingredients and the spatula. Suddenly, Kiba grabbed hold of the spatula just as Issei did. Kiba, Issei said to his friends, who was shaking as he held onto the utensil. Please, just let me do it myself, Kiba replied, looking down at the spatula, refusing to make eye contact. What are you saying, Kiba? We're friends, so let me help you, Issei said, still being insistent on helping him out. Issei-kun, I'm begging you, please just let me do this. This is the least I can do for you after the horrible things I did to you. As a knight I have no one else to blame but myself, Kiba said with a tear escaping his eye. Kiba? Issei said, clearly concerned for his friend. Now go relax, dinner will be ready soon, Kiba said, quickly wiping away a tear and putting on a fake smile to try make Issei leave. Issei tapped Kiba on the shoulder and put on his own smile. Then I'm counting on you, Kiba, Issei said as he left, feeling this was the best thing to do for now, knowing it would be pointless and painful for Kiba if he cried. Kiba resumed his cooking after Issei left the room. What am I going to do? I'm so ashamed of myself, Kiba said, grabbing hold of his left arm. That kept shaking. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown in left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.